You're listening to part 3 of a 3-part podcast. The other parts are available on your podcast feed right now. We wanted to upload this as one chunk, but our podcast host has size limitations. Time codes are in the show notes of this episode for when we discuss each film and when our guests are on. Enjoy!
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies.
Awesome. All right, let's begin. Okay, all right, here we are. We are 27 Barbie movies in. We've got 10 left. This is such a milestone. I think we're at about 12 hours into the episode. Whenever I go back and edit it, I'm always 1 hour behind where I say we are. So this might be 13 hours in. I'm not sure. I'm going insane. But here to join us, to talk to us about Barbie and the Pearl Princess is LA-based comedian, writer, and director Stef Dagg. Hey, Stef, how you going?
Hello, I'm going good. I love how you guys say how you going. That's hot to me. Instead of how are you?
That's the kind of words of affirmation I need to hear
100%.
this deep into watching.
That's a real pick-me-up.
It's like not hard to impress American girls. You guys are like, how you going? And our clothes are off immediately.
Really? I should write that down.
It is like that. You should come here.
Well, not right now.
Yeah, right.
I'm fine here for now, but thank you. So you are, I think you're actually our first American guest on the episode, which is insane considering...
God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. But in true American fashion, you did or do have COVID. you're past it now?
I did.
Okay,
I did
cool.
have COVID.
Good.
I still can't smell, but I did have it, and I lived to tell the tale.
Wow. How bad were your symptoms?
Honestly, I was fine. You know what? Like, and I feel like when I say that, I sound like I'm about to launch into a conspiracy theory about COVID being like fine. But I genuinely was okay. I couldn't smell. I couldn't taste. Somehow I gained 5 pounds, even though I couldn't taste food. I was just snacking all the time. But it was a very peaceful 2 weeks in my life.
Yeah.
Sounds dreamy.
It was amazing. I was completely alone. It was like the dream.
That's just what lockdown was for us. Like a small 2-week period where you get
100%.
to, bake some bread and just chill out. And then, you know what? The world's back to normal and it's fine.
For you guys. For some of us, it's... The nightmare continues.
Well, in a way, the nightmare is still continuing for us as we trudge forward through 37, which we actually just found out is going to be 38 Barbie movies in 1 month from now. I'm going insane. Richard, how are you feeling?
My belt broke today.
Yeah.
And that was just a bummer. I've been trying to keep my pants up all day. So that's really been at the front of my mind. I've forgotten what the Pearl Princess is about. Because I was looking like a fool with my pants on the ground.
Wow.
I don't think you want to tell people that you watch the Barbie movies with your pants off.
Well, he's already done it. So what's worse? What's worse really is would you rather watch 26 other Barbie movies or have COVID, Stef? What's worse?
I would definitely get COVID a second time, I gotta say.
That's fair. All right, so Barbie the Pearl Princess came out in 2013. It was directed by Zeke Norton, whose name we've seen a few times already in the Barbie series. It has 73% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, doesn't have a critic score, and they all have about 73% audience score. I'm going insane. It's the same information. I just keep saying it over and over again. But not helping that is the fact that this is like the fourth mermaid Barbie story in a different canon as well. It's not even like a sequel to the other mermaid ones. They act like they've never done a mermaid one in this film. But Steph, would you be able to tell us in a sentence or two what is Barbie the Pearl Princess about? What happens in the movie? Because I can't remember.
I just watched it actually 5 minutes ago. It is about a Barbie princess mermaid who doesn't know she's a princess because her aunt...
They never do.
Yeah, she never knew. It's just like it's right in front of your face. She also has magic powers, which are unclear, but have something to do with pearls.
Underdeveloped magic powers, yeah.
Absolutely. And then at the end of the movie, she finds out she's a princess at a ball. Everything works out. The people love her, and she's reunited with her real mom and dad, who are royalty.
Yeah. As they always are. This is tale as old as time, happens to children across the globe all the time, I'm sure. IMDb has one of the worst put together synopses I've read of a Barbie movie so far, mainly because they clearly didn't remember any of the characters' names. Barbie's name is Lumina in this, by the way, but this synopsis says, this is the tale of a young mermaid who is raised by her aunt. The young mermaid has the power to control pearls and make beautiful magic with them. One day her aunt is called upon by a member of the royal family to help out at the official passing of the crown from the king and queen and the young prince since the death of the young princess. When the young mermaid's aunt forgets her invitation to the royal and that's all it says. So I don't know. They clearly gave up halfway through, or maybe I copied it wrong. That is entirely possible.
It's so funny. The whole movie, I was thinking about how Lumina sounds like the name of a birth control I took that made me really depressed in high school.
Was it worse than watching this?
I think I would take the 2 years of depression, honestly.
Yeah.
And then where does COVID rank in between those two?
It goes... COVID was the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Okay, cool.
Depression was just part of being a teenager and having birth control. And then Barbie was kind of down there at the bottom for me.
Yeah. Full disclosure, it was my fault that the synopses cut off.
Oh.
I tried to play it off like it wasn't.
There it is.
And for anyone who's going to go to the Barbie and the Pearl Princess IMDb page, you got me. I'm outing myself. I'm cancelling myself. Okay, I know.
AJ is over, party. We got a regular Marilyn Manson over here.
Oh no!
I hope not.
So funny that people were surprised that he was a bad person. You know what I mean?
Like he's literally looks like the devil, and people are like, he was the bad guy. So. I don't know if I'm going to look at what the rest of the synopsis said, so
it's
people
funnier
can make
if you
up their
don't.
own minds. Yeah. Before we get into what we thought of this film, though, Steph, I wanted to ask you what your relationship with Barbie as a property is. We've had a few females on already. That was the weirdest way I could have worded that. And obviously, Barbie is aimed at young girls, so I thought I'd ask if you had any kind of relationship with Barbie already in your life.
Sure. Well, I would say that I am still the demographic of young girl. That is how I identify.
Okay.
So given the fact that the movie was targeted towards me, I felt like there was, if you watch it with a certain, like, if you want to look at it as a certain lens and take lessons about it into, like, I kept making metaphors about, like, things that were overtly sexual, but they so clearly weren't, that it
like
can be...
Pearl Princess? That sounds like a porno.
100% Pearl Princess. There's a lot of like clams involved, which for me were vaginas 100%. The aunt says something in the beginning like, keep your powers private, your pearl powers private. And I was like, she's telling her to like not tell men she has like a great vagina. Like, I don't know. I was just like really getting a lot from that. And I respected that. But my relationship with Barbie was, I definitely was a bit more of a tomboy growing up. So I would like throw my Barbies at trees. People always bought me Barbies and I always defiled them.
Wow.
Right on.
That's a great perspective to bring into the Barbie podcast, because that's what I want to do right now is throw Barbie at a tree after watching 27 of them. I want to ask you a personal question, Steph. It is arguably less personal than did you have COVID, but we'll see how we go. Can I ask, what year were you born?
1995.
95.
Alrighty.
All right. Bear with me.
I'm 25.
Sweet. That's cool. That's a good age. That's a main character age, I reckon.
Thank you so much. And I also feel that way. And if someone could just cast me as a main character, it would really make the pieces in my life connect, I think.
No, you've got total main character vibes, I reckon.
Thank you so much.
Richard and I are 28, so we're over the hill.
I'm not 28.
Well, we're nearly.
Oh no,
28,
fuck! I will be
should-
28 by the time this comes out.
You guys
We're
could
both
play my
nearly
dads. You guys could play my
Yeah, there you go.
two fathers
Wow.
in a very forward thinking movie.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, two gay dads who adopted a little girl when they were both 3.
Yeah.
They got married at 3.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a progressive future oriented movie.
Well, yeah, it's set in New Zealand, and we're quite progressive here.
No one ever got COVID. No one got COVID. Everyone reproduced.
Yeah.
But so the reason we asked you this is we can tell you what Barbie looked like the year you were born. So AJ and I both had, as 93 babies, we had police officer Barbie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which, you know,
Bad
was
news.
quite troubling to find out in
Bad news.
2021.
Yeah.
But you've got, after helping out her community's police department, firefighter Barbie joins the firehouse. And we got a very lovely yellow get-up.
Everyone loves firefighters. I feel pretty good about that.
I always think it's funny how like cops have like lost all stock with sort of like public favor, but the other two emergency you know, like hospital and fire are still like everyone, you know, no one's saying all firemen are bastards. No one's saying
There
doctors
is
are
a
bastards.
key difference in that firefighters are not bringing guns to the scene of the
I agree.
disaster. So
Yeah.
huge difference there.
Yeah.
Although they do
absolutely.
fight fire with fire, which is pretty violent.
That is.
You've actually got a second Barbie as well. You've got the Happy Holidays Barbie, which was dressed up in a green and silver gown decorated with holly.
Okay,
Wow.
that's
So there you go.
objectively positive, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do either of those speak to who you are as a person?
I do consider myself very brave, so I would say I'm the firefighter Barbie in that I have to deal with men on a daily basis.
Like right
Kind
now.
of that, like right now. I kind of went right into the forest with this one. But I would say, yeah, I'm brave, so I'm a firefighter for sure.
And what about the holidays? Well, how do you feel about the holidays? Would you say you have happy holidays generally?
I went through a breakup this holiday, so I'm gonna not identify with that holiday Barbie. Actually,
You could take it back. Reclaim holidays.
reclaim the holidays with Barbies.
Yeah.
True.
Cool. So, Richard, what did you think of Barbie and the Pearl Princess? Tell us.
I tell you what, I'm getting, like, as much as I loved Barbie and A Mermaid Tale 1, I'm getting mighty sick of seeing Barbie as a mermaid. And that was kind of the first thing that struck me about this film was just like, just fuck off.
And do you know what? It's not even the last one that's about mermaids.
I know, it's insane. I think I'm just double checking. I put this as my new worst one.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
So
That's
this was
amazing.
a fun one to join us on, Steph. But yeah, I don't know. I like manipulating pearls. What kind of superpower is that?
In a super vague way too. Like for the first half of the movie, she manipulates pearls to make hairstyles, and then at the end they somehow save the day, but it's unclear how or why.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing. She like wants to be like a hairdresser, right?
Well, it's more like it feels like the film takes a extended detour into being a hairdresser for some reason.
So extended. It's like a 5-minute scene that goes nowhere.
And why would a property based on a toy line have a scene which almost seems to bolster up this the specific profession in a series which has already done mermaids too many times? You know?
Yeah.
What are they trying to do there?
That took you too long to get out that your point didn't really come across.
Yeah, they did it to sell toys. No, I agree. The tie-in merch for this film is basically acts like the whole fucking movie is about mermaids doing each other's hair. There's so you can buy a bunch of mermaid dolls with it, and I guess you can do their hair. It's like, how much can you do here of it? You know, so you can cut it off.
Do they come bald and then you have wigs for them, which is terrifying?
That is terrifying. No, it's more like they come with different hair accessories, which you can plug-in and things like that. The Lumina doll also, I don't know if they can all do this, but the Lumina doll can flip her fishtail out and it becomes like a new fishtail. Like a different color. I don't understand. As is becoming a common theme with these late stage Barbie toys, I don't understand what I'm looking at when I see the the special gimmick thing that it does. The ad has a little jingle which poses the question: how does a mermaid get ready for a party? She transforms into a princess. But she just transforms into a different looking mermaid. So it's not explicitly a princess. But there you go. Not as cool as some of the other toys we've seen, but certainly not one to be thrown out either.
Not one to be thrown out a tree.
No.
Exactly.
Maybe a coral
Beautiful
reef
stuff.
of sorts.
The trees of the sea.
Yeah.
We've already looked at like a really poorly written IMDb synopsis, which was only poorly written because of how they wrote it and had nothing to do with how I formatted this chaotic Google Doc that is making me depressed every time I look at it. But I've got a reason here why I think IMDb should be deleted from the internet. This is the last straw for me. Steph, this podcast has had a tumultuous relationship with IMDb.
Mm-hmm.
One of the worst things about the website is that a lot of the stuff on there is user submitted. Typically, it's the trivia section. It's user submitted, and so we often find like people have phrased things in the weirdest ways, or like pieces of trivia that aren't really pieces of trivia slip in. But I want to direct all your attention to the goofs section of Barbie and the Pearl Princess.
Okay.
And here is some of the goofs in a section called anachronisms. Do we all know what an anachronism is?
No.
No? It's like...
I do.
Okay, well, do you want to explain it?
It's
Do you want to mansplain it, Richard? You can mansplain it. I'll sit here and not mansplain it.
An anachronism is like when something... It often happens in like period pieces when you have something that's not from that time period appear within it. So I guess in this it would be...
what time period is this one set, dude?
Yeah, exactly.
What time period is this set, right? Okay, so here's the list of anachronisms on the Barbie the Pearl Princess goof section on IMDb. I'm just going to read them out in a row.
Okay.
Hyperdrive, the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS theme song, was heard on TV in 1989, but the song and show weren't aired until 2008. A Frankenstein parody in the movie Star Wars 3 Revenge of the Sith appears on television in 1989, but wasn't released until 2005. I'll Make a Man Out of You is heard in 1989, but the song wasn't released until 1998. Lumina appears on Hell's Kitchen in 1989, but the show wasn't aired until 2005. Lumina says the movie Thomas and the Magic Railroad was released in the year 1989, but the movie wasn't released until 2000. For those who haven't seen the movie, none of those things happen.
That is hilarious.
Barbie the Pearl Princess. It's not set in 1989. I started reading these and like I didn't know if I was more shocked by... Like I was like, did I miss a flashback which is like explicitly set in 1989? And then also, did I miss references to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hell's Kitchen?
That's so funny. Like, imagine there's a scene that just goes, I remember back in 1989.
Yeah.
And to make it like a period piece, they're like, here's the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds theme song we all remember from the late 80s. That's so funny.
Such specific pieces of pop culture that it wouldn't even make it a period piece.
Yeah.
Like, it's too niche.
Because my first instinct was, someone's put the wrong goofs on the wrong movie. But then I'm like, no,
Lumina.
what movie has all of this in it? And then it mentions Lumina specifically. The next section after anachronisms is called Boom Mic Visible. Obviously referring to when a boom mic is visible in a film. This is what it lists. In the opening scene, Luke is trying to calm his frightened riding animal before the predator attack. As he says, hey, what's the matter? You smell something? The boom microphone can be seen reflected in his goggles. I presume that's from Empire Strikes Back. But
I want to see this version
yeah.
of the Pearl Princess.
Yeah, that's a good point. Under the continuity heading, it says Lumina is shown talking to Seela earlier in the film, but the animators got lazy and reused the clip at the point where Lumina is working. That could be a legitimate goof. I've got no qualms with that. If that's a real goof, so be it.
Well, we don't know if it was because the animators got lazy, though. It could have been budgetary reasons.
That's true.
I don't feel comfortable just throwing them under the bus.
Eras in geography is the next section. The movie takes place in the ocean that is growing. There's no grammar, so I'll read it verbatim. The movie takes place in the ocean that is growing, but the mermaid-like creature is from Germany.
Whoa, I didn't get a German vibe.
No, I think it's saying mermaids as in, like, the creature.
The concept of
like
mermaids.
the mythology
which
of
is
mermaids?
not true. Mermaids are Greek.
Wait, no. I feel... Oh, yes, because like mermaids come from like sirens, I think, which are Greek.
Yeah.
Mermaids appear in the folklore of many cultures.
In my head, they're Eastern European.
Yeah. Near East, Europe, Asia, and Africa all have like some version of mermaids in their mythology.
Right.
Folklore.
All right, here is factual errors, the next section. Lumina says Trump will win re-election in 2020, but Biden won in 2020, so Lumina got her facts wrong. Now, what is disturbing about this goof, it means that it was updated in the last couple of months, meaning someone else is troving the Barbie IMDb movies to do shit like this, which
someone
is not...
with a sick sense of humor.
Yeah. Miscellaneous goofs. Hyperdrive plays instead of Lumina speaking. I don't know what that means. A fish is shown to be pink with blue spots instead of all blue. Like, why does the fish have to be all blue? Whose rules are this? And lastly, the words bad nut and you French pig is said instead of Caligo speaking. I feel like I'm in a nightmare, not just because I'm doing a 17-hour-long Barbie podcast, but also because I don't understand any of that shit.
You know how, like, it's like a thing that if you... I don't know if you guys know about that, but, like, if you need to check that you're dreaming, if you look at some text, look away, and then look back at it, it will say something different if you're dreaming. And that's, like, how you can begin a lucid dream, because for some reason your brain is incapable of, like...
All right.
Keeping that there.
I'll do that. I'll do that now.
It feels like that. Like,
it feels like I took acid and watched Pearl Princess and then was trying to explain to a friend what I saw, and then they watched Pearl Princess and were like, none of that happened.
Yeah. It is one of the most dreamlike pieces of text I've ever seen in all the years of doing this podcast, and we've seen quite a lot on IMDb. What would you guys want to see Barbie the Pearl Princess? What do you think let's do that. Would you guys want to see a sequel?
I feel like they've exhausted all the things you can do with the power to manipulate pearls.
I feel like they tied up this story nicely. I don't think we need a sequel.
Yeah, did you guys like the ugly rockfish character who nearly kills the old lady because he's got poisoned spines? I thought she was going to die.
That was also the kid that was a botanist was off socially, I would say.
Yeah. No, you're right. There is a botanist kid in this, by the way, for those who are scrambling for any constant having not seen the film.
Although actually botany as a profession didn't exist in 1989.
Wow, that is crazy. I got the idea from all those goofs that like there's specifically a flashback scene in 1989, but I don't know. I don't know why.
There's not.
That. No. There's we can look at Sorry, this is so unprofessional. We've got a guest on. Get it together, AJ. We can look at a review on IMDb. Does that sound like fun?
That was such a professional way to bring that up.
Yeah? Okay, this review is from...
You're panicking. I can sense it.
The Little Songbird. And I like this review because it's trying to make it sound like a good movie while also admitting that it's not a good movie. Here's what they wrote. Less than magical and not quite a pearl, but passes the time inoffensively. This was written in August 2017. It is very easy to meet
So
the
this was
Barbie
like
films.
right before the Me Too movement.
Yeah, exactly.
For context.
It is very easy to meet the Barbie films with a lot of dislike and scorn, and they are all very lowly rated here, despite some favourable reviews, which feels like that's a contradiction.
Oh wait, so are they saying it's better in comparison to the other Barbie movies?
They're talking about Barbie in this isn't the end of the review. They're talking about Barbie as a whole. But then says they're very lowly rated, but then have favourable reviews. So
Right.
it is understandable to take issue with the dialogue. A fair few are ropey in this regard. The predictability of the stories, the odd, annoying character, the animation in a few, not all are well animated, and whether there is enough for adults to keep interest. Despite not being the main target audience, to me they are mostly better than given credit for, easy to take them for what they are, and don't deserve to be dismissed as babyish and for little girls only, a very narrow-minded generalization. Are they animation masterpieces? No. Are they among the best films ever made? Again, no. Are they worth watching if taken for what they are? Absolutely, for most of them. I love that. I love, like, anything's worth watching if taken for what it is. What does that even mean? You know?
That was also so earnest.
Yeah.
Like, someone took a lot of time to
Yeah.
put that together.
Yeah. It goes on. Most of them look good, if not having the polish of studios specializing in computer animation. Pixar for one. I like that it mentions Pixar and also says that the studio that exclusively make Barbie and Hot Wheels movies is not specialized in computer animation. It says often great music, which is true. There is often great music in this franchise.
Yeah.
Good lessons
I'll give
and
them
messages, a good deal of charm, have their heart in the right place, and have entertaining characters well voiced. It goes on to mention a lot of the actors who've been in these movies so far. Then it says that Barbie the Pearl Princess fares quite well as far as the later/recent Barbie films go, though not one of the best films of the franchise. It is not a great film. It is not quite a pearl and lacks magic, quality-wise, not literally or figuratively. But it makes up for an above-average time passer in a way that won't or shouldn't offend anybody watching. What is this person saying? It's like they're it's
really
pretty
covering
bad.
all the bases.
It's like they want you to think this movie's about nothing. This movie is nothing. It's not bad. It's not good. Doesn't exist. Which is how I feel.
It's neutral. It's unoffensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that is a way to look at it. But it's a lot of words to say this movie isn't offensive.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been saying for the last 12 hours.
That's true.
Which is certainly a lot more words.
Yeah. This review goes for too long. I'll skip ahead.
You're damn right.
In conclusion...
oh, thank God.
A nice, inoffensive time passer, but could have done with more magic. 6 out of 10. Bethany Cox. Thank you, Bethany.
Wait, her one criticism was that there should have been more magic?
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with it. There's too much.
There's too much vague magic. I want more specific magic. I want to know what it means to control pearls and how that can get me far in life.
If someone offered you the ability to control pearls, would you take it?
I see no reason why I wouldn't take it.
Yeah, is there any catch?
Like if it would depend what the catch is.
You're a mermaid.
I don't want to. Actually, sea levels rising. I feel like being a mermaid is a good investment in my future.
Yeah.
Get ahead of the game.
I reckon that this movie had a subtext cut out of it, where the magic, the underdeveloped magic, was supposed to be a metaphor for the budding sexuality we were talking about earlier. And, like, because there's so much to, like, it is a kid's movie, but you could create a relatively PG story if you replaced
Ooh.
sex with magic. You know, we've seen a Barbie movie already, Steph, where the main characters were very clearly lesbians, and that was great. That was one of the best
And
ones.
it's the best one.
Yeah. And so I see no reason why in a movie that's already got kind of a title that'll make you double take, depending, I guess, on how dirty your mind is, that deals with, as you say, Steph, things like clams. And I feel like there's a lot of sexual imagery and ocean themes. Am I crazy there, or is that a thing?
I think that says more about us than it does about the movie that we took it there, you know?
Yeah.
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 You've got wetness. That's
Wetness!
an ocean thing and a sex thing.
Barbie the Wet Princess. That's what this should have been called. Yeah. I'm happy with that. I'm gonna dust my hands. That's me done for the day. Hey, I've been stalling for about 10 minutes because
I can tell.
I didn't write down enough notes, and I wanted to keep talking to Steph for longer. But do you guys have any stuff that you'd want to talk about before we put this one in a chest and throw it into the ocean
And forget it forever.
Throw it at a tree?
Legitimately, looking through my ranking, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I will say there were a few scenes of like realism that I appreciated. Like there was one scene where she gets in a fight with her aunt in front of her friend, and that's a very relatable feeling when you are fighting with your family, when your friend's over for dinner, and you kind of have to just like awkwardly kind of like swallow that tension.
Yeah.
And that to me was the pinnacle of the movie.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any funny stories about being in that situation?
I hope Steph does, because I don't.
Because I remember one time I was at a friend's house. While you think, I was at a friend's house one time, and it was some conversation about anime, like that his parents wouldn't let him watch some anime, and he like ran off to his room crying. Now this is like we're like 17. We're like 16, 17.
Right.
And
right.
And so me and another friend that were there were just kind of like, do we leave? So we just walked home. Because I don't want to get in the middle of that.
It's a horrible feeling. I tend to regress into my like 15-year-old self when I'm home. So if a friend ever comes with me, I will literally yell at my mom for offering me like food or like the clothes off her back. I'll be like, "Mom, how dare you? You're such a bitch." And then and she's just like holding a plate of food for me. And my friend's like, "I can't be friends with you." But then when I go to my friend's house, I see that because it's something about girls' relationships with their moms, we just like snap at them. And I notice it with my friends too.
Where's that Barbie movie?
That's a Barbie movie I would actually pay. Maybe I'll write that Barbie movie. You guys should get in touch with the people who make these.
Yeah.
And put me in touch, and I'll write that movie.
I reckon.
Sweet. And you can give us cameos as the dads.
Yeah, the two gay dads.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Steph, it is so within the realms of reason that you could write the next Barbie movie. It is not at all an unrealistic goal.
I was thinking that. I was like this, because every time I watch a really bad movie, I'm like, why couldn't I write this? But then I realized what I'm actually saying is that I just know I'm a bad writer and I could write the bad version of that movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I find shows like Two Broke Girls so inspiring because it's like, I could write this.
Yes. You're just like, it really is that easy.
It's just about who you know.
And I know no one, so those shows are going to keep getting made without me in the writer's room. We have each other,
Yeah, and that's so important.
Well, hey, let's close the book on it there. Steph, speaking of you as a writer, where can people read things you've written or find you online? Where do they go? What do they look up? How do they find you?
Just follow me on Twitter at STEFDAGZ, Steph Dags. I have a weekly newsletter that comes out. Well, it's allegedly weekly. I write it when I feel inspired, which is like once a month actually.
Okay.
But subscribe, whatever. I'm online. I'm just a girl online. That's my whole identity.
Your Twitter handle is America's Ex-Girlfriend, which I think is a very fun sort of internet persona to
What's
claim.
the story there?
The story is that I am the best ex-girlfriend, and I think about this because I'm just going through a breakup. Like,
Yeah.
people want to break up with me because I'm so fun to have as an ex. Like,
Right.
I'm always there. I'm always available, and and in many ways, I'm the world's ex-girlfriend for those reasons. You know.
You can be New Zealand's ex-girlfriend if you want. We can sanction that.
Honestly, if you guys can find me a husband in New Zealand and get me a passport, I will go in a fucking second. I actually have been writing on a sticky note this whole time things you guys are saying because I love New Zealand slang.
Wow.
And I'm gonna remember
What
it.
I feel
What
so
have you written
used.
I've got I'm gonna say it in an accent. I've got mighty sick. How are you going, Stef? And I reckon
Nice.
But at the start when you said it was real hot that we talk like that, I'm now feeling that back toward you, repeating this to us in a Kiwi accent. I don't know what that says about my psyche, but there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there any other anything else you want to hear in our accents or like any other
free
any
show.
other
Free
terms
show.
you want clarified?
Oh man, I don't know. Maybe I'll ask you guys to send me a personal message sometime in the future when I really need it most.
Yeah, really need that pick me up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I reckon that'll be the first time a girl has ever DM'd me and asked me to send her my voice. So I'm moving up in the world. It's
You guys
happening.
need to set your dating apps to the United States, and girls will go absolutely bonkers for your accents. I promise.
It's such a Greek kind of Sophie's Choice kind of thing for me though. Like Richard's got a girlfriend, so he's fine. But I have to risk getting the big disease. Is it it's a disease? Yeah, a virus.
The big disease.
Virus.
Yeah. The big
They
disease.
just call it the big disease over here.
It really begs the question: how truly horny am I? Like, would I cross into the danger zone more so than I ever have before to talk to a girl?
For an American girlfriend? Yeah. It's honestly, as someone who's had COVID, you can do it. It's worth it.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why? Oh God, was es ich sie will auch die Ablässe nicht nur Prozession. Standard in alles aus der Bibel mir, aber ich muss mich wieder, das ist it. This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus,
We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why? I like that in the lyrics of the second one. How Carlisle says we're gonna sing along in our natural voices.
Yeah.
Because as someone who's not a musician, I don't know it really. I wouldn't have. I know what it means, but I wouldn't have thought to put that in the song. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why we pay him the big bucks.
That's why we pay him the big buckaroonies. Richard,
The big buckaroo bonsais.
there's an elephant in this room. I want you to acknowledge it. I refuse to acknowledge it. Feels like you should be the one to acknowledge it.
Acknowledge what?
The elephant.
I have packed on the pounds a little bit, but I wouldn't call myself an elephant.
I would never make.
I've actually lost a little bit of weight recently, so that's good.
You look good, dude. As if I'd be able to tell. I've got like a tiny screen of you on my computer. Show me. Stand up.
Nah.
No.
What elephant in the room could you possibly be referring to?
Bro, I thought it'd be funny if I started drinking an hour and a half ago and prep for this podcast, because this is, hold on, I've got it in front of me. I've actually got the project open. We are coming at you just after we're about 15 minutes till 13 hours. Does that
Yeah.
make sense? Was that a cohesive statement?
Yeah.
So anyone who's listened this far gets to be treated to Drunk AJ making his valiant return to the podcast after a long time. I don't think we ever got drunk again after the hangover. I think I've maybe
Not on the podcast, but in our personal lives. So I've been known to enjoy a snifter of brandy at Christmas.
What's that from?
The Simpsons.
Oh yeah. Yes, it
A
is.
life insurance policy, and he asks if he drinks.
Yeah. It's good. It's good stuff. I've been watching a lot of The Simpsons. Been watching a lot of BoJack Horseman. Started BoJack Horseman per your
About
years-long recommendation. And I've also... Do you know what else I've been watching a lot of?
Porn.
Yeah, that's true. But I've also been watching Barbie, which is less exciting than porn.
It depends what you're into, I guess.
I'm into porn.
I very much want to go on the record.
Do you want to know the biggest coincidence that's ever happened to me? Can we go on tangents? Will you allow me
AJ,
a
if you
tangent?
don't keep this to, what is it, Barbie and the Secret Door, I'm gonna blow my lid.
One of the first times I ever went on our tip of my tongue, which is a subreddit where you go to like sort of describe something you vaguely remember. Yeah, and people go like, "Oh, this is what you're talking about." I went on there once just for no reason. I was just bored, and someone was like, "A movie set in a post-apocalypse where the main character runs towards Saturn at the end." Which the answer to that question is it's The Quiet Earth, the 1985 Jeff Murphy New Zealand film, The Quiet Earth. And I was like, I know the answer to this. So already by coincidence, I know the answer to it, just a random question on our tip of my tongue. So I click on it, and one of the top comments is, "You're thinking of Teenage Cavemen. It's a softcore porno from the mid-2000s."
Mm-hmm.
And Richard, I'd seen it. I'd seen Teenage Cavemen like when I was 12.
Yeah.
I'd seen it on TV at a sleepover. So it was one of those like jackpot moments where like you've got a friend staying over and you turn on TV and a softcore porn is on. Like, hell yeah, you know? But like I'd seen it years earlier. So I by chance went on tip of my tongue one day. There was someone describing a movie I had seen that week. I went on to answer it and saw one of the answers already was a obscure softcore porno that I'd seen 10 years earlier. Like all of the stuff, like all of these movies are obscure, and I had to be in the right place at the right time. It's the biggest coincidence that's ever happened to me.
Big coincidences. I can't think of any.
How Abraham Lincoln's son his life was saved by John Wilkes Booth's dad.
Yeah, I was thinking more ones that it was his brother, I believe.
Oh wow, okay.
Edwin Booth. Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of ones that have happened to me, but I can't think of any. I know there definitely have been some.
It's probably you don't even realize.
I remember I ran into someone I went to school with. I ran into them twice on separate occasions in Australia, where having no idea that they were in Australia at the same time as me.
Yeah, that stuff like that. Yeah. Jesus, oh God, why?
All right, Barbie and the Secret Door.
Jesus, is that a funny title to you?
Barbie and the Secret Door.
I hear Secret Door, I think of the Secret Door episode of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Do you remember that one?
No. Well, according to the voice of Samantha, Ariel Talayo, if you look on her resume, it says they call it Barbie, the Princess and the Secret Door.
That's a bad title. A lot of these films do not hide what they used to be called. You can find their working titles all over the Barbie wiki.
What's this about?
Okay, so this is a Barbie plays a princess story. She is a princess and she's real nervous that she's got to do a dance and be all princess-like. And then one day her grandma tells her a story about a secret door which would give her magic, and she walks away thinking about getting magic. And then she finds the secret door. She goes through the secret door, and then the story starts, which is there's a little girl princess who has taken magic away from people, and she's turned all the fairies and all the mermaids into human, normal people. Not all of them, but some of them. And she's after the unicorns. So that's right, everybody. We're 28 films into Barbie, and this one's just cramming all the different on-brand Barbie ideas together. You've got unicorns, you've got fairies, you've got mermaids. They're all here, they're all turned up. And Barbie, because she's a princess, she's magic. Everyone knows that all princesses have magical powers. So she has to sort of learn how to be magic properly and take down the little girl princess and save this mystical land she's discovered through the secret door. And she does so, and then goes back through the secret door. And now she can dance with her real friends.
So this is the second Barbie film to feature secret in its title. The first
After
being,
Fairy Secret.
Yeah, very good. Very good. This also, monumentous occasion, this is the first Barbie movie to be directed by a woman.
Oh, was it this one? I
Yeah.
thought it was Rock and Roller. Is this Karen someone?
Karen J. Lloyd.
Oh, okay, I must have missed the director. I feel bad because I also want to say this is one of the worst ones.
Wow. Yeah, the one that you're like, who cares about this dumb movie? I'm going to get drunk to talk about it, and it's bad. And sometimes AJ, the facade shows of this kind of woke, feminist facade that you put on.
You couldn't think of a synonym for facade.
I
and
forgot
that's-
that I'd already said it.
That's no, look, I thought this one, as I said, it just crams everything. And do you know what? It's the worst musical. Do you agree? Of the musical ones.
You're really going to make me pull up my ranking, aren't you?
I'm gonna make you do it, Richard, because you need to start caring a little bit more about this podcast, frankly.
You need to start caring a little bit less about appearing woke and a little bit more about actually being woke.
Wow, that's actually legitimately true. I think I sometimes I try to do my best, but sometimes,
22nd I put this out of 30 that I've watched.
Do you mind if I reveal mine?
Oh, here we go. The facade strikes again.
Oh shit, I ranked them all recently to make the thumbnail. List order. Okay, no, that's fine. I put this 29th.
Oh.
So I thought this one was just real bad. I thought it was the worst music. Can you remember any of the songs?
I've got magic.
Magic, magic. She's like, she says something about a cabbage. Hold up.
I've got cabbage.
I wrote Barbie.
Oh, there's also an I Want It All song.
That's good. That's the villain song.
Oh,
That's
yes,
a good
now I
one.
remember this film, yeah.
Yeah. So
I
there's a line.
liked elements of this one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wait, I looked up cabbage and it's not in here. I can make the flowers bloom. I can change the colors to the pink. No, there must be a different song. Secret door lyrics.
I Want It All on the Barbie wiki page for I Want It All, which is the villain song. The villain in this is like a little girl, like a bratty little Veruca Salt type.
Yeah.
And she sings a song called I Want It All. And according to the trivia, the song somehow pays tribute to the British rock band Queen. Most likely its song I Want It All.
The song I'm thinking of is called If I Had Magic, which she sings immediately before she gets magic. And one of the lines is, I'd make a chocolate lake, I'd turn cabbage into cake. I'd text without mistakes. Lol, yeah. I don't remember that line.
Yeah, I actually really liked that the villain, that it was a bratty young girl. I think that's a great idea for a villain, especially for a Barbie movie, because every girl watching this, even if they are one of these girls, knows that kind of girl.
Yeah,
and so it's the same kind of thing with what's her face in Harry Potter,
Hermione.
Imelda Staunton's character. What's her name?
Umbridge,
Dolores Umbridge. It's like her, where there's elements in Umbridge that everyone's met someone like that who's micromanagey and just gets under your skin. And it's the same kind of thing. Everyone knows that bratty, entitled, and annoying girl. And so it's a cool idea for a villain, and it's almost like a Kylo Ren kind of thing, where you have an emotionally stunted villain, and that makes them more scary.
Her name is Malusha. Hey, bada bing, Malusha, where's the cannoli? Colony. Can I do a dramatic reading of the lyrics for you?
A dramatic reading of Where's the Colony?
Of I Want It All.
Okay.
Sung by Princess Malusha. There's nothing that's more tragic than a princess without magic. That's a good line. And so I must take what I need from you. It may seem an imposition, but hello, I'm on a mission. There's no one who can stop me, and there's nothing you can do. I want it all, I want it now. Don't tell me no, just tell me how. You see this crown? It means bow down. What I want is very small. I want it all, that's all. Getting more magical every day. La 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 la. I'm totally taking my breath away. Yeah. I know that you're going to feel okay because it's better for me. I want it all. I want it now. Don't make it small. Just make it wow. Life has its dings. Ooh, thanks for the wings. But you'll still get around because you can crawl. I want it all. Can't wait till we find the unicorns, 'cause there's so much magic inside their horns. It's gonna be like I have been reborn, when all the magic's mine. Mine. I want it all, I want it now, so just relax, don't have a cow. It is my fate to be so great. For me to rise, you're gonna have to fall. It might just leave you curled up in a ball, and my request is very small. I want it all. All inclusive.
I want it all.
The whole enchilada with a cherry on top. That's all. I remembered really not liking this movie, and now I'm like, why didn't I like it? It's pretty good.
We interrupt this Barbie podcast to bring you more Barbie content. The little segment you've just heard, you might have been wondering, wait a minute, what about the merchandise? Which
Richard,
is what AJ asked me.
Yeah. Drunk AJ certainly wasn't wondering about that, but 2 days later, sober AJ is wondering about that. So tell me about the merchandise for Barbie and the Secret Door.
So it's not really anything interesting. Okay, so Barbie and the Secret Door is kind of like a greatest hits of Barbie dolls that we've seen up until now. There's one that you push her chest and it lights up, a la Katy Perry and Firework. Or the Electric Six's gay bar. Danger High Voltage.
High Voltage.
Yeah. And it sings, I've got magic.
God, I'd forgotten that song until right now.
Yeah, it's been a while. And then there's a mermaid one where it's like you pull her hoodie down, it turns into a tail. There's another one that just has like kind of retractable fairy wings that fly up.
Richard, I'm going to take this opportunity while we're still in the Secret Door section of the episode to give you a review of Secret Door that drunk AJ's impeded memory couldn't give you, but sober AJ is like, that was the funniest piece of content I got out of it that I forgot to mention. I'm going to absolutely hijack this segment.
This is why you made us do
no,
this.
I actually only thought of doing this like an hour ago. we have essentially a Google Doc with each of these films, acquired through different means, and some of them we've had to find other places because they've been too out of sync.
That's a good point. We didn't mention this.
Or whatever. This one on the Google Doc was in another language, so
yeah, it was in Greek.
I set out to try find a stream that worked, and the only one I could find was a horrendously cropped version where the audio quality had been lowered to like 96 bit rate, and they had adjusted the brightness so that only the middle of the screen was like spotlighted and the rest was really dark. It was insane. It felt like I was watching a cam rip of a Barbie film. And you actually found a better stream and started watching that about halfway through the one I was watching. And I was just like, you know what? No, this is what I need to be watching this far in. This is emblematic of my mood. So anyway, let's get back to AJ about to throw up from... Do you want to know what I drank? I drank a cider, some wine, and some shots of absinthe.
Wow.
So
that'll do it.
Yeah, that did do it.
Yeah. I remember, like, this is one of the kind of nothing movies for me where you watch it and you go, fuck, did I just watch that? And when I saw the two movies we're coming here to talk about now, I was like, oh my God, The Secret Door. Have we not spoken about this yet?
Yeah.
It feels like I watched this a century ago.
The Secret Door, I think what I didn't like about it is it just feels like we've watched 28 films now, and it's like we're really still doing princesses and unicorns and mermaids
and wanting it all.
Fairies and wanting it all, and it's like, I'm sick of this. Do you know, okay, here it is, Richard. Here is the ultimate critique of the Barbie series.
I don't want to hear it.
You're not ready?
No.
I'll say it.
No!
Here it is.
All right, say it.
And tell me if you agree. And I apologize if this is controversial or like bigoted. But there doesn't need to be 37 of them.
That's bigoted.
Yeah. I think it's because this is not a franchise that exists because people are clamoring for the next movie in the series. This is a franchise which exists because every couple of years their target audience grows out of the movies and they've got to keep making them to get the new age demographic. Yeah? So the reason why we're seeing the same fucking subject matter repeated over and over again is because there's no pressure on them to do anything different. Here's what you do. You do ponies, you do magic, you do fairies, you do mermaids. If you haven't done ponies, you can do unicorns. You can maybe do like a band, like music. You can do princesses. And anything, that's it. That's all. That's the Barbie buzzword. That's what this movie is. The buzzword, one. Barbie buzzword. What am I forgetting?
Well, I think there should be a superhero one.
Are we really up to that already? I feel like we've just started, and I'm looking at my timeline. We've been recording for 17 minutes.
I don't have much to say. Well, I mean, like, spoilers. The next one we are about to talk to is a superhero one. That wasn't necessarily a segue, but it was also kind of my main talking point for the Barbie movies, for Princess Power, is that I've been waiting for a superhero one. It feels like It feels like we've been missing out on it.
My beard, the doctor, the hairdresser cut it so that one half is longer than the other, and it has created a parting of the. Can you see?
The hair doctor.
The hair doctor. Can you see?
Yeah, I can.
It's real bad. It's sloppy work. I feel like an idiot.
You look like an idiot. And you smell like 1, 2.
Happy birthday. All right, what last thing on Secret Door?
Yeah.
I think that what did you think? Did you like it? Or no, you've already talked about
this.
No,
I didn't like it. I liked elements of it,
yeah.
Specifically the villain.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah.
a fun twist on kind of the 2 or 3 kind of types of villain we've seen up until now.
That's like the lone good idea this movie has, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that I've said this already, but when you've watched this many Barbie movies and you get to this one, it's like, all right, come on. And you smell like 1, 2. We're watching 37
Nice
fucking
save.
Barbie movies.
Very good save there.
Shall I just sing the music now?
Yeah,
I'll play it at the same
I
time.
didn't realize it was put between every single film. I thought it was just going between our recording breaks. But so
Yeah.
I didn't realize that how much our listeners are gonna have to hear it.
All right.
Which is very
I'm
funny to me.
I'm gonna sing it as we play it.
Okay.
I gotta find it. Wait, it's over here. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
This is a
Barbie
Barbie
theme song
theme
for
song
a Barbie movie. Talking along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Thank you, Carlisle.
What about me?
And AJ.
Oi, my dad just messaged me. How cringe is that?
What did he say?
He said, hey.
Ooh.
Fuck off, Dad. He won't listen this far and it's fine.
All right, so next up we've got Barbie in Princess Power.
Hell yeah, dude. This one kind of was kind of good.
It kind
Oh,
of
no.
slaps.
It kind of slaps. No, here's the thing. Have I said here's the thing a bunch of times? Maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
In your life, yes.
Here's the thing. Barbie Princess Power is maybe not that good, but it's the first time in 10 movies we've seen them do a new thing.
Yeah.
And for that reason, it's currently ranked number 3 on my ranking.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll say it.
Fuck it, I'm going to put it at number 3 too.
It's good.
It is. What's this one about?
I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
It's the superhero one.
Yeah.
So Barbie is a princess. What's her name?
Cara of Windermere.
What? Okay. Anyway, Barbie, she's like a princess for this. She's a princess, and the castle, the castle itself is very old, like maybe like fantasy world kind of castle, but then the town, the kingdom that they rule over is just modern day. It's a very strange world. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like there's just industry and cars and things in the actual city. But the kind of like one of the people who works for the kingdom is evil, and he creates a magical potion which he plans to use to like overthrow the kingdom, maybe. But he accidentally spills it, and it drips onto through the gutter and onto a caterpillar, and the caterpillar turns into a beautiful butterfly.
It was a very hungry caterpillar, I think, was
Yeah.
putting it.
And the caterpillar turns into a beautiful butterfly, and the butterfly is imbued with the magic powers, and it flies up to Barbie and kisses Barbie on the cheek.
Oh.
And Barbie is then imbued with these magic powers. Barbie can now fly. She has superpowers. And so she starts saving the day.
All the
There's
powers of a butterfly.
There's a scene where she goes into town, and in a scene which reminded me a lot of Final Destination, a bunch of like construction worker poles like fall over, and Barbie then flies around circumventing several disasters that could just easily happen, like all within the space of like 30 seconds. And so she becomes known as a superhero, and that superhero's name is Super Sparkle.
Super Sparkle.
Which, if I was writing a Barbie superhero movie and someone put a gun to my face, Richard, and they said, come up with a Barbie superhero name, I'd be like, oh, Super Sparkle! But one of the other ladies, like royalty that lives at the castle, is jealous of Super Sparkle. So she works out how she got her powers, and then makes the butterfly kiss her. And so she becomes a superhero as well, but she's Dark Sparkle.
Yeah.
And they sort of go off at each other, but then at the end, they team up to defeat the bad guy and then circumvent a lava from a nearby volcano. Instead of hitting the town, it goes into the water.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that the movie?
Yeah. I can also give you a transcript of the movie. So this is how the transcript's written. Whoa, woohoo, whoa, 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 yeah, all right, woo, yeah, woohoo. Madison, Michaela, this is awesome. Best invention ever. I told you that modifying the wing load ratio would generate a much higher lift. Good call, although I told you that streamlining the airfoil would not only look better, but lower the drag coefficient, and you were so right, but I was right first. Guys, I think I found it, the perfect spot for my community garden project. I'm going in for a closer look. Whoa, Kara, watch your descent. Ease back on the throttle or the engine might stall. Feels fine to me. You guys worry too much. Whoa, Kara, purge the fuel pump, trim the rudder. It goes on like this. I assume the whole film is a monologue based on this transcript.
Someone should use it for like their third form drama assessment.
So anyway, that's another fun delving into the transcript section of these films.
This has a fun song in it. This movie.
How does it go?
It's not song. It's not sung by the people in the movie, but it's like score for the movie, and it goes, "Whoa, this is the coolest thing ever." And I was like, "Yeah, this is the coolest thing ever." I thought that was fun. Most of all, I think I was just stoked to see a Barbie movie in my language. You know, the language of a superhero movie. And when this came out, 2014.
Yeah, 2015. I didn't tell you what fucking the Secret Door has on Rotten Tomatoes.
I'm the drunk one, dude. You're the one that needs to take care of this. I
didn't write any notes for this one. To be fair,
it's funny that 2015 is like the Barbie company being like, all right, we need to do a superhero one, Avengers.
Secret Door.
Like, took them that
Secret
long?
Door has 78%.
They all do.
Barbie.
Name a Barbie movie that doesn't have 78%. Go ahead, I'll wait.
The Princess Power, actually.
What's that have?
Guess.
100% on
No,
Rotten Tomatoes. Critic score.
In your drunken mind. In your
Critic
drunken
score.
mind, what would be the first number that would come to your head?
69.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm going to go 69 some chicks. Such a lame thing to say. Like, imagine like you're at a party and you're drunk and then some guy's like, I'm going to go 69 a girl. Like, that's his ambition. That's what he's setting out to do at the party.
I don't know. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I've never had a 69, have you?
Yes.
Is it any good? I feel like it wouldn't be that good.
I mean, I don't want to get too deep into my my sexual preferences.
Into your own dick hole.
But
it's not that deep to tell me if it's good or not.
I feel quite strongly about it, and I don't want to reveal which way.
that implies you're into it, I think. But you don't have to answer that.
What do you What did you
I
think?
like how your ego is like, yeah, I've had one, but I'm not going to tell you if I like it or not. Like, it's important to let everyone know.
No,
you've
you
done
asked me a question.
No, I know, but it's funny. Yeah, okay, all right. But it's funny. It's funny thinking of like the information you're willing to divulge and the information you're not.
Well, one's fact and one's opinion.
Right.
And
okay.
so I'm giving you a fact, but I'm withholding an opinion.
So if you were like, AJ, have you ever eaten shit? I could say, yeah, I have. And if you said, AJ, did you like it? I could say, I'm not telling. But if I'm not telling, you know, I think people can work out the answer for themselves. I haven't eaten shit. I don't think so.
I do not understand your little analogy you just did.
When you know, people talk about when they go to heaven, they want to see like the stats of their life. Have you ever heard people talk about that?
Yeah.
The stat that I think about all the time is
how much shit have I eaten?
How much shit have I accidentally eaten in my life? Because it must have been some.
It's not none.
It's not none, right? You'd agree, right? Like, through
for
whatever
you,
circumstance. I've never intentionally done it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I've accidentally, maybe like follicles got in my beard or something. Well,
there'll be follicles, and
that's what I'm talking. I want to see all
like
compacted
every
into one
poop
place.
particle that you ever ingested. If you were to condense it. It would be like a little tiny ball. It would be like a couple of grams at most.
Yeah, I don't want to see a graph, though. I want to see a jar or several jars, depending, containing the poop collated together.
All of my stats when I think about that all involve missed
How many
opportunities.
69s you've had?
Well, I know the answer to that. I don't.
Imagine if you've had 69 69s.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to talk about. Is that
that's the dream?
I made it, so I had this many, and now I'm never doing it. Anyway, yeah, mine are all about to do with missed opportunities. I was I would want to. If I get to heaven, if there's an afterlife, and and you could ask any kind of questions about your life, I would want to see parallel realities if I'd made different choices.
Do you think a lot about missed opportunities? Have you got ones that you can point to and be like, that was a missed opportunity?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna tell
It's
you.
called my entire life.
It's called 69s I didn't go for. Because I love 69 so much.
I think about that a lot.
I've got a couple, but they're things that don't necessarily matter to me now. I think.
Well, there's a lot that are there's a few that are oh my god, I made the wrong decision. But there's a lot that I'm just like for instance, I got into 2 high schools, and you try and get to high school, and I often wonder what my life would have been like had I gone to the other one, because the other one was actually the high school you went to.
No shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and so I would have been the year above you in high school.
Friends. We wouldn't have been friends.
We might not have been.
Because you were pretty different in high school, from what I've seen.
In some ways.
Whereas I was pretty similar.
I think deep down I was similar. I
imagine me, but I was Christian.
But true, we wouldn't have been friends. But also I think that because you become a victim of your surroundings, and so I went to a school that didn't have a media studies course, and stuff like that, and I just the friend groups that I made, because I was an emo. Had longer hair and everything, but I always hung out with jocks. It was weird. I was always close mates with the jocks. And
it's because clicks are lies, dude. It's not real. It's just
it was
Hollywood.
it was the jocks. I was their one kind of fringe friend. And then
that's a great pun. That's a great pun. Casinos,
but it was funny because I was talking to someone about this the other day. But I used to do archery in high school. I might have mentioned this on the podcast before, but I used to do archery because it was Wednesday afternoon was sport day, and if you had sport, you would go off and do that. Otherwise, you had to go to class. And so all the jocks are I'm in the first 15 or whatever, they have, and then I'd be sitting at the same table with them we've all got sport this afternoon. I've got to go down to archery. And part of me, and it's I was in on the joke that it's not as sporty, and I think because a few of them were oh, fucking Richard, it's not a real sport. And I'm that's why I'm doing this, because it's funny.
Yeah. That's cool.
All right, well, here we are again. I also forgot to do the merchandise thing in this part.
We both forgot. I don't blame you. No, I didn't remind you.
Yeah, it is your fault. I agree. But so we got fuck, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, Barbie and Princess Power. You've got it's a Barbie doll that you push a button on her chest, located between her breasts, and the top half of the doll spins around, and a cape Batman has kind of a rigid cape. It's like that, and it similar to the ones from the that we've seen before, like in Barbie in the Secret Door, with like retractable kind of wings. But it's pretty cool that you could just like push one button and she fucking flips around.
Yeah, awesome. All right, back to the madness unfolding 2 days ago. The biggest missed opportunity that my mind always goes to was something that I used to consider a missed opportunity but don't now. And that was like start of high school. There was a girl who I was good friends with who like, I sort of was like
Was it?
No. How do you know who that is?
I mean, what if her profile pic? You can bleep her name, but I got a notification like a couple of days ago. That was this person I don't really remember meeting. I remember being vaguely aware of, and it was like 10 years ago. She wrote on your wall saying, "Look at my profile picture." And I was like, what was it? So I went back through her profile pictures, found her one from 10 years ago, and it's a picture of me and her. And I don't remember actually. I remember knowing who she was and her knowing who I am, but I don't remember when or where we actually met. But there's a photo of it.
I cast in the web series pilot I made in high school, playing the girlfriend of the character I based on me.
Nice.
No, there was a girl I was good friends with, and I was a very good friend to her during a very difficult time for her.
Right, and so you think she owed you sex?
Of course. No, she expressed gratitude for me being there for her. And I really liked her, and I didn't know how to, and maybe she didn't like me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I didn't know how to utilize that or to push that in any direction. And like, we're good friends now, so it's not like it's something I regret now. But for a long time, I was like, God, because there was this weird like off the rails patch not long after that. And it was like that was like, I kind of see that as a crossroads in my life, where it's like if I'd done something different, I could have landed what I would one day see as the girl of my dreams. I don't anymore, but like in high school, right?
Yeah.
But that didn't happen, and now I don't have a girlfriend, and it's great.
That's not true. You hate it.
That's well, you must fucking hate it, bro. Eh? I tell you, like watching, I've started to feel a lot like the Barbie movies are becoming a metaphor for my life. Because
I get worse and worse.
No, I watched something like Princess Power, and I'm like, fuck yeah, this movie's awesome. But in the macro, it's like, in this shitty situation I'm in,
right,
watching 37 Barbie movies, I'd like, this one's pretty good. And I feel like that's
what would be like analogous to Princess Power for something in your life?
Like, I've had some pretty, like, we've never really gone into this on the podcast before. And I would mean a lot to me if you could just not even make a joke and agree with me here.
I'm not going to do
It's
that.
like, my romantic life has been, like, considerably unlucky, right?
Right.
Like, there have been things where it's like, it's been in the bag and then something's gone wrong and everyone around me is like, phew, how did that happen?
Yeah.
And it's never really been my fault either. It's always been, it's my fault in as much as like the investment I've put into pursuing certain girls. But like, in terms of like what has happened, it's been, in my opinion now at least, I think a lot of the time it's been the person I've pursued has like, not being completely upfront, or they've not treated me with the way you should deal with a situation where you get bored of someone, right?
Yeah.
A lot of girls have gotten bored of me. It's a commonality in my life. I've started to get triggered by being called kind, because the last like 3 girls who have rejected me in the last couple of years have said, "You're a kind person. You look kind." And I'm like, great. And I understand the dangerous ground that this conversation is on, right? Like, you should want to be kind and you should want friends in your life. And I absolutely was the kind of 17-year-old that wore a fedora and complained about the friend zone, but I'm not anymore. But
now you're 27 and you do those things.
Yeah. But like one thing that constantly happens is like if like a romantic situation falls through, and a considerably big one did fall through about a year ago for me. If you, I mentioned this on the Discord, but didn't reveal it. I'll reveal it now. If you want to see a exercise in how to hide your emotions for performing, go back and listen to the RoboCop episode, because I am 2 days after having my heart broken worse than it has ever been broken before.
Not even 2 days. It was like that day.
It was like during, and I remember we started the like Skype call or the Google Hangout, and you were like, "How are you feeling?" And I was just like, "Let's not talk about this. Let's pretend to be happy for this episode of the podcast."
Yeah.
So if you want to hear me being actually literally, and I say this without exaggeration, the saddest I've ever been, go back and listen to RoboCop.
Yeah. But also, it is funny because you mentioned that on the Discord but didn't reveal what episode it was. You did say on the Discord that like, oh, there's an episode that was recorded like while I was going through having my heart broken, and someone immediately was like, is it RoboCop?
And I just didn't reply, but I was like, damn it, because he wasn't even saying it because it was obvious.
Yeah,
it was
more to do with the time frame.
Yeah. So a lot. This is all to say. This
so
happens to me a lot.
Congratulations to I can't remember who it was, but
I think it was Dan from Hawaii. It might not have been.
Yeah, he's pretty onto it.
This is all to say. If
he's
you want
very
to peek,
emotionally mature, that man. Dan from Hawaii.
And a peek behind the curtain, I have a very tumultuous romantic life. Nothing seems to go right for me, and I know a lot of people probably feel that way. And I'm not invalidating or validating any of that. It's just something that happens to me.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the time, it'll be like, I'll be like complaining about something that's happened to me, and the person I'm talking to, like a friend who I'm like sort of bearing my soul to, and to your credit, you've never done this, but
nice.
A friend will be like, well, at least da-da-da-da-da, or look on the bright side, at least you didn't have da-da-da-da-da. I had a friend the other day say to me, you've got, like, this is specifically about this relationship that fell through a year and a bit ago. They said to me, like, you've got to stop thinking like it was ever perfect. You know, things like that. And it's like, everyone who talks to me about this is in a relationship. And it's like, the only reason you have to find a reason why there's maybe a silver lining here is because it went bad. If this didn't go bad, you would not have to think of, like, have to contrive some other reason. And so in a similar sense, watching 37 Barbie movies, I'm like, this one's pretty good, but it's pretty good in the context of watching 37 2 out of 10 movies.
When you get a girlfriend, I'm going to be like, yeah, but, and then just point out her flaws.
That's great. I'll need that. I'll really need that. And like, it's. I went to counselling for this particular. I wouldn't call it a breakup because tragically it didn't get as far as being official, so I couldn't call it a breakup. And I went to counselling for it. It's the first time I've ever gone to counselling, and like, it was so like. It didn't help. It didn't help because the counselor I saw just didn't really get it. Or she was like still, I think, a trainee, and it didn't work out very well. But like, I eventually stopped going to counseling because I was like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. You know, and that's sort of how. Like, if you're wondering about me now, I'm probably more or less over this specific girl. A few things happened which allowed me to move on. Namely, she finally replied to me after several unreplied to texts for about a year. It wasn't all the time. It was like every few months. So I'm mostly over her now, but I'm still kind of like in this limbo. And yeah, and it's the same with the counselor, and it's the same with like my friends trying to make me feel better. And it's like, I don't really want to hear why this is a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
that doesn't
sometimes
help.
you just need to be sad. If Inside Out taught us anything, it's that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's okay to feel sad, and it's an important emotion, and it's important to learn how to deal with it.
I one of the most
and the thing is, some people, like, you know, these friends of yours, that could just be the way they deal with it, is like being like, well, look for the good stuff. And yeah, I find, I don't know, sometimes you just have to let yourself be sad. And like there's times, it was a professional thing, you know, like that went wrong, start of last year, and yeah, it was like one of the worst I've ever felt about, like, you know, this kind of thing. It was something I poured my heart and soul into, and then it blew up in my face.
It was a podcast idea, and I was like, no, Richard, we're not doing it. I'm kidding. It wasn't that.
And I remember talking to people about it, and they're like, it was something I'd made, and it was supposed to be, you know, presented, and it wasn't, because it obviously didn't mean as much to the person I was making it for. But this is like in a professional capacity.
Well, you've talked about it on the show before.
I think I have.
Like we can. It was a TV show.
Oh, not even that. This is a different thing. The TV show that got taken away from me. And then, yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish. They just contributed to 2020 being a shit year for me professionally, until I got a job and a massive pay rise at the end of it.
What's the one you're talking about?
So I made a series of videos.
Yes.
So fully did them, and it was like, and that was the thing as well, is that they were supposed to be played on TV, and then they just were kind of like, it seemed like that,
forgotten about.
Forgotten about, and I poured my heart and soul into them, and it's like one of those things. It's hard not to take personally, because I'd written them, I'd voiced them, I'd cut them, I did everything for them, kind of thing. And then people are like, you know, well, you've still got them and all this, and it's like, I actually just need you to let me be sad for a bit.
And also, in the world of content creation, it's not good enough to just be like, you made it, you should be happy about that. It's like, no. The fact that Cult Popture itself has, like, never really hit the big time in like a dramatic way is devastating. You know, and like I was talking to a friend the other day, and they were like, but do you get something out of it for yourself? And it's like, well, surely I must. I'm doing a half a day long podcast, which would suggest
more than
that
half a day.
Yeah,
it's already more than half a day, and we still have 8 movies to go.
Surely that's such a little number compared to 37, though. How good is that? Like, surely I must get something out of podcasting if we've been doing it for this long and haven't hit the big time. Yeah, PS5. But, like, you know, and it's like, it's whatever that is, it still isn't better than...
Yeah, well, I remember like, the overwhelming thing I felt, and people were like, that's ridiculous that you're feeling this, but the overwhelming kind of emotion I felt was that I felt embarrassed that I cared or that I tried. Like, to me, it was so... I felt like I'd made myself so vulnerable by trying really hard and by telling everyone that I'd done this thing, and then it, you know, didn't end up happening, that I felt stupid. I felt embarrassed that people were turning on the TV to watch the thing I made, and it wasn't going to be there.
I can understand that.
And yeah, I remember I had a few days off work, and I cried, and I was like, you know, I cry maybe once every 2 years. And I was like, I put on videos that make me sad. I listen to music that makes me sad. And I was like, today I'm going to cry. And it's very therapeutic. And I know some people are going to say that, you know, like, you should cry more and stuff like that. But
I can't. I can't.
But yeah, like I crying to me is like it's like an annual or biennial ritual that it's like, you know, I need to take half a day at least and have that be all I do that day. But yeah, the TV show thing, that was a whole different kettle of fish. I almost made a TV show. In fact, I told, it got so close that I was willing to announce publicly on the podcast that I was making it. And I don't think I even updated on the podcast what happened. If you're not on the Discord or if you didn't see it, the show didn't get made. Because we went into lockdown a week before we were supposed to start shooting. And then the network said to us, don't worry, money's not going anywhere.
We can just make it later in the year. Got back and they said, sorry, the money's gone. You actually are never allowed to make the show. And not only that, but someone who I had contacted who was well aware of the show I was making took the idea from me and made it during lockdown, and they got 5 times as much money to make it over Zoom as I was getting to make it in a studio. And yeah, that was ridiculous. But then I think I was just so like, the fact that it got taken from me, like, because it ended up being, it's very stressful. And so when it was cancelled at the start of lockdown, I was a bit like, well, on one hand, it's like, we're all in this together and I'm losing out on this thing, but it was also going to be a lot of stress and a lot of work. But I can do it. I'll have more time to prepare now. And then when I got back and the idea had already been like stolen from me during lockdown, I was just kind of like, forget it. I've tried so hard already this year and it hasn't worked out. There's no point. And then I ended up like right at the end of the year getting a new job and, having to kind of reignite having passion for my work, which was like a real like thing I had to struggle with over, because I had a lot of leave that I had to take. And so I took it 3 weeks off over the break, and it was actually like I felt myself at towards the end of the year being like, I don't know if I'm excited for this new job because I'm so cynical about my professional career that I had to take those 3 weeks off and really take stock, and so I could come back feeling passionate about what I was doing.
Yeah. Do you want to know the most real I've ever felt?
When?
This is in 2014. And it was a different situation, but a girl I really, really liked had sort of, cut things off at the past with me. And there were some friends around and they were trying to make me feel better. And it was sort of like the middle of winter. And I was like, I'm going to go chop wood for the fire. And I went outside and I held an axe in my hand and I started chopping up like these pallets. Have you ever chopped wood before?
Not in a long time, but yes.
So one thing that maybe you won't realize if you don't chop wood is like you've got to kind of throw your whole self into it. Like you can't just like smack. You've got to like lose yourself in the swing almost to do it. And I started doing that, and it started raining as I was doing that, and I just screamed while I was chopping wood in the rain. Man.
Fuck, imagine.
And
Was it nighttime?
Yes.
Oh my god, imagine fucking being next door and looking out the window and just seeing this man.
Yeah. But it was the most cathartic thing ever, and it made me feel like if I can feel this much pain, maybe it means I can feel this much love, whatever the opposite of pain is.
Unpain.
Like the sheer wealth.
That means if I could feel this much pain, I can inflict this much pain. He just got this axe.
But like if I can feel this sheer depth of human emotion, I could potentially feel the same heights, right? And so that kept me going for a while. But I don't know, sometimes, man, I wonder if like Cult Popture's all I've got, and you're all I've got. And the podcast is all I've got, and even that's never really done. It's done well enough for us to justify doing a 17-hour podcast, I guess. So that's
the
cool.
thing. I've been telling people about this. Not anyone who's going to leak it, obviously, because we kept this a surprise until now. But and we're talking about my podcast. It's like it's good enough that this isn't a stupid idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and like if you're listening this far in, tell people to listen to this, man. I'm hoping that this will get there. But yeah, I don't know, man. I've to be honest, let everyone know I feel like I feel very unfulfilled a lot of the time, and I want to try change that this year. I want to try find whatever fulfillment is.
I feel like you're just going to learn that it comes from within or something like that, and then you've got to get to the end of the year, and you're like, I wasted the whole like fucking year.
Yeah, something bullshit like that.
Yeah, no, it's actually like, it's toys.
Yeah, it's fucking like it's more Barbie movies. It's actually 40 Barbie movies. That's what fulfillment is.
Yeah. All right. Well, so that's Barbie and Princess Power.
I don't feel I've watched Princess Power, but I don't feel princess empowered, you know?
And that's really that's the one thing I think that people should take away from this. It is funny that we decided to have this D&M. I heard another term for this recently.
Were we together when we heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh,
It was
DMC,
like
deep and meaningful. Yeah, it was. I think it was on the Discord, and someone said DMC, and from context, I figured it must mean deep and meaningful conversation. We just call them D&Ms here in New Zealand, but I feel like because we've known this was coming, but this tone in the podcast. And we chose to do it on Princess Power, a film I was fairly excited about, not on Barbie and a Secret Door, a film which I had nothing to say about when we started until I remember what the villain looked like.
Yeah. No, the villain was in Princess Power. No, it wasn't.
Here
You're right,
comes drunk AJ again.
He's back! He's back and he needs to pee!
All right. Well, should we move on then to whatever the next film is?
Yeah, I guess. What difference does it make, Richard? It's all Barbie. It's Barbie all the way down.
Barbie all the way down.
My life is Barbie.
My life is a teenage Barbie. AJ in Barbie.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
We didn't clap
Cool.
at the same time. Is that fine?
We did.
Okay, great.
Trust me. This is the wonders of recording online. Richard and I live in different cities in New Zealand, so we've been recording remotely for a number of years, and it never sounds right, but you know, I do a lot of editing work on it, so
Where
I'll
do
get
you
it
guys live?
sounding all right.
I live in Auckland.
I live in Christchurch.
Nice.
All right, and here we are to talk about Barbie and Rock and Royals. Now to bring us back from that weird hole we dug ourselves into.
I'm okay now. I'm a little bit hungover, but I'm okay now.
And to help drag us out of this pit is Grace Jarvis, the Melbourne comedian who originally from Toowoomba.
This is great. This is great content. That's my bio. That's all
relevant.
I tell people.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Where I live, where I previously lived.
Yeah, and you've got your Kiwi blood and your parents in the army or something.
Oh yeah, yep, that's it. That's me.
This is all information we were just told before recording started. A
God,
minute
you made me
ago.
sound like a psycho. I'm just trying to give context for my sort of.
No, this is what Grace wanted us to introduce her as this entire long.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then she's
God.
like, "Oh, and I'll deny it, and it'll be a whole thing."
We get it.
Yeah. All right. So, Barbie and Rock and Royals. This is what, the 30th Barbie movie? Yes, we've made it.
Dude, that means there's only 7 left. That's such a small number
That's a week
compared to
a
37.
week worth of Barbie movies to go.
Oh my God.
This
I'm
one
so
was
excited.
crazy because it was made in 2015,
Mm.
but like everyone's using landlines. Like everybody.
It's true.
They
yeah,
can't
yeah.
stop using landlines. It's like, no one has a landline. What are you talking
Well,
about?
it's like, because in like 2004, they would have made all the assets for landlines, and
Oh,
they're not
right,
going to
yeah.
make
They
new
were
ones for
like-
cell phones. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not
Um,
equipped.
So, Barbie and Rock and Royals, this did come out in 2015, like you said. This was again directed by Karen J. Lloyd, the second Barbie film to be directed by a female. It's the same female as the last one.
So they're allowing one woman to make Barbie
Yeah.
movies after
A woman wrote it, I
plethora of
think.
men.
Didn't a woman
Yeah,
write
Yeah,
it?
we have had female writers.
Yeah,
to
that's
be fair.
true.
That is
Yeah.
right. what we've kind of noticed with this, Grace, just to be joining us this far in, so these obviously don't have critic scores on Rotten Tomatoes, but they do all have audience scores, and they have actually been quite high. They've been floating around the 75 mark for 90% of them.
Not bad.
Do either of you want to take a guess where this one sits?
Not good.
Not good?
No, that's spoken from someone who hasn't watched 29 others. This is about on par. This is about on par with all the other Barbie movies, but my opinion often doesn't factor into what the Rotten Tomatoes
No, I
score
think that some of
ends
them
up
are
being.
like very well loved. I think people
Yeah,
are
so you're thinking that even
Yes.
by Barbie standards, this will be lower?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to give us
flop.
put a number on that?
Like 55.
55? AJ, what are you going to guess?
I'm going to guess 75.
It's 54. Grace, oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Hell yes.
First podcast in, and you're already trouncing AJ.
Gift of the gab.
I'm online. I'm Gen Z. I know about it.
Dude, you might be our first Gen Z.
What a great
guest so
segue.
far.
Thank you. Since you brought it up, Gen Z, I have to ask, what year were you born?
1998.
1998. All right, our youngest guest, I believe. But I ask because I can tell you what Barbie looked like the year you were born. As we've been telling
what
all
was
of our
her vibe?
guests. God, I don't know if these go up to 98.
Really?
No, they definitely do. All right. Oh, you're the first one where it's not a Barbie. It's Barbie's Dream House.
Oh.
That was the year Barbie's
shit.
Dream House came out. And Barbie's Deluxe Dream House, actually. In 1998, featured flowery wallpaper with pink and green accents. And now
look at
there's
that.
2 TV shows based on life in that dream house.
It's a famous house. I had a Barbie VW Beetle
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I think my sister had that.
when I was a kid. It had a little key and you could open the boot and I would like put Ken in there.
Hell yeah.
You do actually have a Barbie as well, because sometimes some people have 2.
Oh, yeah?
Based on the 2 websites I'm looking at. Sometimes they're different, sometimes they're not. But you also had lead singer Barbie, who put a 90s spin on her rock and roll look with high-necked mesh sleeved mini and thigh-high boots.
Oh shit!
And she's got like a V
I
guitar.
had a punk rock Barbie.
Hell
Who
yeah.
had like flare pants and a purple guitar, and she had purple streaks in her hair, and you could like turn the top of her scalp around to change the color of her hair, which
She
is
sounds like a babe.
think
harrowing.
that might be the tie-in toy to one of the movies we've already
Yeah,
covered.
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure, but
probably.
that sounds very familiar.
It was
Have you-
awful. It was like she'd had brain surgery. It was horrible.
So it's interesting. So you actually have, sounds like you have quite a history with Barbie. You were quite into Barbie growing up?
I don't know. I just had Barbie. Like I had my nana's.
Like listing off all these toys. You're like, oh, I wasn't really into them though.
They just like they stuck around. Like
Yeah.
I had my nana's Barbies and then my mum's Barbies, and then
Right.
I had mine, and then they just all hung out together, you know. Also,
Yeah, nice.
I think this is a like fairly universal experience. Like I would make my Barbies have sex.
Oh, we've talked about this.
Yeah. Everyone's you got to be doing it. But I would
That's
like.
how you learn.
I wasn't quite across the concept of how pregnancy progresses, and I was like, I understand that to have like you have sex and you get pregnant, but I thought to get more pregnant, you had to have more sex.
More
That's
pregnant. So
Well,
like
like
in
to
order-
progress the growth of
yeah.
the baby. So like the baby is like feeding off sperm to grow.
I think you should be able to pause and just
Right,
like
yeah,
think
yeah.
about it. But they would like have more sex, and I would stuff like more tissues up inside her dress, which is hard because they don't leave a lot of space in those dresses. They're very like
No.
fitted for a
Tight
specific
knit.
body type.
So had you seen any of the Barbie movies before?
I think I must have seen. Is there a mermaid one?
Several.
There's a several
I think
mermaid
I've,
ones.
I've at least seen one of the mermaid ones, and I think 12 Dancing Princesses as well. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Yep, yep,
That
yep.
sounds familiar to
Oh,
me.
look at you. You should be hosting this thing.
A veritable expert on Barbie, the most we've
Yeah.
had so far.
I'm just,
Yeah, the only other person who's like seen Barbie movies was Guy Montgomery,
Why?
I believe.
Oh, because he lives with a child?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 That checks out.
Yeah, no relation to him. They're just flatting together.
I think I was just a child in the 2000s, so I think they just they came
just
across
couldn't
my
avoid them.
life.
Yeah. Right on. But yeah, we are here today to talk about Barbie Rock and Royals, which you have watched.
Yep.
I presume.
You said that so incredulously. You're like, now you have watched it. Yes.
I was out last night and I didn't think I'd be out as late as I was, and then I was like, oh, I gotta watch this Barbie movie. I forgot I haven't watched it yet.
For these weird New Zealand guys that want me to talk about Barbie with them. I was born in 1998. I want to be out on the town living it up.
I'm from Toowoomba. City life is still so new to me.
We were at someone's house, and the two of the people that were at the house, like at the party, were like, we were in high school together when we were in the same production of Grease, so we watched their production of Grease. If that gives you an indication of the kind of parties I'm attending.
That's like one of the few times where you're like, please, can we put on a Barbie movie?
No, I loved it. I was like, this rules. Oh. I love being able to watch it like
right, they're going to be listening to this, aren't they?
High school production and be like, what's that guy doing now? And they'll be like, well, he got in a car accident and he woke up speaking Mandarin. It's like, awesome.
Did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That happened to someone they went to high school with.
Did they speak Mandarin before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh. It's more that they forgot English.
That's not interesting.
Can I still speak Mandarin? Of course. Well, I couldn't before.
And I was like, were there any hookups in the show? And they were like pointing out who hooked up, and they were like, this guy fingered me, and we were like clapping.
I mean, that's just it's the same as playing with Barbies as a little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all
sorry.
these Barbies got together. No, it's fine. We're 30 films deep into a Barbie podcast. I will gladly talk about fingering for 30 minutes.
Excellent news.
So,
all right, go for it, AJ.
Well, no, I won't go into
There's
it.
not really any way to simulate fingering with Barbies because their fingers don't spread and they have no vaginas.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
The two things required for the act.
If they had a vagina, you could put the whole hand in, I guess, but famously a smooth situation.
Famously smooth. Unlike the vigorous activity of fingering.
I never had a Bratz doll, but I assume
they had huge vaginas. Yeah.
My sister had.
Yeah. Bratz doll, you were a slut as a kid.
Well, I was about to say my sister had a Bratz doll, but she also had Barbie dolls, and
but she's also a massive slut.
When she had Bratz and Barbies at the same time, I've talked about this somewhere on this 30 film podcast. I definitely took my Action Men and made the Action Man have sex with the Bratz instead of the
why do
Barbie.
kids shouldn't be allowed dolls? It's absolutely obscene what we do with them.
Because it looks so genuine as well. It looks real.
And their feet came off. Bratz's feet came off, which has got to be the setup for like fetishes across the world. I can't imagine that affected people.
The feet came off so that you could just easily replace the shoes. They didn't want to take the shoes off. You take the whole foot off.
Whereas Barbies just had very dainty feet, and you could just put new shoes on. So
if you type in Bratz feet, it auto completes Bratz feet DeviantArt.
Oh, that checks out. I was joking, but I'm right.
This is exactly what you expect.
Yeah.
Bookmark that site for later.
Oh my God.
I can't believe DeviantArt is still around.
Can't believe Barbie's still around.
She's a classic lady. She never leaves. I took a lot of notes.
Just like DeviantArt.
I took a lot of notes.
All for naught because we're talking about fingering and feet. For
just quickly, we should mention this, and we've been getting our guests to do it, if you don't mind. But can you tell us the plot of this film, just in a couple of sentences?
So there's this princess, and she's in a ball gown, and then she's on her way to camp where she wants to hang out with other royalty her age. How much royalty is there in this land? Why?
Great question. What universe are we living in where there is enough princesses to have an annual royalty camp
It's
where all the
wild, and
princesses...
they sing a song about what it's like to be a princess. It's like, where are you? You all have the same accent. Like, where?
Yeah. They rule a suburb. This
Yeah.
isn't some desolate society where suburbs each have a queen.
It's so
have a
wild.
royal family.
And then she gets dropped off at the camp. For some reason, I thought maybe the camp was going to be on a boat, and I was like, well, they didn't mention this, but they have to get on boats to get to the camp.
Mm. That's why they didn't mention the camp being on a boat.
Yeah,
because it's
it was
not.
just a transport situation. And there was like a sweet life on deck, princesses vibe. And then
No, it's more of a Camp Rock situation.
it really is,
yeah.
but worse somehow. And then in a mistake that could be easily rectified if one person like said one sentence. The princess gets on the wrong boat, and then the pop star gal with the blue hair gets on the princess boat, and then they go through a magical veil of stardust.
Have you guys seen Annihilation?
Yeah, it looked exactly like Annihilation.
It's the shimmer from Annihilation.
It was ominous. If they
And
were like,
why is it there? Doesn't come up again. Didn't need to be there.
And then they get to their respective camps. The architecture of the camps very on the nose, I will say. The music camp is shaped like a piano, and all the little houses that they live in are shaped like musical notes. Basically, anything that could be shaped like some sort of music accoutrement is. And then
Well, why would you not?
I mean, that's true. It's.
It'd be weirder if it wasn't.
I
If it was
like
shaped
every time
anything
they're
else.
like they do like a panning shot to like look from above, and it's like the carpet is shaped like a record. It's like, oh,
I get it. It's music camp. Yep.
I mean, I guess people who love music really like music. I guess I realize
That
I
is
don't
true,
Have
they
that
do.
I don't have any feelings about music. I guess.
Yeah, you got didn't you get a musical Barbie? Didn't we assign you a musical Barbie? And I meant to ask, does that speak to you? But you're not a musical person?
I was in musicals in high school.
Well, it sounds like it does speak to you then.
Yeah,
I guess-
seeing as how you in your free time watch your friend's production of Grease. If anything, it sounds like you're a musical nerd and you would love
Yeah,
this.
I was a real sort of theater kid situation. Theater kids were like wild though. People don't give them enough credit. They will get up to
No, fuck yeah.
no good all the time.
Richard's a theatre kid.
Oh yeah.
I sort of was. I did drama in high school, but I was more of a media studies kid, which is worse than theatre kid.
Much worse. Yeah, that's wow.
Yeah, I was in a production of Grease.
Everyone
myself,
seems to have
actually.
been. I went to a
Yeah, I think it's just cheap, the rights to
yeah,
it
yeah.
for,
But everyone
for
don't, like
skills.
they do it because it's like that's what you do. But then you don't realize that the whole musical is about sex. Like that's all it's about.
Yeah.
I went to an all girls Scottish Presbyterian school, so we only got to do like Rodgers and Hammerstein and like classic musicals because they were like safe, but they're not at all. I did The Music Man, which involves like tarring and feathering a person. I did South Pacific, which is awful. It's about there's a scene. I was a principal dancer in South Pacific, and to distract from the scene where the American soldier like molests a child who doesn't speak English, they like got us to dance in the background to sort of like round off the edges of
Soften
what
the
is
blow,
an awful situation. And they dressed us in these like blue leotards, and they put us in these hanging blue jellyfish at the back of the stage, and we all had to like dance and like put our legs out of the jellyfish. And they didn't realize until like night of the show that hanging 6 jellyfish, they look like dicks. They look so much like dicks. You've actually made the scene worse.
or better, depending on what you think of like subtextual imagery, you know?
Yeah.
And how you feel about molestation.
And then in my last year, I was in Titanic the musical, which is not based on the movie. It's based on the real people that really died in the Titanic.
Very fun. Let's turn that into a musical.
I have a Titanic story about something happening at school.
Yeah.
I thought about like recently, and I feel like I might have told this story on the podcast already, but no one's listening to this part.
30
so it's
hours.
fine.
Who knows?
But I was like we did a thing where we each got assigned a person who was actually on the Titanic kind of thing. And
I
then
did
we had
this
to
as well. Yeah.
interview each other and do all these different things. And it was because I think the person I got was exactly 100 years older than me, like to the day.
Oh, shit.
And so I was like, oh shit, because it was like just picking out of a hat. And so I was like, oh my God. And then we had to do this exercise where we interviewed people, and the person I was interviewing, he had gotten someone who was like 2 or something like that. And so I had to like interview him and then write an article about it. And he had told me that he was like speaking in full sentences and he'd learned to walk and stuff like that, because it's like, what else am I supposed to say? I'm a baby.
Yeah.
And then so I wrote an article that he'd like learned to speak and walk, and then I got marked down because it was unrealistic that babies like wouldn't be able to speak in full sentences at 2 years old. And I'm like,
That's not
fucking tell off Troy then. I didn't do anything.
That's the character work. That's not on you.
Yeah, that fucking.
But that's a universal high school drama experience, right? Of being told
This was
off because of
intermediate drama, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, being
And it wasn't even drama,
marked,
it was English.
being marked down because of the performance of your scene partner.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
In the Titanic the musical, the guy playing my husband just visibly didn't want to be near me. Like, people came up to me after the show and they were like, oh, you were great. Why does your husband hate you? And I was like, I don't know. I'm doing my best. There was a scene where we had to like kiss because I was like going on the lifeboats and it was like, I don't know if I'll ever see you again. I love you. And he just like was like visibly drawing away from me. I was like, this is
I had that as well.
brutal
once.
for me.
And yeah, this girl who clearly like, we were friends, but she clearly like was not into the kiss scene we had to do. And to make me feel better, and we were at like the after party or some other party before it, and she in an effort to like her apology was essentially, I'm sorry, but just the thought of kissing you like actually disgusts me so much.
Oh my
and then
God.
she dropped out not long after that.
Just
actually.
don't say anything.
Yeah, I was like,
Just say
okay, fine,
nothing.
but yeah.
Just never speak again.
Yeah.
Just end your relationship. It's harrowing. Oh my God.
And I have it on good authority that I'm quite enjoyable to kiss.
We'll see. All right, brag.
Yeah. We were on your side until right now.
Huge brag.
Is this what you told her? When she's like, the thought of
She's like, oh, this
kissing
guy's
you
a
is
fucking
disgusting.
dick. Anyway, okay, so
All right.
they arrive at the camps. They're on opposite sides of a lake. And they're like, oh, there's admin. We can't get you to the right camps. Just hang out. There's too much admin. Which
Riveting stuff for a children's movie.
Which later in the film, they just walk around the lake and meet each other. And it's like, if you could
They
do
could have
that the
done
whole
it at
time,
any time. Yeah.
why didn't you just do that? And they're like, at that point in the film, they're like, should we just go to the camps we're supposed to be at? And they're like, no reason why not. I was like, the only reason I could think of would be like your luggage, which I don't think you have. So why didn't you pack for a 2-week camp? Anyway, they all learn to, unicorns are involved at the royalty camp. Oh, magic.
Yeah.
There's magic.
The royalty camp is so much better than Camp Pop.
Oh, hell
At Camp
yeah.
Pop, you play like guitar, and at royalty camp, it's like, here's a fucking unicorn and a scepter that can conjure anything you want, because that's what princesses are, I guess.
Yeah.
But the kind of the main sort of ticking clock of the story is that the rival camp runners, the two, they used to be together.
It's a big
couple,
twist when you find out they
Yeah.
used to date. You're like, what?
Yeah.
I think I wrote
and
in all caps. I was like, oh, twist, they're exes.
yeah,
My
exactly.
Notes.
Nice note.
Thank you.
And the kind of ticking clock is that they put on a final jam, if you will.
A sing off.
And sing off, and unbeknownst to the campers, whoever wins will lose their camp the next year, and so the princesses and the singers actually find out about this, become friends, and instead of competing, make a song that sort of dovetails into each
They
other.
sing together to save the camp. All these movies, you're always trying to save the camp. No camp is ever financially well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing is that the camp is the only thing that separates this from being several Barbie movies we've seen already, though.
Namely The Princess and the Pop Star.
Namely The Princess and the Pop Star. It's very similar to that.
That seems like exactly what this was.
Well, right? You could call this one The Princess and the Pop Star.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it just should be The Princess and the Pop Star. I don't
That's
think
what
you
it was
need
about.
two films. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
it wasn't
exactly.
clear how old any of them were. At one point, she said she was a teenager, but it was like, you could be 20 or 13. I don't know what's the vibe.
The assumption is that they're 16. Unless told otherwise, they're 16.
Okay, that checks out.
That's kind of what... And oftentimes when we are told their age, we are told that they're 16.
But I feel like Barbie sometimes feels more like she's in her early 20s than...
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like especially when we see her sisters, it seems more like Barbie is...
Yeah, because
but
her sisters are like 12.
Yeah.
Well, they're staggered in ages, but if the oldest one is
sisters does she
16, she has 3 sisters, but it changes throughout
I only had
throughout
one.
the series. Yeah,
Well,
which
I had the
sister
little
did you
brunette
have?
one, and I was like, finally, a brunette.
Skipper? Was it Skipper?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
or
sounds right.
Stacy?
she loves technology.
Skipper sounds right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the explanation of what the film's about. I did also... I loved at the start where the title comes up and it says Barbie in Royals and it plays like a little royal theme and then there's a record scratch.
Oh, yeah.
And then it says rock and
then you get a shot of someone chucking loose sheet music into a duffel bag. And I was like, this chick fucks. Absolutely no regard for her own possessions.
Because the pop star sort of second protagonist, she's like famous as well. We haven't mentioned that. Like, I presume all the princesses are famous, but specifically the musician that accidentally takes the wrong place is like a sort of JoJo type.
Yeah, recognizable. She's on a magazine, so she's
yeah.
There's at one point
Like
they talk about
JoJo.
how she was like performing at like a famous venue when she was 5. And it's like, what's the trajectory of your career? What have you been... Why?
Surely she's too good and too famous to go to a camp for learning how to be a pop star.
Well, but if she was famous at 5, she's probably over the hill now.
Yeah, true.
That's true.
Well, she says she cancelled her tour to go on to this camp because she was
but maybe she
too
was touring
lonely.
places like Toowoomba.
What's Toowoomba like this time of year?
Pretty warm. It's on top of a mountain.
I live in a valley.
Nice.
That was decimated by an earthquake because they built the city on a swamp.
Yeah, I'll be honest, they didn't nail Christchurch when they set it down, did they?
I agree with you.
It's currently 28 degrees in Toowoomba.
Oh yeah, that checks.
sick.
It feels like it's hotter than that here, and I'm closer to Antarctica.
In where? Sydney?
Melbourne.
Oh, fuck.
I'm fucking idiot.
Confused because AJ told me the wrong thing. It's 22 degrees where you are. Mostly cloudy. 2% precipitation. 56% humidity.
Very muggy.
19 kilometers an hour wind.
So it's come to this. It's come to this on the Barbie
Weather
podcast,
chat.
It is expected to get hotter close to 4 p.m.
We went
rain
to
on Thursday and Friday though.
What did you
I
say?
hope you brought a jacket. It's going to be raining later on in the week.
Oh yeah, they keep telling us there's going to be a storm. This is great stuff. My family and I went to Napier for the Art Deco Festival last year. Or no, 2019. And because the reason it's all Art Deco is because it was like the earthquake knocked it out in like 1930 or whatever. But I realized into the trip, because my mum like went hard. She was like, we're all wearing outfits. We're doing it. Like, so we were all like properly dressed for the roaring 20s.
Steampunk.
Mm-hmm. And I realized from my Instagram that everyone was like, is this just you? Why are you doing this? And I was like, no, the whole town is... this is not just what my family's up to. Everybody's doing it.
We need a steampunk Barbie.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised we don't have one.
Yeah.
Steampunk
That's more like
Barbie.
American Girl doll area is oh, Maddie was a slave. She doesn't have any shoes.
There's a few that people have made, but I don't think there's an official one.
Oh, yeah,
What, Richard, as someone who's watched as many Barbie movies as me, where did this one
What is the
sit?
temperature in Auckland? This one, 16 out of 30.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly amazed by this one, but what I will say is that the animation since 2001, when we watched Barbie and the Nutcracker, has considerably gotten a lot better by this stage. And it's not just that the actual graphical quality has improved. It's also that the way they animate the characters is a lot more nuanced and a lot more human. There's a point right at the start of this movie where Barbie like is trying to like look cool in front of like the person who's, you know, reading off the roster, and she sort of like puts her hand to lean against a thing and then like slips off it and then quickly like composes herself. And I was like, this would be impossible to do in the early Barbie movies. It would look like the movement would be so it's because it relies on like her grin as she tries to like cover for herself, and like her eyes like looking left and right, and like if they tried to do that in an early Barbie movie, the move would just be too complicated and it wouldn't be communicated properly to the viewer.
Also,
what they were trying to do.
Did you notice that when they were singing the song about what it means to be a princess, they were doing the exact choreo from the Pitch Perfect a cappella?
Were they really?
Yeah.
The cup
Oh,
song.
damn.
No, not the cup scene, the
Or
one
the-
where they're like, I saw the sign.
Oh, right, yeah.
open it."
Right.
And they do like the air hostess business. It was like
Pe-
it was like move for move. It was the same choreo.
Interesting. I wonder if this movie is because we just saw a superhero one, which
Oh.
came out the same year, right?
Shit.
So that's the first Barbie superhero one, and that was like, you've clearly like this is your response to the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, well, you got to have a
Barbie's
response.
response. Exactly. And I wonder if this is a response to the Pitch Perfect films then.
Oh yeah, I mean, but it is much more camp rock than it
Camp Rock's
is.
so much older.
Yeah.
It's
Not enough people think that Pitch Perfect sucks.
It's not the best.
It's bad.
Are you just saying that because you don't want to start an argument? If you really like Pitch Perfect, you
I
can
don't
tell
really
us.
like Pitch Perfect.
The fact
but
that
I
you
did
remembered
once,
the
The
choreo-
reason I know the choreo is because I once had to like do it for like a show in high school.
Yeah,
Because I went to an all-girl school and that checks out.
Because I remember when it came out, people were like, this is the new Mean Girls. And it's like one of those films that's like, you think it's just for girls, but it's actually like this really fantastic
it's like
movie.
fun, but it's not like well
No,
written.
it's such a bad movie, man.
There's this, and it certainly gets worse in the sequels. Like it's not.
From what I understand, yeah.
They really wring a cappella dry.
Anywhere? Is there anywhere else we want to know what temperature it currently is?
You know that bit where she was like singing alone and she was like
just gonna
looking
steam
around to
right
make
past
sure
that
no
then.
one was.
Sorry, continue.
Shut up, Richard. She's talking about the movie. That's more important than going off script. Script? We're not on a script.
People want to know what the temperature was 9 days ago.
Where?
This podcast is
This
coming out
podcast's
in
coming
9
out in 9
days.
days.
Oh, okay.
So,
Right, she's singing alone and she's like looking around to be like, oh, I hope no one hears me singing. But she turns her scepter into a microphone. It's like, if you don't want anyone to hear you, don't sing into a microphone.
Don't amplify your voice. Yeah, that's rule one of being quiet.
It makes me think that they were like just using the microphone to indicate that she was singing, not as
Right.
its purpose is to make your voice louder.
yeah, and also how secret is the scepter as well? Because at the start it seems like she doesn't want anyone to know that she's got magical powers, but then like they just kind of she just
Yeah, they're
shows
just using it
people.
all the time. Also, she keeps it in a clutch bag. It's like
it's like a Mary Poppins situation.
it's absolutely
right? Where
too small for her set. Just get a bigger bag. Why?
I think it's magic though. I think it's a magic clutch.
She can't have a magic clutch and a magic scepter.
Why not?
It's too
Who
much.
says? Okay. All right. Okay.
That's
Maybe
the
the
problem with
clutch
it. It's
isn't
not
magic,
just
but the magic of the
I'm
scepter.
royal and I'm a pop star. It's like also there's magic for no
Yeah.
reason.
Welcome
Yeah.
to Barbie!
Par for the course. The amount of films that just have fairies in them.
For no reason.
It's
They
insane.
don't need
Berries?
fairies.
Do you say berries?
Yeah. Fairies.
berries.
Oh,
Yeah.
fairies.
Yeah,
I was like,
blueberries,
berries are fine.
raspberries.
I mean, little girls love fairies. That's confirmed.
I think
So-
because you are closer to the target demographic than the two of us, we maybe should be taking your word as law instead
I
of
had
trying to
a
find your own
fairy
thing.
themed bedroom when I was a kid.
Wow.
Nice.
And then I outgrew that, and my sister and I got different bedrooms, and she kept fairies, and I got mermaids.
Well, you would love the Barbie movies then.
That's all the Barbie movies are. It's either fairies, mermaids, princesses, or miscellaneous.
I
Those
really
are the
didn't.
four
I really
categories.
just read a lot of fantasy novels, and also my mum. I think because we moved so much because my dad's army, she was like, "It's easier to have a theme so that when you get to a new place, you can just reset up the theme and be like, and now we're home."
Wouldn't it be easier to not have a theme
Yeah.
and then you don't have to do that? And then it's just like,
Unfortunately-
here's your new home. You should get used to it.
Just yeah. Unfortunately, my
Instead
bedroom,
of like, oh, we have to set up all your fairy shit.
my bedroom in Toowoomba is still like gradient turquoise walls with a sticker of a dolphin on it. I don't want to peel off the sticker of the dolphin because then it would. I
The
didn't think it would just
gradient.
peel off a bunch.
wouldn't
of
be
paint.
home.
Yeah.
All right, one thing we've been doing for each of these films, except for the last one because I forgot to do it, but we've gone back and edited it into it, so it doesn't matter, is looking at the merchandise of these films. And this one has the longest merchandise page I've seen yet. I think it's just because there's so many characters that they all have dolls. But we've got a DVD and Blu-ray. We've got books. We've got singing dolls. We've got a what is it, like a vinyl bag gift set and a transforming stage and even a Mega Bloks pack. But the kind of most interesting tie-in for me anyway was the Raise Your Voice campaign where the band Little Mix, you guys know them?
Yeah.
No.
They did this Raise Your Voice campaign where it was a singing competition where you got to meet the band and I guess get all this Barbie shit as well if you won. There's a bunch of videos of it, but if you click on any of them, the videos don't exist anymore. So
It's been scrubbed from the internet.
I can give you the official description for the competition.
Please.
Barbie have enlisted the help of Little Mix to get you singing, and together we want you to raise your voice. Check out Barbie's Raise Our Voices track on the win page, and then show us your vocal skills by singing and recording your own version. Upload it, and if Little Mix judge your video to be the loudest and proudest, you get to meet the girls. You also get Little Mix concert tickets for you and your best friend, and loads of cool Barbie goodies. Okay, so it's measuring how loud you are.
I can do that. I could win that competition.
Yeah.
I
That's
can
so
pick
funny.
I can pick all audio max to 0 decibels, or even I can go higher. I
That's
can go
the
10
kind
decibels.
of language around like children competing that people have started to use in the last sort of decade.
Because you can't say the best one.
Yeah, because you like
Because everyone's little girl is the best.
you don't want to be you want to be crushing children.
Oh, because in this day and age, everyone gets a trophy. You know. This is not the kind of social complaint I expected to come from our first Gen Z podcast collabor.
But also you don't want to be raising children like as like sort of cutthroat competitors. Like that's
Well, you don't want to be raising children full stop. I think.
Yeah, and this climate change.
that's
And this economy? Jesus.
environmental fascism. I won't have it.
Mm,
Yeah.
you're right. I thought it was nihilism, but then I said it out loud. I was like, no, nihilism's different.
Nihilism is believing that nothing matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Environmental fascism is we shouldn't have kids because
Yeah.
the world's not going to be around for them. Damn. Where's that Barbie movie?
Yeah, get it going.
Environmental
and-
fascist Barbie.
Barbie is who are the people that try and save the whales? Sea Shepherd.
Mattel.
Barbie and
Ah.
Sea Shepherd.
Barbie and the World's on Fire?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Smash Mouth remix.
Oh, yes.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess, do you guys have anything more you want to say about Barbie Rock and Royals?
Is it rock and or rock in?
Well, it's Rockin'.
Yeah.
You know the bit where they were doing the concert and then like to introduce the concert, the heads of the camps were like roasting each other?
Yeah.
That was up.
Do you think it'd be fun if we roasted each other?
Yeah,
now?
very different tone of
I don't want to roast our guest.
Get it going. Let's start a roast. I'm not equipped for roast. I'm not equipped for heckling. I mean, my stand-up is very much a one-man operation. I don't get people involved.
That's traditionally what stand-up is,
Yeah.
though. It's just one person.
Stop roasting her, Richard. She can't handle it.
Some people are like, I love it when the crowd interacts. I'm like, I do not laugh or
No, I know
do
what you
nothing.
mean. Yeah. I can like act and I can present, but I
and I can
don't really...
sing.
It's a triple threat.
I don't. I don't really like doing stand up or doing live stuff because I like everything on a track. You know.
Yeah.
I'm a scripted person. I'm a very doing a off the rails podcast like this one has been for a few hours has been very hard.
He's been sweating.
Do you know James Roque?
Yeah.
Have you had him on?
No.
No.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't?
No, he's not invited.
Oh, all right.
No,
Right.
he's on the same podcast network as us, but we haven't made contact with him.
Feud.
No, we're officially starting a feud with James Roque.
He's always posting clips of like going at it with the crowd, and I'm always like, love that for you. Not for me.
Well, he's not welcome.
Yeah.
Powerful. But
I'll never forget the time when we went to a Raw stand-up show and
Yes.
one of the guys mentioned that his mum was in the audience and then made fun of his mum and then his mum heckled him and everyone cheered for the mum.
Oh my god.
It's the worst thing I've ever heard.
No, it's the greatest thing I've ever heard. It was so funny. That was the biggest laugh of the night. The mum
That's
got the
awesome.
biggest laugh of the night.
That rules.
It was fucking sick.
Oh, brutal. Oh man, it's wild. That's
Yeah.
where when I first started stand up, I think I was like 3 months in, I did a Raw heat for the first time, and that's when I realized that you shouldn't be friendly before you've seen their set, because sometimes
You're expected to be friendly afterwards.
yeah, well, sometimes you're like, oh, this person seems nice, they seem normal, and then they get on stage at an event sponsored by Triple J and start and do a ukulele song about how they hate feminists and the ABC. It's like, oh, you haven't read the room. Oh, she was a music teacher as well, and she was like, all my students want to fuck me. It's like, okay, I regret
doesn't
being
feel-
nice. We cannot be friends.
That's
And
so
she came off
weird.
stage and she was like, "That was real funny, eh?" And you're like,
And they're like, this conversation is over. I've had it a couple of times where I'm like, oh, just chatting, whatever, do the show, and then they get on stage and like start saying the N-word or whatever, and it's like,
Really?
learn my lesson.
That's what year is it? Like I feel like stand-up circles are so like deeply like left-wing and progressive, and these are all good things. I don't mean for an incredulous tone.
bunch
in
of
my voice.
leftist cucks.
No, I'm absolutely a leftist cuck, but I'd be very surprised if in our stand-up circles, which me and Richard are not a part of, but we were a long
I
time
started
ago.
stand up in Brisbane and on the Gold Coast,
Mhm.
and we have a higher percentage of maniacs than the rest of the
Right.
country, I think. So there's a lot of
like
sort of
legitimate
tales.
maniacs.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Oh yeah, they're fully crazy people, and you're like,
like
oh,
Michael Myers.
oh well,
like,
no one's been
proper-
murdered so far. Some people have done meth.
Give them a
On
microphone. Let them tell jokes.
Yeah. I also coming back to the movie when she like
You don't have
uses
to.
when she
don't
uses
do that
her
on our
scepter
account.
to like get them to fall down the hole, and I'm like, they definitely broke their legs. It's like
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
dangerous.
straight drop. It's
So
not safe.
in order to get them to stop bickering when the two teams have come together, the two camps have come together, she opens up a hole in the stage so that they fall through.
And they fall down with like straight legs. It's like you're
Yeah.
mangled at the bottom.
Yeah, and then when they bring them back, they sort of reignite their love for each other while in this hole, and then when they bring them out again, you see everyone's reaction first of them all going like, oh, and
It's
you
disgust.
don't see them.
It's a reaction
And
of
I-
disgust.
it's the closest a Barbie movie has ever come to being like, they're having sex. That's what's happening. They're having sex.
Yeah,
but then it
everyone's
cuts
like,
to them,
"Oh,
and
no."
they're just like, they're like leaving room for Jesus but hugging. And that's what everyone is disgusted at. And it's like, you just shouldn't have shown it. You could have got
Just
away
skip
with
it.
Did you guys stay for the post-credit scene at the end of this
I
film?
did not.
No.
So
I'm gonna pull it up.
there's the two.
Oh wait, when they sing.
No, that's there as well. But then afterwards, and this, I only saw this because I left it on, not because I was actively watching it by this point. But the kind of like right hand of the royalist camp's leader is like this dude who's also in love with her, and when he starts kicking up a fuss when everyone's reuniting, they put him in the hole, which is, you know, torture. And then the post-credit scene is him leaving the hole and being like, "Where are you, madame?" or whatever her name is.
Oh no.
It's not worth watching. Probably wasn't even worth bringing up. But that is,
I guess they
the
have
kind
to
of
like
stuff
put
that,
it in to just be like, he gets let out of the hole.
You're right. That's totally what
Eventually,
it is.
because like that's the reason they do bloopers at the end of like the Toy Story movies and stuff. So it's like kids are
He
aren't
falls in another
scared.
hole.
Oh yeah, he falls in another hole. So they don't even solve the problem completely. Hey Grace, where can people find you if they want to find you? Online, not in real life. You don't have to tell us your address in Toowoomba. We're not asking that much.
I'm not there. I'm in Melbourne.
Well, yeah, that's true. Your parents could be there though.
Oh, my parents are definitely there. I'm online. I'm on the I love to tweet. I'm on Twitter.
Yep.
And Instagram at Grace Jarvis. Oh no. And if anyone else is in Melbourne, I'm doing the Melbourne International Comedy Festival with my flatmate Bronwyn Cuss and another comedian Irvi Majumdar, and we're doing a split bill called For a Good Time Call at Trades Hall for the whole run, which is crazy.
That's cool.
That's so many.
What date is that on?
It's 24th to the 18th. 24th of March to the 18th of April.
Oh yeah, okay.
Every
So
night
this will come
except
out
Wednesday.
in time then.
Yeah. So please, anyone, come along. We are
Yeah.
worried. And yeah, that's
So
me.
good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Hopefully you don't
Awesome.
get locked down again.
Touch wood. Don't jinx us.
I know you and your bloody Randy security guards.
They love it. They truly love
They
it.
do.
To
We
get
get that
out
in New Zealand as well.
and go
actually.
to 4 Kmarts. They can't get enough of every Kmart in every suburb.
Yeah.
Well, let's wrap up this segment because my parents are coming to pick me up for dinner.
Aw.
I said after 4 and didn't think this would go for this long.
Well, if we didn't have so
sorry.
many bloody audio problems before we started.
It's all my fault. Oh.
No, it's
Well, it was, but no.
Shut up, Richard. God damn. Thank you, Grace. Thank you so much for talking to us about Barbie. We'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
You're the one that rushes her out of here. And,
I do like when
and
you
I'm
said you
the
were
rude
a
one.
leftist cuck and you had your like mustache leaning on the pop filter of your microphone. I was like, that's a vibe. That's the
That's
look
a
of a
leftist
leftist
cuck if
cuck
ever I've seen one.
for sure.
Yeah.
That's a beta.
It's not true. It's Sigma. It's Sigma, goddammit.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Richard Richie Roo, the Richmeister, the richest man I know in friendship. As established, I am richer than him. Why are you the one called Richard? I should be Richard.
Yeah.
That's irony. That's the definition of irony. I gotta tell you, man, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling good about Barbie again. I'm feeling the best I've felt about Barbie in a long time.
Right. You've recovered from your bender.
Not entirely, but
I went out last
the
night.
emotional scars are still raw, but
Oh, that's good. I went out last night for my birthday. It wasn't my birthday, so it's my birthday tomorrow. It was my birthday a week ago. If you're listening to this, probably more than a week ago by the time you get to this part of the podcast. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had quite a few drinks. There's a place that my friends and I like to frequent where their happy hour is buy one, get one free. So what you do is you buy your drink and then you hold on to like your receipt and then you go and cash that receipt in for another drink. And I had a lot to drink, but I don't think I bought a single drink all night because, people go like, oh, I'll get a round for everyone. Then it's like, well, you've bought 2 rounds for everyone,
Right.
So they'll go buy like, 10 drinks and then you get back and, a few minutes later you get another 10 drinks and it's fucking sick. But then I got home and I was quite wasted. I had a glass of wine when I got home as well, and I kind of passed out on the couch. And I woke up and knowing like, oh god, I'm gonna be hungover tomorrow. But I chugged some water, had a Panadol before I went to bed, and what do you know? I felt fine this morning. Like I'd never been drinking at all. Quite often I'll get up at like 6 to go to the toilet or something like that, and then I'll be like, I'm still fucking wasted, and I don't start feeling hungover till like 11. And I was like, oh god, that's happening again, isn't it? And then that's fine.
Nice. That's good. I similarly did not feel too bad after the drunken podcast that you would have heard, dear listener, mere hours ago. But no, I don't feel good as in not hungover. I just feel like I've hit a second wind. I think maybe it's something about being into the 30s. We're about to talk about film 31. There's a normal franchise's length left to go.
And the movies are short. Can't
the
stress
movies
that
are
enough.
short,
One of the movies
baby.
coming up is like 63 minutes long.
Yeah. Not this one, though. Not Barbie and her sisters in The Great Puppy Adventure, which came out in 2015. This was directed by Andrew Tan and Michael Goguen, who haven't directed a Barbie film before, but aren't, like, new to Barbie. They've done some Dreamhouse TV show stuff, and they go on to make other stuff as well. This has a number on Rotten Tomatoes, an audience score.
Mm-hmm.
Take a guess.
69.
It's 73.
Dang it.
And can you tell me what Barbie and her sisters in The Great Puppy Adventure is about, baby?
So Barbie and her sisters in The
Feeling
Great Puppy
good.
Adventure is about Barbie and her sisters, the same sisters. Like this is the same kind of canon that we saw in the Christmas one we covered with Nick Sampson and what was the other one?
A ponytail.
The ponytail. And so this is them going to their hometown of Willows, where they've got these cute little puppies now as well. And the puppies like talk, but like in little asides to each other. They're not like, they don't converse with the humans. And then they discover an old map, which they believe to be some kind of treasure map. And they in a National Treasure-esque adventure, they hunt down this treasure.
Yeah, it's like a cross between National Treasure and Air Buddies.
Yeah.
They're in Willows to see their grandma, which I don't think is surprising that you forgot to mention, Richard, because despite going to visit their grandma for a couple of weeks, they spend almost no time with her. They're constantly out treasure hunting, playing with the puppies. But yeah, no, it's a treasure hunt movie with puppies involved. What did you think of this one?
You're going to try and clarify my statement, but I really liked this one. Why
would I try and clarify it?
Huh?
Why would I try and clarify that?
No, you'd be like, oh, no, like, oh, it's relative, like, like we've done with every time one of us has said that we've liked one of these films. But I think there's an argument to be made that this is the best film we've seen in terms of, like, this could be live action and have come out in 2001 and star Michelle Trachtenberg and just be like a fun Colgate Saturday night feature of like a group of gal pals of sisters who return to their hometown, and you go, in 2021 you go, oh, I haven't thought about that film in years, and then you say, should we watch it? It's on Disney Plus, and then you watch it and then you realize like it's actually still like quite a bit of fun. Like that's to me the vibe I got from this movie.
No, I 100% agree. I wrote down here something like Without a Paddle, like it's got a Without a Paddle kind of,
but like obviously a family friendly kind of version. of that. But it's that kind of era of like adventure film, I guess.
Yeah, low budget adventure dramedies. And yeah, I really liked it as well. I really like the aspect I always really like in movies of returning to the hometown. I think that it's similar to like setting a film at Christmas in a way. There is a sort of umbrella mood over the whole film when it's like a going back to my hometown kind of thing. I liked in this movie how when they arrive, Barbie keeps bringing up the odd jobs she'd done or competitions she'd won or titles she'd had when they lived there, because it felt like a cheeky joke to the fact that Barbie's had 100 different versions of her dolls. That being said, Barbie is barely in this one, which is interesting. It's and in fact, out of Barbie, her sisters, and the puppies, Barbie and the puppies really play back seats to the sisters, which is surprising because I'd think it would be the puppies that would be the spotlighted characters, but they don't really do anything. You could do this without puppies.
Yeah, like they kind of Part of me thought that like I you know, especially if this were to be like a one-off film in like the live action Without a Paddle kind of thing we're talking about, there's a lot of weird elements that like, okay, why do they have talking dogs, you know?
Yeah.
But then at the same time, like, you know, some kind of DCOM Disney Channel original movie could get away with that, and it's just like, it's just a fun thing we chucked in the movie. But it does feel almost a bit like, well, I mean, The Hangover doesn't do it, but like, The Hangover does the opposite of it actually. But doing like you would have like Barbie would be played by like the most famous actor, and then it's like, oh, they're in the movie, but then they're kind of spotlighted, so they're kind of taken away from the spotlight, so they don't have to be paid as much to be on set as much, but they are still technically like the leader of the family, the opposite of what The Hangover does, where the three most famous actors in the film are the main trio,
right?
Not the guy who goes missing, who's also a national treasure. It all ties together.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, it's this and I love an adventure film like this, like the solving of clues. Like when we had a great time when we watched National Treasure, and it's it's that kind of thing of like working out the next clue, and they're written in a way that you can work them out. You work it out with the girls. Like
they're riddles.
Yeah, they're riddles, and it just this movie clicked for me.
Nice. I think one thing that helps that is I think this is the best the animation has looked so far. I might be gaslit here. I might be gaslit by the horrendous animation.
I messaged you and said the animation in Puppy Adventure is just good. Like,
yeah, no, there's a scene where
it's not like, oh my gosh, it's such an improvement. It's like this is perfectly good animation.
Yeah, there's a scene in a bloody carnival, Richard. I thought I was watching Toy Story 4. Eh?
Forget about it.
Tough crowd.
No respect, huh?
I thought it was funny that no one thought to take Chelsea out of the underground caverns when they get in there. They're like being pursued by bad guys. The whole movie's set like above ground in sort of this like cul-de-sac kind of one-horse town, and or more like a city centre. Think the main set from the Back to the Future movies.
Yeah, a hamlet.
The like Hill Valley. Is that what it's called?
A hamlet. Yeah, a hamlet is a village without a church, I believe. Let me double check that.
Oh, interesting. And so most of it's there, and then the third act takes this real strange turn where they're underground. It's where it becomes very National Treasury, and they find like a underground catacomb kind of thing. And they've got little Chelsea with them, and they have to get on a boat and go across an underground river and run across a rickety bridge. And I was just like, I'll probably take the the child back out. This probably doesn't have to be the sisters, although I guess the kind of contrived villains were pushing them.
A hamlet is smaller than a village and doesn't have a church.
Okay.
So there you go.
There's these two carnies. There's like a smart one and a dumb one, and
a real pinky in the brain situation.
Yeah, and they're chasing them because they want the treasure. But the treasure they do end up finding. It's an amazing amount of treasure, and they give it to the town because the town is crumbling. Which, okay, all right. I don't know. I guess it alleviates like seeing the characters as selfish for winning treasure, but at the same time, it's like, nah, I'd keep the
money. yeah.
Well, they do give them some of it, I guess.
Yeah. Like I think it's it would be weird any other ending. I think.
Yeah. So we talk about titles a few times when it comes to Barbie, so this movie is called Barbie and Her Sisters in a Puppy Chase. It is the second Barbie and Her Sisters movie.
It's not what it's called.
No, you're right. That's a good point. It's called. Oh no, I've written it funny. It's called Barbie and Her Sisters in the Great Puppy Adventure. It is the second Barbie and Her Sisters film, unless you count A Perfect Christmas. As a Barbie and Her Sisters film.
But that doesn't use the titling scheme.
Yeah. So it is a very close title to a film we're watching in 2 films' time called Barbie and Her Sisters in a Puppy Chase, or 3 films' time. And until watching this movie, like, I thought these were the same film.
Yeah.
Like, I knew there was a Barbie and Her Sisters puppy movie. And this is actually evidence, if you want to go back and listen twice earlier in the podcast, once I said, including A Perfect Christmas, there are only 3 sisters films, which, including Puppy Chase, there's 4. And while this is the 4th, you also mentioned that there was a Puppy Chase as well, and I just assumed you'd got the title wrong. I was like, they're going on a puppy adventure, and you were like, yeah, they're going on a puppy chase too. And I was just like, I don't get it. And I just moved on. I just powered right through it.
And you thought you were doing me a favor at the time.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Richard's bombing. He doesn't know the titles.
I find this really interesting though, because is it not bad for what I assume is the straight to DVD tie-in doll movie merchandise marketing, like to have 2 that, because I could see a little girl has Barbie and Her Sisters in the Great Puppy Adventure, and then a couple years later she sees the Great Puppy Chase, or the Puppy Chase in your Walmarts or your warehouses or your big W's, depending on where you are in the world, and going like, Mum, can I get Barbie in a Puppy Chase? And the mum's like, no, we've already got this one. Right. Like, they're such similar titles. And it's weird that, so we've talked before about how there are sub-series within the Barbie series.
I think
so
the thing is, it's like, there's already Barbie and Her Sisters as a sub-series, and then it feels like they're trying to make the Puppy series a sub-series.
At this point in time, we have not seen a Puppy Chase. I'm anticipating the puppies will be the main characters in that one, surely.
Well, Barbie and Her Sisters.
Oh, of course, you're right. No, this title confusion, which has happened as I've been talking about it, is all made even more confusing by the tie-in merch, Richard, which was very bicycle focused for some reason. So they're on bikes, and so the sisters, the dolls, like ride on bikes, and the puppies are chasing after them. Like that's the puppy chase.
The adventure is you're being chased by puppies.
Got a IMDb user review here. It says, I can't believe this is just a Barbie animated movie by Glass Dreams 4. This was in May of 2020. Wow. They wrote, this is one of my favorite movies ever, and I'm 20. I need this to be a real movie, please.
Agreed.
A real movie? What is going on? So I don't know. What do you think they mean by that?
Well, I think they want it to be a live action movie.
I think, yeah, if they are, we haven't talked about this yet, so I apologize for bringing it up before our continue the franchise segment, which is a segment I'm sure people will not be getting to and being like, just end it, boys. But there is a live action Barbie movie in the works. From what I understand, it's going to take a little bit more of a meta approach, which is probably for the best. But this otherwise would be the most suitable for a theatrical Barbie movie I think we've seen yet.
Yeah.
Sweet. I've got some trivia. I just copied the entire trivia section off the Barbie movie wiki because I thought each of them was sort of interesting.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, I'll just copy and we can discuss it. So this is the first appearance of Christy after her character was discontinued in 2005. So Christy is Barbie's long-lost school friend who she reconnects with in Willows. And apparently that doll was gone. Gone just like Callie Shally and replaced with Chelsea. This was the first appearance of Christy.
Because Christy's like Barbie's I'm not racist, I have black friends, right?
In terms of like the Mattel trying to prove.
Yeah.
That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that was Christy, but we can look it up. Yeah, no, you're right. It is Christy. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. That makes it a more interesting piece of trivia, doesn't it? That it's
you were so ready to cut this part out.
No, not at all. I was trying to clarify. Like Barbie and the Nutcracker and the Barbie Diaries, this film has no quote from Barbie at the end of the credits. So we're also going to do this as a future segment on this episode, is go through all the quotes. And
although the top of this Wikipedia page of the Barbie wiki page does have a quote from Barbie.
Okay, that's interesting. It must just not be the.
But there wasn't, because I saw this piece of trivia and I stuck around to the end of the credits. I don't think there was one.
The movie and merchandise have a few allusions to Barbie life in the dream house. The cupcakes Chelsea sees at the beginning are the same type, shape, and color as those seen in various Dreamhouse episodes. Very interesting that this implies the abundance of cupcakes in a TV show.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever get round to watching Life in the Dreamhouse under any circumstances, so this can be our
we
lone
100% will for a film franchise. It's prime film franchise follow-ups fodder.
Okay. The Puppy Cradle playset has a photo of Taffy from Dreamhouse. I don't know what that means. I guess that's the playset tie-in merch, maybe. There were some objects from Barbie Life in the Dreamhouse that appeared in this movie, such as bananas, Teresa's sock money, Chelsea's unicorn plushie, and the fish. Oh, monkey. Why are you reading it?
Well, because you keep fucking it up.
Get off it! Get off it! Midge is mentioned for the first time in movie canon. Traditionally, Midge was the first of Barbie's friends to be introduced in the doll line.
Wow.
There's some deep cuts in this Barbie.
Do you reckon
movie.
that's why Mo calls Marge Midge?
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon that's why. Because there's a Barbie doll named Midge.
All right.
What does that have to do with The Simpsons?
You greeted that with weird hostility, but
why would that be in The Simpsons? Why would The Simpsons be?
Fuck, just move on. Read. Unlike the other movies, this one uses scenes from full movie and teaser trailer video, because I know that's the next piece of trivia you have written down.
Go. So you know how there's transcripts on all the Barbie wikis.
Well, not on all of them, but yeah.
Yeah, on this one. I want you to read the transcript to me right now. This is the transcript for Barbie and her sisters in A Great Puppy Adventure on the Barbie Wiki, the best place, the best resource for all our well-researched Barbie trivia.
And so just to clarify, you want me to read this in its entirety?
So not the warning of how to do a transcript, but the transcript.
But you want me to read like the whole transcript in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hello, how are you?
That's all it says. I love this. Wikis, I've turned around on wikis completely, dude.
Yeah, man, they're fucking great.
throughout the years, we've used wikis a couple of times for franchises that have them, and usually you'll just see these spiteful, opinionated articles written under the guise of being like a Wikipedia article. But the Barbie one, I've grown to see it as it's like the TEDx to Wikipedia's actual TED, right? Like it's like it's just where people can go, and it doesn't have to be that well researched. It's just a funny place to go, and
There's
like this really speaks
1,700
to it.
pages on this wiki as well.
Yeah, there you go. Wow,
And,
a lot of that.
and this is just Barbie movies. It's not even Barbie.
yeah.
Oh, wait, so
Richard,
how many pages is that per film? Let's have a look. Currently, each film has on average 46 pages to do with
that's
it.
just not true from what we've seen, though. There
No,
must be
it
some
fucking
that
is. Have you,
there
have
must
you
be
gone
some
and
that
looked,
really
like,
skew the difference.
if you go on like the characters for each film, so you click on Barbie
Right.
cast and characters, and then you have a whole page that's just Barbie from the Great Puppy Adventure, and then Skipper from the Great Puppy Adventure, because they're like different
Right.
characters in every film. It's
It's
insane.
so
There's a lot of
funny, man.
pages.
And the Barbie wiki is so interesting because it exists as almost this frozen in time wiki, right? Because the girls that edit this grow out of editing it, so it's like it's completely authored by a specific demographic, which is something you don't have for like Wikipedia or something. You know, it's cute, it's funny, I like it, it's really interesting. It's like a bunch of little girls all over the world got together to like document some stuff, but there's these adorable little glitches in the matrix, like the wiki transcript for this saying, "Hello, how are you?" But speaking of cast and characters, Richard, this is, and I'm a little choked up, Richard. This is a big finality for our Barbie podcast. This is the last film to date that Kelly Sheridan voices Barbie in. I'm devastated. I love Kelly Sheridan as Barbie. She's my favorite Barbie. She's been the one that's carried us through. She's the person I would want to interview the most post Barbie, because I feel like she will have dipped into the madness as much as we have. You know.
Okay. Sorry, but I have just gotten some more information on Barbie and Chelsea: The Lost Birthday.
How did you? It's removed from the Wikipedia page. How did you find more information about it?
No, it's not. It's still there
I couldn't see it when I looked
on the Barbie wiki.
On the Barbie wiki.
So there is a plot, and I found a what is it, a TV guide essentially. So it's TV listings. What country is this? Stanley's Superhero Kindergarten is part of it. This is February. It's got some contact details as well, which is good because we could maybe try and get in contact with them to try and find out, get to the bottom of this. But we do have a plot synopsis.
All right, tell me it.
And also this is for February 2021. So I'm not sure when it's supposed to be released, but Barbie and Chelsea: The Lost Birthday animation. It does say it's one episode that's 60 minutes long, because this is like telling you like what's coming up in TV. So there's also Barbie Vlogger, which is 135-minute episodes. But enjoy high seas thrills as Barbie, Chelsea, and the rest of the Roberts family set sail on an adventure cruise. And there's also. Oh wait. Okay, it also references Barbie Princess Adventure, which I was like, which it says 1 times 72 minutes, and I was like, fuck, but that's actually the 37th film we have at the moment.
Yeah, but sorry, there's Barbie Vlogger, which is 1 times how many?
It's 135-minute episodes.
130 5-minute episodes.
Yeah.
I thought you said 135-minute episode.
Right, no, sorry.
Like 135. All right, so that's just a TV show. We don't need to worry about the 135-minute vlogs. But we need to find out if this movie's coming out before this podcast release because I will not stand for our podcast missing one. You know what I mean? And it's kind of special in a way. It almost feels like this is in a lot of ways has been film franchise Fortnights the movie. You know, like this has been the movie version of the TV show that is the podcast.
This is like like we're not. This isn't like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like you could have just you didn't need this to be a movie. This is like no, this is why you release a movie.
This is like in SpongeBob or the Simpsons movie where it's a plot line that wouldn't work on TV working in the movie. And in this one, it's trying to figure out if the movie, the next movie in the franchise comes out before we release the episode. That's very exciting.
Oh boy. Okay, but once we finish this little record session, let's email this this email and see if we can get to the bottom of it.
All right.
But time for the next movie, is it?
Yep, unless you have anything else you want to say about Barbie and her sisters and the Great Puppy Adventure.
No, just check it out.
Check it out. Why not?
What was the franchise I said that on? Like every single movie I was like, no, just check it out. It's good.
I don't know. I can't remember.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Barbie Spy Squad is the next film. This came out in 2016.
On like 3 separate occasions today, my sister thought I said Spice World, not Spy Squad. And I was like, why would you've heard me say it? I've corrected myself several times. Why would I now be saying Spice World?
Wow. Spice Squad doesn't even really like I understand hearing spice, but the Q is quite a sharp sound. Whereas
Spice
world is quite a soft sound, you know. The Q's the dead giveaway is what I'm saying. If it was Spy Squad, then yeah, okay, maybe.
Spice World.
Spice World. Spice Squad.
Spice World.
This was directed by Michael Gugian and Conrad Helton. Both names we've seen before. What do you think this has on Rotten Tomatoes?
72.
Richard, this has 47 on Rotten Tomatoes. This is the lowest, I think, in a long time, potentially. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think this might be the lowest audience score of any of them.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
If only there was some way of knowing.
I've tried to figure it out, but not only has Rotten Tomatoes like fucked its user interface by making you have to turn off ad block whenever you go there, which I've just done. Fine. But it also doesn't, when you look up a franchise, at least as far as I could see, it didn't show the audience scores.
Yeah.
So we may never know. Unless there's just a collated list of them. Is there one on the Barbie wiki? Or on the Barbie Wikipedia?
Nah.
No?
Anyway, what's this
Let's
one
look
about?
up lowest rated Barbie movie. Oh, this is just a subjective list, not Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes. No. All right, never mind. We'll figure it out. This one is this is what IMDb tells us it's about. Barbie and her athletic best friends slip into their smart outfits when a secret intelligence agency wants to use their special skills to stop a series of gem robberies. Will the Spy Squad succeed in this difficult cat and mouse game? So yeah, Barbie and her 2 friends are they are
Gymnasts.
They're gymnasts at like a gymnasium kind of school, like a gymnast school. And their Auntie Zoe, who is one of the friend's aunties, reveals that she's actually a classy British spy and recruits them to try and catch a gem thief. What did you think of this movie? You've just watched this.
Yeah. So I watched the first 45 minutes of this, then I had to go out and I finished it when I came back. And boy, I tell you, this is a real game of two halves, this film. Because yeah, when I went out, I was like, this one was pretty good. Like, this was definitely out there. And then I just didn't really care for the ending. I just stopped kind of, and I mean, maybe it's like, it's just that my mood changed or whatever in the few hours I was gone. But yeah, it seemed to not really stick the landing, ironically, for a film about gymnasts.
I don't know if I ever liked it. I don't know if I noticed it being two halves. I just kind of was put off it from the start. It's refreshing to see a Barbie movie which isn't about a mermaid, a fairy, or a princess.
I like the ones that aren't traditionally girly in a way. Like they're not just like the stereotypical like, oh, fucking princesses, fairies, mermaids, and so it's
the three
cool.
genders.
Yeah, it's cool to see. Because like especially the first like 10 or dozen of these were all just like princess stories, because it was like, and especially early 2000s, it's like, this is what girls do, like this is what girls like, don't veer away from that. But now it's like, the fact that they're actually saying like girls can be into anything, and so we get a superhero one, we get a a rock star one, get a spy one. And so I like that they're diversifying that a little bit while still putting the Barbie spin on it.
I do too. But I thought this, I liked the superhero one quite a lot. I think I've currently ranked it third or fourth. But I thought this one was pretty stupid. I'm willing to suspend my disbelief for certain logistical contrivances in kids' movies, especially in like a low budget tie-in merch for a toy line, but this was nuts. So the girls, they just get hired straight out of gymnastics class after a session where Barbie like ate shit. Like the session that the auntie sees ends in failure because Barbie doesn't stick a landing, and then she's like, yes, these 20-year-old girls are the people we need to solve an international gem heist. The super important mission that is given to these brand new spies who weren't even spies a day ago has so much emphasis put on it. They're like, girls, you need to solve it. You need to catch the villain. And it's like they get upset with them when they're incompetent. And it's like, yeah, of course they're incompetent.
They're like women.
They're like university spies. I've literally written no doy in my notes. Yeah. Like, spies train for years to do this shit, and it's one
like,
of those
well,
situations.
You're good at doing flips, so I'm sure you'll be good at undercover covert operations. Like.
Yeah, exactly. It reminded me of Cats and Dogs, is the movie from our back catalogue that this reminded me the most of. But yeah, it's like the problem is it wants the theming of a spy movie. Like, you've got the cute guy who makes all the gadgets for them, and all the gadgets are Barbie themed and come in handy, and it's got like spy paraphernalia and plot lines and music and stuff, but they've started out on the wrong foot, because they also wanted it for some reason to be Barbie playing herself, and I think this would have benefited, if any of them would have benefited from being Barbie is playing a different character. Like, this should have started with the end. It should have been a James Bond type thing. It should have started with the Barbie playing like a Jamie Blonde, and she like finishes a mission, and that's the start of the film. Like, if you establish them as spies at the start, then sweet, let's enjoy this movie. But because it's all about them literally just they're asked to be spies on a whim, and they're like, yeah, okay. Like, I was like,
yeah, they're totally spies.
Did you get that vibe? It's very much like totally
It's very
spies.
Totally Spies, because this is also like, it's one of the sexier ones. We spoke about this with Mermaid Tale, but, I think maybe that's just me associating with Totally Spies, because that show was just someone's fetish.
You reckon?
Whoever was making this.
Like that.
Oh no, there's I'm currently looking at now a list of every fetish like in Totally Spies. So like
it
each
is
episode,
Canadian French.
yeah. But yeah, there's like a lot of like weird like bondage and like shrinking and brainwashing and all this kind of stuff that like commonly appears.
Created by two dudes as well.
Yeah, and it was like it feels very Totally Spies feels very like we know why you're watching this.
Watch for the plot. Interesting. I didn't find this one particularly sexy, but I do not at all shame you for finding it sexy. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, I think that's just showing what we find, the things we find like for you
I
it was
find
girls in
mermaids.
bikinis. Yeah, no, it was like the bikinis and everything, and the skin tight leather catsuits.
I thought you were going to be like, AJ, for you it was girls in bikinis, and me it's just, I'm just in love with their minds because they have to be smart to be spies. This is also reminiscent of a lot of the franchises we watch, which have quite long or like an extended sequelage. We'll have like a heist movie. Beethoven and Herbie are two examples where there's kind of a movie similar to this thrown in
caper
at the back end of the sequels. So this is the first movie with Erica Lindbeck as Barbie. I've written down here the Timothy Dalton of Barbie is Erica Lindbeck's Nobody's Barbie, and are we going to post a video about that?
Fuck
and
you.
get a comment every week saying that Erica Lindbeck is my Barbie. And I thought the character took quite a change. Like the characterization of Barbie is very different in this. They actually literally say in the movie, they describe a character trait directly to her face, where it's like, yeah, well, you're always wanting to try new things and take risks or something like that. And it's like, I know that Barbie like has a lot of careers, but like I've never thought of her as impulsive. She hasn't really been impulsive. As we said when we compared the last actress to Kelly Sheridan, it's like I kind of prefer Barbie to be more wise than this. This was a very impulsive and almost immature Barbie, I thought.
Yeah.
Did you think that?
Yeah, please back me up. I did think the characterization of her was strange in this, and the voice. Yeah, I mean, I guess the immaturity. I guess but
because this also isn't like necessarily a direct sequel to Puppy Adventure. I don't think it's, that it's
because we do see Chelsea in this.
Yeah, but that fucks with like the age of how old everyone should be. I think I can't remember, but like I don't interpret this as a follow on from Puppy Adventure. This is like a separate universe.
Sure.
According to a tweet she made in 2015, Kelly Sheridan was never told why she was let go as Barbie. This may have been updated, but I couldn't find any more word on it. So if we ever do interview her, I want to be like, what happened? Tell us the truth.
Wow. Because I assumed it was that she willingly left after, what was it, Mermaid Tale. And then they did a few without her, and they would have got backlash, and they said, look, we'll give you more money to come back. And then, she thought, I've actually can put this to bed.
No, she in her tweet, she basically said, someone asked if she was ever going to return to the character, and she said, you'll have to take this up with Mattel. It's not really my call. So that's kind of interesting. The tie-in merchandise for this movie shouldn't surprise you, because there's literally a scene where each of the three spies is given their own color-coded motorcycle, along with a side cart for their robot animal friends. I thought the robot animals were cute. You also can get a doll of the villain, but by the looks of it, all the dolls have some kind of extra accessory where you connect them to the stand, and they can do like cartwheels and roundhouse kicks and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The message of this film, like the moral of the story, is like, if you think you can't
believe
do
in yourself,
you should visualize yourself. It's a really practical tip to give people in a little
Right.
girls movie. Like, you should visualize yourself doing the thing, and then you'll be able to do it. Which is a nice concept, but filmically, I don't know if it works. Where in the climax of the film, Barbie, it's contrived so that Barbie has to do like this somersault to save the day, and she imagines herself doing it first, and we see it, and then she does it. And it's like, well, I already saw this. I saw this in the flash of the imagination. It's like the ruined orgasm of film climaxes, because it's like, I saw this already. you tried to still build it up while I was seeing, because it plays like immediately afterwards as well. So that's very funny.
And do you think that's what ruined orgasm is like?
Isn't that what the genre is? Is like, well, shut up.
Shut up.
The transcript for this film on Wiki seems to have all the dialogue for the film or the whole thing written out. It's astonishing. They're like the one of the worst movies in the series. Some little girl went in, and it's like not coded by character either, so it's just the flat line, index line, indent line. So that is something. If you ever want to see the sheer endurance of
that's so funny.
Barbie loving girls, you can just look at the transcript for this film and see that someone devoted probably a whole couple of afternoons to writing all that down. I didn't actually read it. It might not be the extra transcript. It's like halfway through, it just becomes like The Great Gatsby.
A lot of these actually, you'll find they're not the entire film. This one does actually appear to be the entire film. But I've seen a few that I'm like, wow, it's just there. And then it actually stops after like 2 scenes.
All right.
But that one is the whole film, I just tuned.
Do you have anything else you want to say about Spy Squad?
Spice World?
Spice. No.
No, shut up. No, that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we've got another guest.
Another one.
Rapping at our door. So let's go and say hello to them now, and we'll see you on the other side of this hilarious little jingle.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Cool. That will work.
Great.
Alrighty. Okay. All right. Okay. Here to talk to us, Richard, about Barbie Starlight Adventure is American comedian, singer, songwriter, and producer Nat Puff, also known as Left at London. How are you, Nat?
I am fine.
That's good. That is good. We've caught you brushing your teeth and setting up a sort of haberdashery of recording software so that we can see you on Zoom as well as hear you. It's been a fun little morning for us.
Yeah,
so
and
far.
I just got literally like as you were saying that introduction, I just got an alarm clock for in all caps, watch the fucking Barbie movie.
I'm so touched. that you set an alarm for us. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very forgetful person. I probably would not have otherwise, because that is what happens literally every time that like I am asked to do something prior to a podcast. They're like, here's some study materials, and I'm like, fuck that.
Well, at least our study materials is a under 90 minutes, fairly passive watch, I guess. And some of them aren't passive, some of them, and watching 33 of them has been quite aggressive, I would say. But
Jesus Christ, hold on, sorry, I need to figure out how to turn off the notification sound on my computer is entirely muted, and yet it's still like, you know what, let's keep on doing the notification sounds. Like, fuck it, let's just,
I like this.
Oh my God.
For those listening this far in, one of the fun things about this podcast is that the behind-the-scenes technical aspects have also gotten more chaotic and complicated as the show has gone on. So it's worked out pretty.
I think I turned it off. So as long as I don't get text, as long as I get a text, I should not be able to get the ding sound. But if I get the ding sound, just pretend that's me having an idea in the back of my mind.
No,
yeah, that's a great idea.
AJ, I do have to sorry to interrupt. I have some devastating news. So this you mentioned is the 33rd Barbie movie.
Yeah.
As you've just heard in our last segment, we got a little bit more information about this mythical 38th Barbie movie that's coming out. Since last night, 12 hours ago, when we recorded, there has been a 39th Barbie movie announced.
This is our curse, dude. This will never end.
So it's called, oh my god, it disappeared in the last 5 minutes.
The Lost Barbie movie.
Okay. The link to it, oh my god.
Barbie
What's
and the
it
Pirates
called?
of Penzance.
Yeah.
It's called Barbie Big City Big Dreams.
Damn.
There's a
Ain't that the
novelization of it coming out on September 7th, but it says the book, it's a step into reading book. It says a step into reading leveled reader based on the Barbie Big City Big Dreams musical special premiering fall 2021 on Netflix.
Well, look, we knew this was coming. We started this podcast as a new one had come out, not to, like, it was like last year. So this was always going to happen. We can just do the best we can. We can just watch the Barbie movies available to us. And
I don't
try and
imagine
survive.
that, like, they're going to be like, well, this is the last Barbie movie. Your podcast is over now.
They did go on hiatus for like 3 years and then brought it back.
We should have done this then.
We should have done it then.
Yeah, this was in what, 2016? It said at the end of the credits.
the one we're talking about today. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was one of the last ones before the hiatus.
Oh, okay.
So this one is called Barbie Starlight Adventure 2016. It was directed by Andrew Tan and Michael Goguen, who we've seen pop up the last couple of movies. Do any of you want to take a guess at what this film has on Rotten Tomatoes? What its Rotten Tomatoes score? Nat, for context, they almost all have about 75 audience score. That's not critic score. These movies do not have critic scores because we are the closest things to critics that are watching them. But yeah, do any of you want to take a guess?
Is it like Price is Right rules where if we get over, then we lose?
No, not at all. Yeah, you go over, we kick you from the Zoom call, and we're like, well, she got it wrong. I'm sorry.
Sorry about it. I guess I'm going to guess 67.
Okay, Richard?
I'm going to guess like 50 because the last few have been quite a bit lower than the 75.
This one has 40% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is the lowest one
both of us
so
are
far.
gone.
The lowest one so far, I think, and maybe indicative of the directors or the new voice actress who's taken over Barbie. But look, who knows? Who really knows at this point? It's hard to tell, and also doesn't matter. And we get stuck on this every movie, and it doesn't matter. Nat, would you be able to tell us in sort of a sentence or two what is Barbie Starlight Adventure about?
Well, there's a prophecy that something the universe galaxy needs to be put back into shape, and the king thinks that it's him, but so he comes up with a ragtag group of youngsters, and Barbie being one of them, who's known for her hoverboarding skills, and then she is sent into space with a crew of like 3 girls, 1 dude, and the king. And that implies that that the king is not a guy, which, you know, fuck it. Non-binary rights. but like, yeah, that's pretty much the whole movie. Do I spoil it? Can I spoil it?
Yeah, you can spoil it. Yeah.
Okay, well, turns out, shock of the century, the king is not the actual guy that was, like, the prophecy was mentioning. It was Barbie the whole time.
Oh my god.
It was...
What is this?
I had no clue. I was shocked. The moment
You're
that they
telling
said...
me the title character is the prophecy fulfilled.
Yeah. That's why they call it Augustus Gloop in the Chocolate Factory, right?
Yeah, so for those such as yourself, Nat, who aren't familiar with all the other Barbie movies necessarily. This is a kind of a sidestep for Barbie. This is the first one that's been about something like this. We haven't had a space one yet.
I saw Princess and the Pauper, which I know is like the Criterion collection of like Barbie movies.
That's a good piece of knowledge. I'm glad that you have that.
I actually, like literally right before, like midway through watching this movie, actually no, 17 minutes into watching this movie, I was like randomly remembering I'm Just Like You song from The Princess and the Pauper.
It's good. Yeah.
And I made a little TikTok about it, and I thought of you guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So you directly inspired it.
We watched that 20 films ago, but its memory lives on.
It was a lot more. It was like 30 films ago.
Oh my god,
that's like the fourth one, and
it felt too silly to say 30 films ago. You know,
it's 29 films ago to be fair, but
Nat, so you'd seen Princess and the Pauper. Do you have like an existing relationship with Barbie as a brand or anything beyond that?
Not really, no. I mean,
that's okay.
I mean, like my sister had like a couple of Barbies, and the only one that I really remember playing with was the Queen Amidala one that was like came with the that was like from like the Star Wars prequels. She was like a go-to in playtime, I guess, but yeah. Otherwise, I didn't really play with Barbies. I was more of a Hot Wheels kid, or I was more conditioned to be a Hot Wheels kid. I'm not sure yet. We just don't discuss that.
Would you mind if I were to ask you what year you were born?
1996. I am 24 years old.
Sweet as. So we've been telling all our guests who have been on the show that what Barbie looked like the year that they were born, and it's sort of acted as like a zodiac sign.
Yeah, it helps us and the audience to get to know you a little bit better.
Yeah.
So in 1996, you had Holiday Princess Cinderella Barbie. Which was based on the character from Disney's 1950 cartoon movie. And then you also have Gymnast Barbie, who effortlessly takes the gold in a very patriotic ensemble. And she's got like a star-spangled blue and red kind of skin-tight leotard, and then like the middle part of it is white.
Yeah, I have nothing in common with Gymnast Barbie. When you said, I don't know why, but, well, I actually know why. It's because I've been watching too much Muppets, but, like, when you said Gymnast... when you said Gymnast Barbie, I literally thought you were going to say Jim Henson Barbie, and I was like, what is that going to be?
That'd be fucking sick.
God. Imagine, like, you know how, like, the one commonality between all the Barbie dolls is that it's, like, the same mold?
Yeah.
Like, just for Jim Henson Barbie, they just make... It's normal Barbie, but she looks like a Muppet.
But with a
that
beard.
That would be amazing.
And,
I feel like Jim Henson was sort of built like Barbie in terms of height.
Yeah.
Just like in terms of height and like body proportions. He was a lanky man. He was a lanky man.
Very busty man.
Oh man.
So in terms of, it's interesting you bring up that you played with a Queen Amidala Barbie, because Star Wars is obviously the first comparison you'd make when you're like, this Barbie movie, Starlight Adventure, is Barbie does Star Wars, which at least that's what I was expecting going into it, but it feels more like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, and the timing would work out with Guardians of the Galaxy more.
Yeah, that it's a response to it. Yeah.
I did not expect that much politics in this Barbie movie. No, if I had to tell you what my impression of this movie was going into it before I knew what it was about and everything like that, the title Barbie Starlight Adventure, I literally like. I don't think I even processed the title. Like, I literally was just like, all right. She's a star and it's light. Let's go. And then the Universal logo came on. I was like, all right, what's this movie about? And then it was in space.
Yeah. It's very unexpected. And it's interesting because this is, it's not the first film where Barbie is just playing Barbie. We've had a few where she's usually, more often than not, she's playing a character and it's like Barbie as Rapunzel or whatever. And so this isn't the first time that Barbie is playing Barbie, and it's not the first time we've seen Barbie playing Barbie in kind of a fantastical, story. We've seen her go to a fairy dimension and stuff like that. But this is the first time we've started a pretty distinct canon. Like, she's got a rebooted history and her name is still Barbie. Like, she's lived in space her whole life in this movie. She doesn't have her sisters. This isn't the continuing adventures of Barbie. This is a new Barbie.
Yeah, it's pretty much like I think, okay, actually the most comparable thing to this is not Star Wars, not Guardians of the Galaxy, but Partridge Family 2200 AD. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. It is a spin-off of the Partridge Family. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Like is it a sitcom?
It's like a sitcom that's follows around the singing family. Anyways, there's a spin-off of that was pretty much like the Jetsons, but it was just the Partridge Family. Wow. And it was they had a whole theme song. It was all animated. They still had a laugh track though. It was ridiculous. And
That's
it was just
sick.
in terms of just being it's literally this, but they're also in space, and also it's a different year, and this is a different century and stuff that.
Yeah, wow.
Pretty much the exact same in terms of how it matches the canon of the original. But I will say that the fact that she does basically have the Force is that wouldn't surprise me, because it never really introduced the idea of is she the only one with this power? Is it a common thing for her everybody on this planet to have this power? It just never explained that. But then it implied it.
Yeah, the ragtag team that the king puts together all have a specific ability. So one of them's really fast. There's a pair of twins that can they can read each other's mind. They manipulate
gravity.
And they change color depending on their mood. Barbie.
But their whole thing is that one of them makes things light and the other one makes things heavy.
Right.
Yeah. What were the names of the twins? Dingle and Splangle?
No, they were. I've got them written down. Sheena and Karina. Yeah.
Sheena and Karina.
And Barbie's power is that she can sing and make things float with her mind. And it reminded me of Frozen 2, from Frozen 2.
Well, and also her hair is it's like if Elsa was a character in Mass Effect.
My flatmate was watching this with me and he said, she looks like Elsa. And I was like, my God, she does look like Elsa.
Yeah. I do want to say as well that we've said before, we've spoken about the animation quality, and I said in the Puppy Adventure that I was like, this is just good. The Starlight Adventure is gorgeous. The animation of this is legit just real good.
Yeah, I will say that it's really surprising that the non-human characters in this, so the non-human characters, there are there's the plot, there's the ones that affect the plot, the Starlian, right? And the popcorn, whatever.
Her little pet, yep.
Yeah. So those character designs are kind of grody, but the rest of them are really fucking cool. The birds shocked me how cool they looked.
Yeah, they've got little antenna, almost or antlers. They're little sparrows with glowing antlers. It's very interesting character design. I think the ugly main character designs are because those ones are ones that have taken toy design into consideration. Whereas, they're not going to make a toy of this crazy little antler bird.
I would buy that over the popcorn, though.
I agree.
If I was offered,
I would get popcorn.
You would get popcorn, pre or post transition.
Well, imagine a toy that, depending on how much you love it, it changes. You get one toy, and then just one day it turns into a different toy.
Or maybe it's one of those turns inside out toys.
Yeah,
you know those the football turns into a whatever.
Or a Hatchimals kind of thing.
Yeah. So the canon of popcorn, for those who haven't seen this movie, which I think is the majority of the people listening, is it's like a little puffball, and then the idea is that one day popcorns, or whatever the animal is called, pop and turn into a new a new animal, and this one hasn't popped yet. And halfway through the film, it pops and turns into what I thought was a less interesting character, which was a cat. It goes from just a mythical creature to literally a cat.
I mean, imagine like a squishmallow with like unnecessarily tiny wings and star antenna, and that's it. That's all popcorn is.
Yeah,
it's adorable.
And then like the fact that like he evolves into something that does not fly.
Yeah,
is
it's
like,
so funny.
Yeah, that's a downgrade. I would have just.
I
simply would have stayed popcorn.
They put little propellers on it, like helicopter wings on it to help it fly. And this can tie into the tie-in merch for this film, which I was very surprised by. So we've been looking at what dolls come with each movie now.
A drone cat?
Dude, that's actually what it is. Because I was expecting... No, because the toy technology it gets quite amazing in these Barbie IPs. Before looking it up, I assumed that maybe like Sheena and Karina could change from purple to pink when you put them under cold water. That I was like, that'll be a toy.
They could manipulate gravity or something.
Yeah. I couldn't find that, but what the main commercial for this toy line has Barbie holding a cable, and Popcorn in cat form flies around in what looks like real propellers and a drone, like one of those remote control helicopters that you can buy at like the mall.
That's fucking cool. It's kind of like, you know, those things that it's like a butterfly and it'll be like on a wire and it spins around, and as it does the butterfly kind of flaps.
Oh shit, I had one of those. Yeah.
It looks kind of like one of those things, but it's more like the attachment to Barbie is so that it doesn't fly away rather than it's actually propelling the kind of movement.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Richard, before going into this, you messaged me and you said, dude, I'm determined to make this my favorite Barbie movie.
Yeah.
I wanted to like it too. I didn't quite... I ended up ranking this at 7th, which is still pretty high. I'd still say it's in the top tier, but it wasn't my favorite.
I put it 7th as well.
If you think it's like 7th best, then I'm surprised that it was like 40% on audience ratings.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, we're not exactly the target audience. Yeah.
It got 40% with audiences because the audiences are the little girls that want to keep watching the princess ones, and we're the 28-year-old male nerds who want to watch Star Wars.
Princess and the Pauper is the only one from what I would assume is referred to as the Golden Age in my top 10. And the rest of them are quite low down because the animation lets them down, and you know, but I love the idea of this one, and I love that like the stakes of this film are like the stars are all going to go out and plunge the universe into eternal darkness.
Yeah.
Which is like, those are legit stakes for a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
And the animation, as I mentioned, is like the best it's ever been. This is, I would say it's because, you know, obviously you want to compare it to Pixar, but Pixar's on another level. This is like the same kind of level as like Megamind, the DreamWorks film, which is a huge step up for Barbie. And it's just like we have these interesting character designs. You can see like her hair is like really nicely animated. And
she's got that pink streak too.
Yeah, the signature pink streak that Barbie gains in every movie to show that her character has grown. And I think I liked the kind of ragtag team learning to work together, but I feel like that was maybe too much of the entire movie. Got to so I was watching it and someone asked me like, how long has this got to go? And I assumed it must have like 40 minutes to go, but I was like less than 15 minutes away from the end because they were only just now going on the mission. And I thought that was weird that it's like, because a lot of the scenes of them learning, there's like a hoverboard course that they go on, and so Barbie and the superstar hoverboarder are both assigned one of the gravity controlling twins. One who makes things light, the other one who makes things heavy, and like obviously you have to work together because those powers are useless on their own. And so that was like like scenes like that I thought were really cool. But then the ending I kind of just went
Yeah. It reminded me a lot of Ratchet and Clank, if you guys have ever played a Ratchet and Clank game.
I had a PS2. Well, I still have the PS2, but I don't think I ever played that particular. I was more of a Jack and Daxter bitch.
So was I. But I've been playing it. I've got a PS5 recently, and the Ratchet and Clank reboot came with it. So I was playing a bit of that. This is from the plot synopsis on the Wikipedia page, which it's not new information that we haven't discussed already, but the way it's worded I thought was really interesting on Wikipedia. It says, the narrator explains that a prophecy has foretold that someday the stars will cease their cosmic dance and go out unless the One can start them glowing again and restore order to the galaxy. This prophecy is starting to come true and the sky is getting darker. The rigidly organized and disciplined King Constantine, who still believes, despite many failures, that he must be the One, hatches his plan for proving himself and starts recruiting young people to help. Now, the organized and disciplined king who still believes, despite many failures, that he must be the One. This sounds like a political allegory for some recent global turmoil.
It was in 2016.
Yeah. Maybe this was the.
It's about Hillary.
Was this an early Trump era cinema? Is the question. Cinema.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing though. Constantine was still at least I still like the rules, but you're all right, Barbie.
Yeah. Constantine's
least,
better than Trump. Yeah.
if Constantine were like, hey, fuck you, Barbie, I'm still the best, and then just walked off the spaceship, that'd be more Trumpish, I feel like. But
a better movie though, right? This movie doesn't have a villain, and it almost feels like Constantine needs to fill that role.
I was hoping that the Starlion would eat the king.
The Starlion's a giant monster, by the way.
That they have to get in order to have a force field during the magnetic storm or whatever. It's very. There's a lot in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay, there are two things that I have to mention about this movie that are such small details, but they completely baffled me.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay. So the first one is so Barbie is invited to this ball, and she's told by the tiny Winx characters hey, you need to is that what you're wearing to the ball? And she's like, well, I guess I could wear something else. And then she opens up her clothing bag, only to reveal there's nothing in it but a note. And instead of going, where the fuck's my clothes? Or, oh my god, a note, she says, haha, paper. My roommate was watching it with me, and they just started cackling at that line. And then the second thing that also is mind-blowing to me, there's a line in which they're eating salad, and the dad says, can you pass the space ranch? And I literally had to pause the movie because I was what is the difference between space ranch and regular ranch, and why is it just called salad and not space salad?
They just live on a planet. They don't think of themselves as in space.
Yeah. I did love, there's all these things it's oh, but you did so well at intergalactic playoffs.
My flatmate was like, what happened to her parents? And I was like, oh, her dad's still around, but her mum space died. When you die and you're in a space movie. Did you guys think the dad looked like Pete Buttigieg? And this is the first time we've seen Barbie's dad in any of the films, so I'm calling it canon.
I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say that he doesn't look like Pete Buttigieg only because that I wrote down in my notes Barbie's dad is for sure a DILF, and I just don't want to admit that Pete Buttigieg is a DILF because
I've put you in an awful position. I'm very sorry.
That's just not my MO,
I was watching this with my sister, and she they've got this whole scene together. It's 10 minutes long, and right at the end of it, she was like, is that her dad?
I thought it was Pete Buttigieg.
She thought he was supposed to be the love interest.
Very There, yeah, he is a handsome
And I was like,
man.
that's weird that you didn't pick up on the fact that she called him dad several times, every sentence.
Maybe she did. She just thought it was a kinky.
It was like a daddy thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Daddy and father are two completely different like routes.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. I've got a user review from IMDb that we can look at. This is actually from Diana Marianelli, who we've heard from before, who very recently reviewed all the Barbie movies. This review is actually astonishingly from the 26th of January 2021. So this is very recently. This is what they wrote. I really wanted to like this movie, especially since it's space-themed, but my god, I was wrong. The character's name was Barbie? Seriously? What was her power? And no villain, which brought down the story.
You know,
So Diana didn't like it.
my opinion is that you should try to reach out to Diana and see if you can get her on the show.
That's a good idea.
That's you gotta do it. You just gotta be like, hey, we've been like reading your reviews on our like very opinionated Barbie show. Why not?
And we
join
have some
us?
thoughts.
Worst Barbie movie ever, you say? Okay. Would you? Hey, well, do either of you have anything else you want to bring up about this movie before we tie a bow on it?
I did, but I've forgotten what it was.
Classic.
Oh,
Doesn't matter though, does it? This long in.
Doesn't matter one bit.
this is not important at all, but I feel like it should be mentioned that the the music in the credits is Lindsay Sterling, which like the moment that I heard like the dubstep drop with the violins, I was like, wait, this is Lindsay Sterling?
Right. I don't know who Lindsay Sterling is.
Okay, so in
Paint
like
the
20
picture.
Okay, in like 2010, I want to say, like there was this artist named Lindsay Sterling who essentially was like her entire bit was combining dubstep and violin.
Okay.
And like that was her entire MO, and it was like fine. Like
as good as dubstep can be, I guess.
like here's the thing. People who liked dubstep didn't really like it because the dubstep was kind of boring, and then the people who like violin didn't like it because they're pretentious. And so pretty much what you had was like a market of people going like, all right. And then like I hadn't heard from her in so many years, and then all of a sudden 2016 credits to Barbie Starlight Adventure. Also, one thing that I wanted to mention as well is that like she, like Barbie, not Lindsay Sterling, but Barbie, she several times in this movie is like doing an action while she's singing, and like then she just stops singing and the music continues in her voice. Like literally the entire intro like baffled me because I had no idea if she was singing or not. And
it becomes non-diegetic.
Yeah, because number one, it doesn't really sound like her speaking voice, and number two, she's like running and not going like, hi.
That would be so funny. Imagine if any musical did that. Like,
have you seen? Oh my god, have you seen that clip of Kanye doing "Touch the Sky"? But he's like running across the stage.
No.
He's like, I gotta take a.
Wow, that's insane. I'm gonna look it up.
It's so good. It's so good.
You should put the audio of it in here.
All right, I'll put the
sure.
audio in.
Take 'em back to the club. Think about it, how I stand on line. Wanted to dance, so would you take a bow?
Sweet. So that I think we can put Starlight Adventure on a little gold vinyl and shoot it off into space, never to be
Very
seen again.
good reference, AJ.
Is that a Golden Voyager reference?
Is that what the thing's called?
Yeah, Golden Voyager.
Oh, cool.
The Carl Sagan record.
Yeah.
I fucking love that record.
Before we hear from you though, Nat, I just want to say, if it's anyone's birthday today, happy 28th birthday, Richard. It's Richard's
Thank
birthday.
you.
What?
Thank you.
Richard,
Yeah,
it's your birthday.
It is.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
AJ, I feel like I'll probably accidentally miss your birthday, so I'm just going to give you a preemptive belated or preliminary birthday. Happy
It's
birthday.
preliminary, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I mean-
or belated.
I mean, you've had a birthday before.
That's
I'm
true.
assuming.
You get to choose whether Nat's being a really good friend or a really bad friend.
Wow, I've never been given this moral quandary before.
When is your birthday?
22nd of June. So we're actually pretty even distance from. Technically, it's closer than. Is it? Yeah. So
Yeah, you're closer to your 28th than your
Yeah.
27th.
Yeah, mine's June 18th, so we're like 4 days apart.
easy way to remember. I'll send you a message. I'm going to put it in my phone.
Send an alarm.
Oh my god.
So anyway, Nat, if people want to find you online, thank you for coming on the show, I should say first.
Yes.
And if people want to find you online, check out what you do, where do they go? What do they look up?
You can literally go on leftinlondon.com, and all of my socials and like my releases and stuff like that are just on that website.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Nice.
Head on over there. Also, follow Nat on Twitter because she's got some of the funniest tweets and little videos. Because did you are you a Viner? Is that how you rose to prominence?
I started as a Viner. Vine died, as did I, and then I got popular on Twitter, and then TikTok started becoming a thing, and I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just do this. And I ended up really enjoying it. And then that's what I've been doing since. And at least
Awesome.
TikTok pays you for your content.
Does it really? Oh, cool.
It has it has like a creator fund for like people with like a lot of for like people who like have a lot of followers and get a lot of traction. Like if you are eligible for it, you can apply for it, and like I've gotten like not like a great amount of money, but I can afford takeout now here and there.
That's interesting. Maybe we need to change track, Richard.
Yeah, we
Become a
should probably
TikTok.
start a TikTok. TikTok would be a good place to do like pod vids.
Yeah.
Which is where we take a little segment of the podcast and make a funny little video around it.
That's a good idea. Alrighty, thank you, Nat, for coming on the show, and let's move forward valiantly to whatever the next movie is. Barbie.
The puppy chase.
The puppy chase, of course. I'm
The
so
puppy
excited.
chase?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do not
We've
to be
just come-
confused with the puppy adventure. They're different.
You have me on Starlight Adventure, and you had not told me about the puppy chase.
I'm so sorry.
I am infuriated. I am frustrated. I will not be sharing this episode when it comes out.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
We just had a very awkward silence. Might have been left in.
I feel like I probably wouldn't have left it in.
Yeah, probably not. It wouldn't make sense. Maybe a little bit. Maybe like 1 second.
It was a good room tone. So here's how one of the filters that we use on our audio works: is it listens to the room tone and then removes that. So that would have been really good for it.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Nice,
This
healthy.
is gonna be a crisp 40 minutes.
it's like watering a plant. It's like it's really good for leaving in the sunlight. Give it some nice room tone. Richard, I feel like my second wind has quickly dissipated, and now I'm limping across the finish line.
Yeah,
instead.
mine sparked up very briefly in a very brief moment that we'll get to in just a moment. But then it disappeared. And I was watching one of the next two movies with my sister, and she said, "Are you enjoying this movie?" And it was right as I had one of those search for Santa pause, I do believe in Christmas-esque breaking points, where you realize, what am I doing with my life? And then I showed her that song, And my God, listening to I Do Believe in Christmas from The Search for Santa Claus actually makes you feel like you're going insane. It keeps on feeling like it's going to wrap up, and then it keeps on going. And it keeps crescendoing as well. Like, oh my God. It's either very, very well made or very poorly made. That's for the listeners to decide.
That's why art is subjective.
It is. Speaking of subjective art, we're here today to talk about the subject of art. And that art specifically is Barbie. Barbie and her sisters in a great puppy fuck.
No.
Barbie and her sisters in a puppy chase. Now, not to be
Nothing
confused
great
with,
about it.
not to be confused with Barbie and her sisters in the Great Puppy Adventure. And if you confuse them, so help me God, I will end you.
I'll rip your heart out.
Okay, so what is... This came out in 2016. This is the first film, as far as I'm aware. I didn't check the exact release date of the last film. But this is the first film that came out after we started the podcast.
Oh, right.
So, oh no, actually Barbie Starlight Adventure did as well. It's funny that, like, because when we started the list, there was 34 films on it.
This is before we started the podcast as a whole, not this episode. Though I'd forgive you for thinking this has been going for 5 years as well.
Yeah, listening to I've just started listening to the podcast back for a bit of quality control, because we don't want to put out a subpar product, which we
You're
might
not
have
going
to
get to the end of the podcast in time for us.
I'm not going to. I'm like an hour into it.
Yeah.
And I started listening to it, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. I was like, who wants to listen to a fucking 6-hour long segment of a podcast about the Barbie movies?
No,
it was fun. It actually was very fun revisiting those early discussions.
Early days.
There's a joke, I'm sure you'll remember, listener, where you reference, maybe the White House will have been bombed. And I was about to message you and be like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that right before. And then you're like, we did just have the Capitol insurrection. And I was like, oh, okay, like, because I was like, holy shit. But then I forgot.
Can't release it.
Yeah, so Barbie and her sisters is a great puppy chase. Fuck me. This isn't a great puppy chase. It's a very run-of-the-mill puppy chase.
It's the most average of all the puppy chases I've ever seen personally.
So Barbie and her sisters...
It's actually not as good of a puppy chase as the puppy chase from the Great Puppy Adventure.
Well, that at least signified that it would be great. Yeah, fuck me. Barbie and her sisters in a puppy chase. I had a real busy day today. I'm quite tired.
Dude, I'm moving. So here's my life right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving flats.
Oh yeah, today was supposed to be the last day, and the day you moved, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I extended it. Well, no, I didn't extend it. It was like our leaseholder was like, "You didn't give us enough notice," even though we did. But it's kind of a good thing, because I'd rather stay in the comfort of Wi-Fi for a little bit longer.
I've got a Wi-Fi, a Wi-Fi hate. It's a bit of boomer humor.
So I'm in the process of moving flats, which is quite a big job. I'm trying to put together a just under 20-hour podcast by still recording, editing, and watching the films as well as pleading with our podcast host to let us release it as one big chunk.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you'll know if we succeeded at that or not when you're listening to this. And I'm also running the short film competition that you may have heard me talk about on this podcast before. That's kicked into gear. All of these things are bottlenecking into this 1 week, and I'm not treating it like I'm busy at all. I'm not acting like I'm busy. I'm just sort of still pottering around, sitting on the couch a lot, doing nothing. Probably not going to do any more work after this. But yeah, no, dude, I am out of my mind. I've got so much to do in the next 5 days, and it's like you are going to run out of time. It's not
Yeah.
you can push it back. It's like, no, this stuff has to be done now. Everything here has a deadline.
Life's funny like that, isn't it? Anyway, you didn't come here to listen to our personal lives.
Come here as in listen to 16
16
15.
hours
Wait,
into a
I can
podcast.
tell you. 16 hours in, yep.
What you did come here to listen to is us talking about Barbie and her sisters in A Puppy Chase. Got the title right, we can move on.
A puppy tail.
So this came in 2016, directed by Conrad Houghton, who we've seen his name a lot. What do you think it is on Rotty T's audience score?
I would guess 75.
62. And what is it about?
Don't even care. So the sisters are going to a unidentified tropical island, which I assume is Hawaii. I don't think they ever say it's Hawaii.
Shout out to Dan.
And they're taking their puppies with them. The puppies are on the plane, just sitting on their laps. And the reason they're going there is because Chelsea has a dance competition that she's gotten into the finals for, and the finals take place on this island nation. They get there, and
Hawaii isn't a nation.
we don't know it's Hawaii.
Well,
they get there, and through there's no rent-a-car, so they have to rent a little golf cart and things like that, and everything's going wrong. And then to make matters worse, the puppies accidentally make friends with a horse on a horse float, and then the horse float gets driven away with the puppies still inside it. So the Barbie sisters have to chase after these puppies.
Thank you for using
And
the
what
correct nomenclature.
And what could be described as a great puppy chase, but shan't be. And they essentially have to save the puppies and get back in time for the dance recital or the dance competition.
Yeah.
And do they succeed at that? Not really. They save the puppies, but they are very late to the dance competition in a way that made me narratively uncomfortable. It's cool if they get back just in time and they're just as they're about to call it. They miss that part. They get there just as the trophy is being handed out to a different dancer, and then they puppy dog eyes the judge to let them go on, and then they win. So this poor little girl who was about to win.
I can actually elaborate on that. Normally we've been doing these a bit later on, but there's an IMDb review which perfectly sums up the scene you're talking about.
Right.
1 out of 10 stars. Allerton James 7 gave this film. His review or her review is entitled Trump's America. This is on 7th of October 2019. This is the review. Lindsay, a woman of colour who has trained hard, is an excellent dancer, turns up on time and in costume, has her first prize snatched from her by a white girl, Barbie's younger sister Stacey, but should be Chelsea, who can't dance, was late to the competition and broke the rules. When Barbie says that you can achieve anything with a positive attitude, what she really means is white privilege. Discuss.
I mean, well, that feels like prime podcast fodder for us here at Cult Popture, 16 hours deep into a
at
podcast.
White Popture. White privilege.
White privilege.
Yeah.
No,
Cult
but
privilege.
I don't know. I kind of it's all very interesting creative decisions to make because that's the thing. It's not like this actually happened. This was something created by animators and writers.
If it was a documentary, it would be fine.
Well, no, if it was a documentary, it would almost be exactly what this person's saying. What's more troubling is that it's fictional. They chose to make her that late to the competition. They chose to make that other character black. They are making intentional design choices here, both narratively and cosmetically, to create a very weird and uncomfortable scene, which I think I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah,
also
I don't know.
our good friend Diana Marinelli, who's been watching the films at this, a week or two ahead of us, didn't post a full review, just a title, a headline, which says, "How was this movie greenlit? 1 out of 10." And that was on 26th of January 2021.
Diana's way more passionate about the production of these than we are.
Green
lit.
Now let's talk about one scene in this film. It's the moment I alluded to earlier. And I know you wanted to bring this up, so I'm going to bring it up first so that you don't have a chance to.
Thank you.
This I'm talking about. There's well, I'll explain the whole how we arrive at the scene as well. So, when the sisters are first, the predicament they're left in starts to sink in. They suggest let's play a game called the What If game, and it's clearly a game that they've played a lot in their upbringing. And they mention that it's Chelsea, right? Who always says, "What if cupcakes were as big as a house?" Because that's her defining characteristic, is that she's obsessed with cupcakes.
I would argue they cease to be cupcakes if they're bigger than a cup.
I think there's a cupcake
cakes.
is a thing it's a design. The cupcake versus muffin isn't a size thing. It's a design thing. It's like
I'm not even talking about muffins.
But anyway, so, and they play this what if game, and it's a game that makes them feel better when they just say, like, what if all these fantastical things were true, and it makes them kind of feel good imagining those things. Now, when Chelsea is at her lowest point later on in the film, she's sitting on a beach with Barbie, and Barbie says to her, "Let's play the what if game." And Chelsea's like, "No, I don't feel like playing that right now." And Barbie says, "What if, like, how about instead we do what if things that would suck?" And Chelsea's like, "What do you mean?" And Barbie gives an example, says, "What if a submarine came out," and I can't remember the exact example, but it's like, "What if a submarine came out of here and bombed the island that we're on?" And Chelsea's like, "That would stink." And then they keep doing this back and forth of things, and it's kind of like a, things could be worse kind of scenario. And then it cheers up Chelsea. They have a little bit of a laugh with it. They come up with these ridiculous negative scenarios. And then Barbie essentially uses that to teach Chelsea a lesson that it's okay to be sad, and that and it is it's a mixed thing of, like, it's checking your privilege a little bit, like appreciating what you do have, but also it's okay to have negative feelings and to think negatively, like something like the what if game, which is normally like, "Hey, you're feeling sad, let's turn that around," and you can't think negative thoughts. This is saying it's okay to do that because you can spin something positive out of it. And my God, I was floored by this scene. This is good. This was a gorgeous scene, and this was like genuinely. This could be in a Disney film. This could be in, like, Edge of 17. This could be in a proper film. It's such a, like, and it's the dynamic between the sisters. Like, I've come to really like Sister Barbie as like the dynamic of that character of Barbie being the older sister. And I think it probably would have been easier to make her like the middle or the second oldest or something like that, because exactly. the put upon kind of thing, you've got that extra layer of relatability, but having her be the one who has it all together is like, I imagine Mattel, the way they characterize Barbie is probably that she's supposed to be flawless, she's supposed to have it all together, and so it's a really good way of doing that when she's looking out for her sisters like that. But yes, you're setting up that there's this like childish kind of game that they play together, and then using that to teach a really emotionally mature and I thought very powerful message to her younger sister. It reminded me of the scene in Sex and the City 2, which is, a similarly low quality film, and it feels weird to draw comparisons between. Sex and the City 2 is much worse than this film, don't get me wrong. But there is a scene in Sex and the City 2 which a lot of reviews point to being a really good scene, which is when Miranda and Charlotte are both having insecurities about motherhood and what it's like to be a mum, motherhood and what it's like to be a mum. And they cheers to having issues, and they talk about, and it's the only time in a movie which is so not self-aware, or the characters at least aren't, that the characters actually recognize their privilege and say, what about all those other people? Like, we're having it rough and we have nannies. Think about how bad everyone else has it. And it was this one weird scene, because, I was watching this film and I was barely paying attention to it kind of thing. And then this scene came on and it hooked me. And I was like, this could be it. This if this was in Perks of Being a Wallflower, people would write about it being the best scene, because also Perks of Being a Wallflower fucking sucks. So it's not a great example, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, and just like Sex and the City 2, this is also a movie about American girls going to a foreign country and then flexing their privilege over people of color. Here's the thing, right? Is that it is not lost on me, for those who are listening to this podcast in one go, that, well, not in one go.
Who is doing that?
I don't know. My point is, not 3 to 4 hours ago, I, in a very drunken state, laid out all I was insecure and sad about, and
now you've gotten over all that. And
no, we sort of talked about how it's like, we talked about that thing where it's like sometimes you just need to be sad and you need to embrace that instead of trying to like we had a discussion where I talked about how it's really upsetting when something bad happens and all your friends try to make you feel better instead of allowing you to be sad. And Richard, that fucking scene was then in a Barbie movie. What is this is accidentally being constructed into like a narratively satisfying podcast as we're doing it, as we're recording it, as you're listening to it. I was so floored when that scene happened, because I was like, oh my god, we've created art. This is the most artiest the podcast has ever been able to be. And it's not intentional. We hadn't seen this movie when we had that discussion, and I did not expect like the movies to echo and respond to an emotional sort of pivot point in the podcast itself. I'm so proud of this, and somewhat deflating it by drawing attention to it, but it's such a special thing that happened, and I can't believe it happened. And if I was listening to this, I'd be like, that's good storytelling.
It's like we've talked about how some of these movies feel like responses to certain things. Like there was this Starlight Adventure, the last one we talked about, how that felt like a Guardians of the Galaxy kind of response, in the same way that Moonraker is a Star Wars response. And this one was a response to our podcast. Or actually, response. To be fair, around the same time, I would say it feels like a response to what Pixar has kind of been doing in the last 5 to 10 years. That teaching these mature lessons, like Inside Out, is the moral of that is that it's okay to feel sad, and that's an important emotion to feel. And what else was there? That like Monsters Inc. Monsters University, telling you you're not going to be good at everything, and you just need to find what you do. Like it's
the opposite of the Barbie ethos, though. But the Barbie ethos is you can do anything. You're Barbie.
If you're white. But it is like, it seems like animated movies are kind of realizing their importance a little bit more, and their taking their time to kind of show a little bit more emotional maturity in their lessons, which is I think valued. And I wonder if the next generation, the Zoomers, or the ones after the Zoomers, will
Generation Alpha, they're called.
Actually, what a fucking that's the one you want. But then the Generation Beta after that, then Generation Cuck.
Absolutely.
I wonder if they'll grow up a lot more emotionally mature than us.
I think so.
They have movies.
I think I've already seen that as having worked as a tutor for 19-year-olds. I've definitely seen a lot more emotional maturity. Richard, there is a dark side to the What If game that I bookmarked in my head to talk about, and it's not the time when they play it and that we were just talking about then with Chelsea. It's earlier in the film. They're sleeping outside. Their golf cart's stuck. and they're going to sleep, and they play the what if game, and they're like, what if our golf cart was actually a big play bus, and da-da-da-da, and like they imagine all these great, wonderful things, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my god, none of this has ever been real. Oh my god, Barbie Fight Clubbed me, dude, and it turned. I'm buying into the fan theory that Barbie being an astronaut, Barbie being a rock star, Barbie being all these different things is actually just the dying wishes of four sisters stranded in the middle of nowhere on an island, trying to make each other feel better. And as they're dying, these are like the flashes of their subconscious as they're dying. The bus isn't real. The Barbie, all her careers, you can be anything is the Mattel slogan. No, it's actually just the desperate wishes for something better as she dies. That's the whole series. This is my linchpin of the whole franchise. I think this film, and that's the theory I'm choosing to believe. People are going to ask me what are the Barbie movies about. I'll be like, oh well, they're all sort of like the dying imagination of as she's starving to death, as she's dying of thirst. She imagines all these crazy things that could have happened. Maybe this is why Shelley/Callie disappeared. Or maybe none of the sisters are real. Maybe the reason that characters get discontinued is because Barbie's actually alone on this puppy chase. She's alone on this island and is imagining all of this.
Wow.
She screwed up somewhere in her life, so she forces herself to see herself as both a maternal role model figure where she didn't do wrong and also where she could be anything, because those were her two biggest insecurities.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, like the Nutcracker, that was all in her head. Like this is it's an Inception 3 dreams deep kind of thing where the Nutcracker is in her head, but so is the framing device of the Nutcracker, where she's mentoring Shelley. That's also in her head. Okay,
because she fucked up. She failed these people.
Yeah, and
now so she's imagining she could have been there for them, but she's still self-obsessed enough to cast herself as the main character in most of these. And even when she isn't the main character, to then replace the main character with herself for the sequel and the second Mariposa film.
All right, let's talk merchandise, and then we can move right on.
Sweet.
So there's some fluffy toy puppies, which are very nice. The dolls are surprisingly like just normal Barbie. She's wearing a shirt and a skirt, and she has leggings.
Wow.
But there is the Dancing Fun Horse, which is where it has the horse, and coming out of its saddle is like a little clip that you clip around Barbie's waist, and then they dance together, and it's a very conspicuous like it doesn't match her outfit. It's just like it's quite funny. Check it out.
I did think it was weird how like because we talked about on the Great Puppy Adventure how I anticipate the puppies will take a more front and center role in this film. They certainly don't necessarily have any more screen time, but they are more narratively important. But then they bring horses in as well, and I was like, you just can't help yourself, can you, Mattel? It can't just be puppies. It's also got to be on a tropical island and there's horses. And I was thinking this movie, instead of making it confusing by calling it a very similar title, it should have been called The Island of Puppies and Horses. That's what I think it should have been called.
I actually should mention it's referred to as Barbie in Puppy Pursuit in a 2015 Animation World Network article.
I like that better.
And it was shown in theaters as well.
We talked about on The Great Puppy Adventure how that one felt like it could be sort of a lost in time film you forgot about and then revisited it as an adult and found it was really good. I think the Puppy Chase
really
is
good. I said not that bad.
Well, still holds up, yeah. I think Puppy Chase is the inferior but still not terrible sequel you didn't know existed until you researched that first one. You know, like it's on a tropical island. It's the same story in a different environment kind of sequel. And there was enough in here that I was like, this is very big, like Ace Ventura When Nature Calls vibes. Almost, you know?
Yeah.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh
Okay,
God.
next film. Barbie Video Game Hero. This is another one that similar to Starlight Adventure that I've been looking forward to for quite some time because
And it feels like the capping off of the trilogy that was Spy Squad, Starlight Adventure. Actually, no, it's more than that. Feels like it
Princess Power.
started with Princess Power, Spy Squad, Starlight Adventure, Video Game Hero. These almost more aimed at a male demographic Barbie stories, but it's probably more indicative of the
evolving female demographic.
yeah, legitimate. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
So what is this one about?
This one is so Barbie for this adventure. She's a coder. She's a video game coder, and she uses a software that isn't like that's what actual like beginners video game software looks like. Like it's you click all these blocks together instead of just writing code. And she's testing out a video game with her friends, although it's unclear what is a video game she made and what are just video games that exist in the world. But her video game screws up and Chelsea wants to play it, but she keeps running off the edge of the map and then complains that she can't do it her way, which is I thought was a pretty ham-fisted signpost of what the message of the film would be.
Very stupid. That's not how you play video games, you dumbass.
And also, there's a cloud tutorial like rule keeper that pops up and goes, "Hi, I'm your tutorial master," and everyone ignores it. Right?
His name's Cutie.
Yeah, and he sounds a little bit like John Oliver. I thought.
Yeah,
in my memory, it's John Oliver voicing him.
it's actually Michael Dobson.
Right.
Yeah, it reminded me of Little Big Planet.
Sure,
I think a Little Big Planet's actually John Cleese though.
Oh, really?
But I don't know.
Well, so anyway, Barbie's annoyed that her game is screwing up, so she goes over to her like iPad and starts looking at games on that, and then she gets sucked into her iPad and into a video game where she changes look completely. And then Cutie, the cloud man, shows up and tells her that she's been sucked into this video game because a virus of purple angry reacts or angry emojis have taken over the video game sphere, and she has to beat the different levels in order to save the game from
to get
the
enough
virus.
Code
to get enough code. It's all a lot of words which don't mean what this film wants you to think they mean.
Yeah.
And a lot of contrived story conveniences and things like that. But at the same time,
you want a convenient story. Why would you make your story inconvenient?
There's the Princess and the Pauper sequel, and there's the Falls in Love sequel. Is they get sucked into a video game? It feels more like an episode of a TV show trope than a sequel trope. But I feel like we've seen this in Nightmare on Elm Street. We've seen it in Hellraiser, sort of like the video game.
Yeah.
So that's what this is. Anyway, she teams up with a couple of NPCs who she calls NPCs, which is very funny because that's now like a red pill term for, like an incels term for someone who's not like a main character. As they call them NPCs, I think. They essentially have to go through all these levels and let Barbie win at all these different levels. They go through 3 levels, or 4, including a bonus level, where the art style implies it'll change every level, but it only really changes twice. So the first level is like a roller skate race, right?
3 times.
No, I know. I'll explain what I mean. The first level is like a roller skate race, and it like lowers the frame rate a bit, and the characters just sort of look like more cartoony. She almost looks like Sailor Moon, like a cartoony version of the actual art style of the real world of the film. And then they go to a world which I think was supposed to be like Paper Mario, or maybe like a cell phone game, and it's all 2D and they're all like short and dotty-eyed and stuff. And then they go to a bonus level which is just the same art style from the rollerblade level, but there's like a glowing effect on everything, so all the colors are mismatched. And then they go to a Minecraft kind of inspired level, which I acknowledge is a different art style, but it looked like a 3D version of the Paper Mario
You
art style.
insane?
Like
They look
No, I
so
needed
different.
something-
What are you talking about?
they don't look. No, they're like short and stout and like have dots for eyes. And
Yeah,
like,
one's 2D, the other one's fucking Minecraft.
I think they could have done something that looked a little bit more distinguishing.
I think you
From-
are insane, and I think I'm flawed. I thought you were going to say that the first world wasn't different enough from the real world, because I was like, well, obviously no one would think that levels 2 and 3 aren't different enough. And here I sit with you making this claim before me.
Okay,
You folded your arms.
so-
People couldn't hear that, but AJ humphed and folded his arms.
I wasn't humping. I was doing a "Are you done?" kind of pose.
Okay, well,
That's
I'm
my
not.
interpretation of it. So along the way, it's revealed that the reason that the virus is chewing up the game was actually, I thought, pretty funny. I didn't really like this movie, but I thought this was like its lone clever moment of storytelling, is that they were actually created because Cutie, the tutorial cloud, was so lonely because, quote, no one ever listens to the tutorial, which is pretty funny. And so he like tried to make friends from the emojis in the game data, and they accidentally turned evil. And so in the Minecraft world, they have to like turn them into, and then it ends with it turning into like a dance revolution kind of thing.
Just
And a scene which just visually I thought was pretty funny, which was this just giant emoji monster doing these very choreographed dance moves, and the little Minecraft versions also doing the dance moves. And Richard, I've shat on the Barbie movies for how dancing isn't amazing and how you can make animated characters do whatever. They finally cracked it for me. I thought the dances in this film were very entertaining to watch. Maybe because of how maybe because the realism of the models has caught up with relative modern day, but the dancing still looks like it's a scripted digital movement. And so I'm watching it. It's like when you like when you play one of the Uncharted games online and you can make Nathan Drake dab.
Yeah.
It looks it looks like that. It's like this is a model that doesn't look like it should be dancing this way, this way. And I found that very
It's
entertaining.
funny that you mentioned that, because the choreographed dance is actually the moment that made me be like, what am I doing? But I
totally get why you would feel that way as well.
To be
It's
fair,
bananas.
it
It's like
was this choreographed dance scene, because by the end of it, they're all turned back into their normal selves. And they do this choreographed dance scene. There's like 5 of them, and my sister was like, "Are you enjoying this film?" And it was like, I couldn't answer it. Like, it just it froze me in my tracks.
Because these dances, like, those like Japanese pop karaoke / dance revel. It's that kind of thing. So it's the song, I think, is about a puppy, and she's like doing a dance move which looks like a puppy like licking its paw and like cleaning its head. And it's very strange. It's very otherworldly. But I kind of enjoyed that dip into the nether that it provided in a movie I otherwise wasn't enjoying. And I didn't enjoy this movie mostly because this felt like pandering. This felt like, I'm a boy. I play video games. What? And then it's like, no, it's still too. It's still too. I don't know how to describe it.
I'm in love with the idea of changing up the art style 3 times.
Yeah.
Which this film did, but I think that none of the art styles are impressive. I mean, the Minecraft world looks kind of cool, but like, if the anime lower frame rate world, I mean, it's not super anime, but it's like it
reminded me of Lego Island. If anyone's ever played Lego Island,
if they'd really leaned into that, made it like really exaggerated anime features, or something like that, and like they do a 2D world, but it's like 2.5D, and because they make a point of pointing out that the characters are flat, they curl like a bit of paper, but then it's clearly they're animated in a 3D engine, and it's like, fucking just do 2D, and then like the Minecraft world, like, sure, you can leave that as it is, because that's also where the majority of the film takes place. But I reckon, like, if you're gonna change up the art styles have to all be equally as impressive, I think. Or And that doesn't mean they have to look equally like as good. You can do impressive without, you know, it being as detailed or as highly rendered or whatever.
Well, because I felt like the first level was graphically less impressive than the real world.
Yeah.
It looked like we'd gone back 10 years in Barbie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
canon
it almost didn't feel like a stylistic choice, whereas the other two definitely did. The first one was just like, oh, let's just change our model a little bit. Let's just use the stretch and pull tool on Photoshop and just change everything up a bit, and then that's all, and then we'll call it a day. But I would have done more. I would have liked to see more.
Two other things I wanted to talk about. One is that Cutie the tutorial cloud. He speaks in rhyme, but fuck, it's like every rhyme misses.
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating to listen to. You go, okay, the character speaks in rhyme. You're like, sweet. And you know, when that happens, maybe I'll give you 2 or 3 reaching rhymes in a movie, but every rhyme, it's like it's 2 syllables too long to rhyme. You know, it'll be like da 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 a da 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 a da 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 b da 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 b da 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 c da 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 da. See, and it's like because you get that, you know, when you're writing a rhyme and it's like, and you're trying to cram something in there to meet the rhythm of it, and it misses it every time. It made me want to pull my hair out. It's so annoying. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm sure you want to talk about as well, is a moment in this film where I was literally like, do the filmmakers know that this film is going to come under review on a Film Bro podcast? Because you see in say A Nightmare on Elm Street, there will be things in later sequels which feel like nods and winks to Film Bros, or like inside jokes, or like jokes about film or something like that.
Like how this film references the 1979 film Warriors.
Does it?
Yeah. There you go. Virus, come out and play.
All right. And things like that, which feel like they are acknowledging things, but the thing about the Barbie movie, we talked about this when we talked about Fashion Fairy Tale, that it was like, why did they do a meta Barbie movie? Who's this for, if not for the director? Because film bros probably aren't going to be watching this, and little girls aren't going to care. And in this movie, during the first level, when they're doing the roller skate race, Barbie's like skating up a ramp, and a giant pink shark like jumps out of the pit, and she jumps over it, and then one of the characters says, "Whoa, Barbie just jumped the shark." And I was like, are you serious? Because if somehow you're 16 hours deep into a podcast about movies and you don't know what jumping the shark is, it's a term used for when a show or a series crosses the point where it stops being good anymore, named for Fonzie jumping the shark in Happy Days, where the show was criticized for starting to get too unrealistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's fascinating here is that I'm guessing the age demographic for this movie probably don't know that term. You know, 8-year-old girls probably don't know what jumping the shark means. I would also guess that the, late 40s, early 50s mothers who are putting this movie on for their daughters every day during the school holidays also probably don't know what jumping the shark means.
Yeah, although I contest that a little bit. I think the mothers that would be putting this on, they're not going to be
maybe a bit younger
40s,
than what I
50s.
said.
They're going to be late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, okay. But even then, I'm not
women
sure.
don't know these things.
Not women, but like
not women. No,
parents. I am projecting my mum onto.
I think
all
you
of
are a
these
little bit,
mums.
because I think you forget like how young parents are. Like
that's true.
I have when we're at the age now when people tell us that they're having a baby, you know, you assume that they want it.
Yeah, you're right.
And that you congratulate them. You don't go, "Ugh."
Yeah. What are your plans?
Yeah.
Okay. Even then, though, I don't. It's certainly not. It's not the same as like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge joke left in for the parents, right? Those are usually a little bit more adult oriented in nature, maybe a touch sexual, like that kind of thing. So this is specifically a filmmaking joke, right? So I'm left with what I think is a joke that's in there for the filmmakers by the filmmakers, which also leads me naturally to assume that the people making Barbie movies think they've jumped the shark.
Right.
Why else would you put that line in there? You're making this crazy psychedelic video game themed Barbie movie, a Barbie movie about video games. Gone are the days of princesses and unicorns. Now we're doing a video game movie. I think you could feel as whoever, maybe the screenwriter or the director, you could feel a little bit like, this one's a job.
Yeah.
You do one for Mattel, one for yourself, and this one's for Mattel. And it's such a weirdly self-aware line. And a franchise which is begging to be self-aware most of the time. Like, I'm begging it to be self-aware. And this is one of the only instances where it felt like it was directly speaking to who I am, even though I'm miles away from the demographic. Very interesting line.
Yeah.
Very interesting film.
Also, that line was said
film.
by Brad Swale, who voices Eric, who's the voice of Light Yagami in Death Note. And I quite enjoyed hearing his voice. He's got a good voice.
Oh, right. Nice.
That's my fun little contribution to that discussion.
What's the tie-in merch for this? Was there a video game?
If you go on, there is a video game. It's a like in browser game, and it's essentially
on playbarbie.com. I played the Spy Squad
nice
flash game for about
it's essentially
30 seconds.
Frogger. You just
Right. Bizarrely, Frogger is not featured as a level format in the movie.
So it's the Minecraft Barbie, or like graphics, and it's it's like you're just leaping across different platforms. My high score was 109.
That is insane that you can't play just the game. And also, what is the game? Why does the game change format every level? And why is Cutie the tutorial also the tutorial in Barbie's game that she's making? I'm led to believe this is some kind of Dreams for PS4 scenario where it's like a shared software where you can make all types of different games, but like the basic assets are shared across each game, which feels like a very complicated idea that they didn't elaborate on for good reason in this game. But I was left wondering why Cutie showed up all the time in different games.
Let's go toy. There is also a remote controlled skating Barbie, which is very cool.
Like the roller skates.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever noticed on the Barbie Wikipedia page what the popular pages are? Because I've seen, like, they're the 5, presumably currently most popular pages. And the whole time we've been doing this, I got to say, Bibble has been in the top 5.
I miss Bibble.
Yeah, man. Bibble, he needed to poo.
I'm not a bear! God, those were the days, eh? I caught myself realizing today how long ago the Nutcracker record was.
Yeah, man.
And I was like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. There's a real weird video game hero thing. So it's got like light up roller skates, and it has her waist. It has like a belt, like the actual doll has like a strip on it, and then you clip something onto it that's like a handle, and then you squeeze the handle, and she spins around. It's a weird like single use kind of thing.
I'm so perplexed by this that they made Barbie video game hero and the tie-in merch sounds like so half-assed. Sounds like
the tie-in merch is just focusing on the roller skating part of it.
It's so odd.
It is funny. IMDb reference tells you kind of what the video game's referenced are. It says that the game Barbie's building looks like Little Big Planet. Minecraft is obviously the obvious one.
But it says level 1 is reminiscent of Nintendo Land. Level 2, Paper Mario, as you mentioned. And it said an on-foot, on-track racing level is like a similar part of Monsters vs. Aliens.
Okay.
And then it otherwise has the basic setup and feel of a more traditional family-style racer like Mario Kart or Skylanders Superchargers.
Yeah.
Like it just it looks like Rainbow Road from
Yeah.
Mario Kart. I don't know why you had to bring Skylanders Superchargers into this. Anyway, fuck, I'm tired.
Because who's the wiki being written by, Richard? Little girls who play Skylanders.
The man.
The man.
Gotta stick it to them. Stick it to the
This-
moniosis.
I really want to hammer home just how strange this addition to the franchise is.
Yeah.
How like weirdly accurate it gets things like coding, which also feels like, you know, it's not a job you learn about when you're the demographic for a Barbie movie. Not that there's anything wrong with telling people, but it's like, you know, kids know what a fireman is or what a baker is. Do they know what a video game coder is? Good on them. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not a good movie, but I don't have issue with it representing coders. It's just it's just easily the most niche job we've seen Barbie have yet. And I doubt there's a doll for coding Barbie.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not that niche. Especially these days.
Maybe I'm just too old.
I feel like there's a lot of things that it's like it's a reoccurring thing with you. I've noticed that you often will, you'll be like, this is too niche. And it's like, well, I think it's not.
Do you know, I also agree it's reoccurring, but I actually think the problem's with you. Like, I could just as easily say to you, there's a reoccurring thing with you where you think niche things aren't niche. I've noticed exactly what you're saying. I just think I'm in the right.
That's so funny.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
All right. Okay, here to talk about the penultimate Barbie movie. We've almost made it to the end of the line. We've got
Oh my gosh.
not one, but two very special guests here to talk to us. We've got Lillian and Ruth. How are you guys?
Good.
Thank you so much for coming on. So you guys, you're twins, is that right?
Yes.
That's so cool. And how old are you guys?
7.
7. Wow. When do you turn 8?
Next year.
Next year. Oh, so you've only just turned 7. Oh, that's cool. And you guys, you've watched Barbie Dolphin Magic?
Yes.
Yeah. And what did you think of it?
I thought it was good.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good too. AJ, what did you think of it?
I did also think it was good, and I would also like to quickly, just up the top of this segment of the show, say hello to Ruth and Lillian's father, Craig, who is also in the room.
You can acknowledge your presence, Craig.
Hi guys, hi everyone.
And thank you so much for you, Craig, to agreeing to bring your girls along to do this, because we thought it was good because it's such a silly thing that AJ and I have been watching all these movies, and you know we didn't play with Barbies growing up. We don't play with Barbies now, and yet we've seen 36 Barbie movies. So we thought it might be good to chat to people like you who actually know a little bit about Barbie. You guys, we've got you guys on as the experts to come and teach us about Barbie. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask, so you're 7 years old, Ruth and Lillian, do you know what year you were born? Can you tell us what year you were born?
2014.
2014.
Whoa, I was an adult in 2014. That's taken me through a loop. I think that makes you our youngest guests on the show so far.
Yeah, the youngest guest we've ever had. And I can show you guys, this is what Barbie looked like the year you were born. And this is called Entrepreneur Barbie, who has, and she was the first Barbie with a smartphone. And so she was like a cool business go-getter Barbie. So that's pretty cool. And maybe that's a sign of times. Maybe that's what you guys are going to grow up to be like.
Do you have smartphones?
No.
No, not allowed them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Do you steal your dad's smartphone to play games on it?
No.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, what do you guys want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a medical scientist.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And what about you, Ruth?
I want to work at Australia Zoo.
Oh, the zoo would be awesome. That'd be so cool.
Those are probably both Barbie dolls as well, I imagine.
Yeah.
There's a Barbie doll for everyone, even 7-year-old girls.
All right, so Barbie Dolphin Magic. This came out in 2017. You guys were only 3 when this came out. This won't mean anything to you guys, but this was directed by Conrad Houghton. It has 27% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is interesting. AJ?
What would you give us if you had to rate Dolphin Magic out of 100? What number would you give it?
I'd give it 189.
189. There's a pretty high score.
Interesting. And those are audience scores like straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah,
Richard,
well, that would give it 100%. 2 positive reviews.
That's true.
But the audience online, the reviews only gave it 27 out of 100. Isn't that rude?
Yeah.
Now, you guys, I'm going to ask you guys to do something for me. Can you tell me what happened in this movie?
A dolphin got caught by a fisherman.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a gemstone
Yeah.
dolphin.
And what did the gemstone do?
It gave the dolphin powers.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, eh? And so we had Barbie and her 3 sisters, and they met Isla. And what was cool about her?
She was a mermaid.
Yeah, that's awesome. Would you guys want to be a mermaid?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty sick, eh?
I was pretty excited to see yet another mermaid in this series, Richard.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
I know I've expressed disdain for seeing mermaids over and over again in this, but you know what? Coming towards the end of these films, I was excited to see a mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good. And they didn't overdo it. There weren't too many mermaids. There was only one mermaid.
Yeah. It was the right amount of mermaids, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't want any more than that. So have you guys, would you guys consider yourselves fans of Barbie?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember, like, what was the first Barbie you got? Can't remember. You got too many? Do you have a favorite? Yeah? What's your favorite one?
My Moana one.
What was that?
Moana one.
Oh, the Moana one. Awesome. Cool. Do you guys like the movie Moana?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. Could have used some mermaids though, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It almost feels like it's going to have mermaids in it any second, but I don't recall a single one.
And have you guys seen any of the other Barbie movies?
I'm not sure. I forgot.
Yeah. Well, maybe that'll be once you go home. You can ask your dad to get them to find them all, and you guys
watch
can
all
watch
36.
them. Watch them all, and then you guys can school us on Barbie movies. But you've watched some of the Barbie TV shows, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know this movie's actually the first episode of the Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures TV show? Have you guys watched that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the first thing that happens in that series, and then everything follows on after that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like how we're framing, giving the audience information. For
Yeah. Okay, so can you guys tell me what were your favorite parts of this film?
My favorite part was when the mermaid showed her secret that she was a mermaid.
Yeah, that was really cool. And she trusted Barbie because she told her that, you know, the more people that know the secret, the easier it is to get out. And that's and I think that showed a lot of trust in Barbie. And I think that was really nice of her to tell her that. But then and then what happened? There was the bad girl. What do you guys think of her?
I thought she was bad.
Yeah, she was bad. She was pretty bad, eh? What was her name, AJ? Can you remember?
It was Marlo. Her name was Marlo. She's she claims to be a vet, but she's actually trying to kidnap all the gemstone dolphins so that she can make money off their magic. But then towards the end of the film, where she discovers that mermaids are also real, she forgets about the dolphin and tries to chase the mermaid instead. And she nearly gets the mermaid, but it turns out it's just Barbie pretending to be a mermaid.
That was pretty funny, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys have a favorite Barbie sister? So you've got Barbie and then there's Skipper, Stacy, and Chelsea.
I like Chelsea the best.
Yeah? Why is that?
Because she's funny.
Yeah, she is pretty funny. And what about you, Lillian?
My favorite is Skipper.
Skipper, she's cool. She's the one who likes technology, eh? And so she's real into her phone and her laptop.
Yeah.
And she likes to vlog. I mean, my favorite personally, I like Barbie. I'm a classic. I think I like seeing her as the older sister. It's a cool role for her to be in, just being supportive of people around her. I really like seeing that. And so I guess, AJ, that leaves you with Stacey.
Absolutely not. Stacey is the worst sister, isn't she? Isn't she, Lillian and Ruth? Is that true?
No.
No? Who's the worst sister?
I don't think any of the sisters are the worst.
That's the right answer.
You've won the prize.
Nice. See,
I could, maybe I could learn something from these 7-year-old girls, Richard. Maybe I could stand to be a little less cynical and a little more brighter walking out in the world.
I think you could. I think that's a lesson for all of us, is that none of the Barbie sisters are the worst one. They're all great.
Yes.
I've got a question for Ruth. Ruth, I've got a question for you. Can I ask you a question? Yes?
Yes.
It's okay. I want to know what you thought was the prettiest of the gemstone dolphins, because they're all different colours. What was your favourite of the gemstone dolphins?
Ruby.
Ruby. So that was the red one. I liked emerald. I liked the green one.
I did too. And maybe that's because green's a bit more of a boy colour.
The stomp of disapproval. What are your favourite colours, Ruth and Lillian?
My favourite colour is blue.
Blue? Yeah, they're both wearing blue right now.
And my favourite colour is pink.
Pink, nice.
Blue and pink. They couldn't
colours.
have a blue dolphin though, because the ocean's blue. You wouldn't be able to see it. I want to know, Lillian. I want to ask you a question now. What did you think of Ken in this film? Ken's the boy that works for Marlo and is friends with Barbie and her sisters. What did you think of him in this film?
I think he was good for Barbie as a friend, and he helped her distract Marlo so they could take the lock, so they could unlock the gate.
Yeah.
And they are just friends in this one. They do. They tell the audience directly that Ken and Barbie are just friends who grew up next door to each other, which is a slight deviation from the canon we've seen in Barbie so far.
Do you guys think they should be boyfriend and girlfriend?
No. Yes.
Oh, a disagreement.
Oh.
Why?
All right, well,
let's
hear
get to the
why.
bottom of this.
Lillian, you said no. Why do you think so?
Because I don't think they match
Yeah?
together.
No, fair enough. And what about you, Ruth?
I don't know how to explain it.
You don't explain it? Fair
Oh
enough.
my gosh, I know the feeling. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things are just right. And they don't need explaining. But then sometimes also people just don't match. And that's also fine. And that's the kind of thing that these Barbie movies, they're deep. And they have you asking these questions. Do these they make you think, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're clever movies. They're very clever movies.
There's a song in this movie that I thought was pretty cool. And Chelsea sings the song, and she does it by smacking 2 coconut shells on the table, and they make a little rhythm, and they sing the song. They sing a song together based off the sound of the coconuts and them sort of singing along to it. Did you girls like that song?
Yeah, I like that song.
Yeah.
Because we've heard quite a lot of music in these Barbie movies, and we hadn't heard a good one in a long time, I thought, and I really liked this one. And I'm looking at the lyrics now, but I don't think it's the right song. I can't remember what the song was called, but I don't think it's this one.
Do you guys remember how it goes?
No.
Yeah, neither do I. Oh well.
I've got
Lost to the sands of time.
I'll try sing it.
All
Here
right.
it goes. I don't know where I will be if you're here right next to me. I won't go so far away. It's here with you. I want to stay. Sisters always have your back, keep you on a steady track. Sisters are forever there, show you that they always care. I don't have to search the world, 'cause right here I've found the gold treasure.
That's
The
right, it's
kind
called
that
Treasure.
everyone needs.
Well,
What?
what'd you guys think of that? That's
It
pretty
was
bad.
bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
What?
bad.
Oh my gosh, I'm so offended. I was hoping for a round of applause. I thought you'd be like, AJ, I don't remember the song, but that was so beautiful. You've got such a beautiful voice. Oh.
No, it was
Dreams dashed.
Pretty bad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think AJ should ever sing again. But it was a cool song, and the coconuts were fun.
Yeah.
It was like it was like in Pitch Perfect. You guys probably haven't seen that movie. What are your favorite movies, guys?
Mine is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Oh, the second one. Nice.
I agree. I think that's one of the better ones as well.
How would it be, Ruth?
I think Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, the classic, the first
Wow.
one. You guys big Harry Potter fans?
Yes.
Have you read the books as well?
Not all of them. We're on to the sixth one.
Oh, nice. Nice. Cool. Those are pretty advanced books. You guys must be pretty smart. Do you guys do well at school?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are your favorite subjects?
Maths and
Maths?
art.
And art, yeah. Those are, like, you got the smart one and then you got the creative one. That's good. That's good to see you doing both. And Lillian, your favorite, do you have the same favorites?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're pretty cool. I always liked maths. Makes you feel smart when you get them right.
I'm too dumb for maths. I'm a big dumb head, and I couldn't understand maths.
But I like maths that you're right or you're wrong. And then
Right.
and so you know. And then art, is a little bit more subjective. Art is subjective, as we've discussed at length on this 18-hour podcast. All right, well, I mean, I think we're just about done.
Richard, what do the toys look like for this
Very good
movie?
question. Do you want me to show you guys? I'll pull up the toy commercial that came out for this for these, and you guys can tell me if you think these toys look cool.
And Craig, get ready to buy these toys for your daughters. Craig in stony silence, just shaking his head at my suggestion.
You got the puppies.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys think that toy looks cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you see,
Wait.
it changes color underwater.
I didn't see the commercial.
Well, that's
girls,
on you,
could
AJ.
would you be able to? Well, can the girls relay what happens in the commercial for me?
Do you guys what happened? What does the toy do?
It swims in the water.
Yeah, and it changes color.
Yeah.
That's so
Ah.
cool.
Our Moana Barbie swims in the water.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And it also turns into a mermaid, just like Isla in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys reckon you're going to ask Dad to get that one?
Yeah.
Yeah? And Dad's shaking his head.
You just had your birthday, so maybe next year.
Right, yeah.
What did you get for your birthdays?
We got a new car.
A new car.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That doesn't sound like a present for 7-year-old girls. That sounds like it was one for Dad.
It's a pretend car.
It's a pretend car. Does it fit your Barbies in it?
No, it's bigger.
It's bigger than that.
Yeah.
How big are your Barbies?
Much bigger.
Whoa! A giant life-size Barbie.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I guess hopefully you guys remember when it comes around to Christmas at the end of the year, you might remember to ask your dad for those Barbies.
Yeah.
He looks like he's going to give it to you. If you keep asking him every day until Christmas, it looks like he'll give them to you. And I actually should point out, Craig, if you're able to pass it to me, the girls actually got us a little gift. I think it's behind you, Craig. Check out this, AJ. Oh no, I need to hold it in front of the camera. This way.
Wow.
It's a little golden book, Barbie: The Big Splash.
Oh.
This is one, and you guys inherited this. Is that right? How did you guys get this book?
I'm not sure.
We just ended up with a bunch of little golden books.
You just
Yeah.
found them. This is so cool. I'm going to read this. Thank you so much for giving that to me, you guys. That is so lovely.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's so polite. All right. Well, is there anything else that you guys want to say about this movie, or about yourselves, or about Barbie in general?
No.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. All Barbied out, eh? Probably don't want to watch another Barbie movie for a while. Do you guys reckon you'll watch this film again?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And the TV show's actually pretty good, I've heard. Sweet.
I've got to say, I've got a new lease on life. I've got a newfound perspective for Barbie. Thank you, girls. I was getting a bit grumpy. I was getting a bit angry at all the Barbie movies I had to watch. But hearing how much you ladies enjoyed this film made me think that, you know what, maybe I'm just being a crotchety old man and I need to be more open to Barbie movies.
Yeah. I think that both AJ and I, and everyone listening to this, can learn from you guys, because you guys are really smart and you guys know what's going on. You guys know what's cool though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barbie's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, you guys.
Do you want to plug anything?
You guys don't have a podcast of yourself, do you?
No.
Do you might? This was pretty fun. Do you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might. Do you want to start your own podcast?
No.
You guys can watch all the Barbie movies and talk about them.
No.
It's too much work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Especially when you've got so much math and art to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. I'll let you guys. It's getting close to your bedtime, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll better let you guys go. And I guess AJ, we'll move on to the final Barbie movie. We've finally made it.
Alrighty. Sweet as. Thank you, girls.
Say bye, AJ.
Bye, Jay.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Here goes. Richard, here we are. After 36 movies, after I think we're currently on nearly 17 hours, we're here at the tail end of the Barbie podcast. A feat no one asked us to do, but I feel proud of overcoming it all the same. I feel an immense sense of relief. I feel like something that's been hanging over this podcast for years has been alleviated. And I think that this is good. I like the little hero's journey that this podcast took us on. I loved
had adventure, it had heart.
Yeah, exactly.
And it had humor. Hopefully, most of all.
We had some fun. We made some new friends. And
we
here we
reconnected with some old friends.
Yeah, that's true. And here we are right at the end just to talk about currently the final film in the Barbie series.
Yeah, for the next month, apparently.
Yeah. Which is Barbie Princess Adventure.
Which is such a funny title to be the last one.
Yeah. This came out in 2020, so there was a 3-year gap between this and the last one. As we said before, I believe we said it to Nat, we should have done this podcast during the break. Or maybe not, because maybe this film in a lot of ways is the perfect button on our Barbie marathon.
Maybe it is.
So this was directed by Conrad Helton, who I guess didn't get anyone new over that hiatus. It's the same guy. It has the lowest Rotten Tomatoes score I think we've seen so far, according to critics. What do you think it is?
20.
It's 20. And what is Barbie Princess Adventure about?
All right, Barbie Princess Adventure is... Okay, get this. Barbie, right? She's a vlogger, okay?
Yeah.
And it's the same continuity as we've seen in the last few films with... they've got the puppies. It's Barbie and her sisters. And they've seemingly really settled into a groove here with the stories they want to tell. But Barbie is selected to go on a field trip to Floravia. Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
It is called that. Where there's a princess named Amelia. Now, you're not going to believe this, but... Amelia and Barbie share some similarities when it comes to the looks department. And so it turns out that the school field trip that Barbie and her friends went on to Floravia from Malibu was actually orchestrated by Princess Amelia, because she realized that Barbie looks very similar. She saw her through her vlogs, one of which went viral. And they trade places, and then of course there's someone who wants to take over the throne of Floravia, and that's kind of it. And we can work out what happens.
Man, I never want to see another Prince and the Pauper allegory ever again. Not only is this the third, arguably the fourth, if you count Rock and Royal's Princess and the Pauper story that Barbie has done, we've, over the course of this podcast, we've done, Beethoven's fifth, or Beethoven's fourth was a Princess and the Pauper story. We've done both Princess Switch movies. I'm so sick of this goddamn story.
I said to you before that I would... Actually, no, I'm going to... Fuck.
I could just cut that out if you want.
I was going to say I'm going to save that for my continued franchise because I forgot to think of one yet. And then I realized, fuck, I actually legitimately did forget to think of one. So hopefully that'll come to me. But I'll say it now anyway. But I would love to see a Prince and the Pauper story, mold, where the characters just look nothing alike. And you could go a few ways with this. One, you could go with the inherent comedy of everyone thinking they look alike, but they don't. Like in The Great Muppet Caper, where Fozzie and Kermit play identical twins. Or you could do these two random characters meet, played by completely different actors or completely different character designs, and they're like, oh my god, you look just like me. Let's switch places. And then the movie is immediately over because they're like, who's this person sitting on the throne? And then they're like, the pauper people come up to their little cottage and they're like, you're Ryan Reynolds. What are you doing?
That's great. I am concerned that you basically just did your Continue the franchise this early, though. I thought this was a very interesting take on Princess and the Pauper, though, because it's real late into the first act before anyone mentions they look alike. Right. The way it's told...
It's treated as a twist.
Yeah, right? And it's you're shown these two characters independently of each other at the start. You see both of them, and I'm sitting there thinking like we've talked before about how like Barbie movies shouldn't have two blonde main characters because they look too similar. And then they meet and no one's mentioned it yet. And then it's not until right just before the princess pitches the idea of switching places that she's like,
yeah, when the princess is like, you just don't get it, do you?
yeah, we're not so different, you and I. In fact, we look the same. What did you think of this movie?
I've come to, and we'll discuss this a little bit more in the coming moments, but I've come to really like, and I've said this before, but I love this Barbie. And taking place in this continuity is immediately chucks in the top half, at least.
Right.
And so I didn't mind it. And also like the animation now being competent is a huge bonus. And so yeah, I'm kind of like it's not, it's far from the worst one we've watched. It's fine. It's ranks somewhere in the middle of my ranking of the 4 adaptations of Mark Twain's The Prince and the Pauper. But yeah, no, it's cool. And yeah, I'm now at the point where possibly through Stockholm Syndrome, I like my time with these characters.
You're sad to see them go.
I am.
I
I haven't had a moment to crack it open, but I got a beer, a nice big tall beer to celebrate this monumentous occasion in our lives. So salute.
Salute. I thought this one was crazy. What a movie to go out on. Like, not only is it the third retelling of the widely agreed upon best movie in the series, but it's so, like, it opens, well, it doesn't open with, but, like, within 5 minutes, you see a music video, which they keep calling a vlog, and I was like, why are they calling her a vlogger? She's a musician. You see a music video that Barbie and her friends sing. A lot of characters in this movie, by the way, a lot of characters, and I was like, this is too many characters for an hour, 15 minutes. But they sing the song, and it's called like Outside of the Box or something, and it's pretty good, and it's about like how you don't want to put yourself in a box. And
it's called Try It On.
Try It On. During the song, you see Barbie dress up as everything we've seen her as in every one of these movies, everything she's been as a toy, and there was a finality to that.
Most of which are just most of which are just princesses
and mermaids. Yeah. But there is a finality to that, and if in a way this is the quality-wise, I thought this was the other side of the coin of the Barbie and the Secret Door, where it's like everything's thrown in. Like we get cameos of mermaids and fairies, but it's also about a princess, but it's also about real Barbie, but it's also about going to a magical land, but it's also about music, and it's also about vlogging. A lot of the puppies are there, the sisters are there, a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, it does feel like, and I know that this is negated by the fact that there's 2 more on the way, but this feels like a one last ride kind of
a
film.
Swan song. Yeah,
a Swan Lake song. But
I think we've made that joke back at the Swan Lake.
It is funny because watching it, I was like, this is what pulled them back in was like the story you just had to tell is one you've already told 3 times.
This one's also a musical, and it has very, very strong High School Musical vibes. It feels very inspired by High School Musical. It's not a musical in the same way that other ones are musical. Like this one. This one has like they're on a plane and all the main characters start singing about how excited they are, and they have choreographed High School Musical-esque dance sequences, and it felt very, very celebratory. And you know what? We're returning. I feel like the music in Barbie, we started out praising it, then it kind of got pretty mediocre for a good chunk, and like I'm happy that,
and then it got real good with Queen of the Waves.
I'm happy to be here listening to these songs, which maybe all sound a little samey.
I did think that, yes.
They are comforting. There is one that Ken and the other male characters sing that goes, King, King, King of the Kingdom, dumb, which I thought was very get your head in the game kind of thing.
yeah.
And that was pretty interesting. Do you feel like the thing that sets this apart, but also feels like a misstep in the telling of the story structure of Prince of the Pauper, is we don't really see what the princess gets up to. Like, nowhere near to the same degree, because they switch places and she's like, I want people to not notice that I'm the queen.
I wish I had her life.
Yeah, I want people to not notice that I'm the princess. And Barbie's like, and I want to see what it's like to be a princess. And we get all of Barbie experiencing what it's like to be a princess. And everyone finds out, by the way. Like, all the king's guards find out. All the king's
horses and all the king's men.
Because Barbie's wearing a necklace with their name on it. It's like this, and it's not that could be a joke in a more self-aware movie, but in this, it's like, oh no,
I've been found out.
Yeah. And then during all of this, she occasionally checks in with Princess Amelia, who is just doing nothing. And for a long time, I was like, why the fuck did they switch places then? Like, they look the same. She could have done this at any point. Like, if all it takes for people to not realize that the princess is to put her hair up in a ponytail, then she could have done this at any point. And then I realized, well, no, I guess I need someone at the kingdom while I'm out frolicking and doing whatever I want. But still, I felt like a good Prince and the Pauper story, we need to see how both are now fish out of water. We need to see how both are, maybe not a little not used to this new fandangled lifestyle. Another reason I didn't like Princess and the Pop Star, because their lifestyles were ostensibly the same lifestyle. Do you know Erica Lindbeck, who's played Barbie for the last few films? Confusingly, she plays Princess Amelia in this, and she doesn't play Barbie, who is played by someone named America Young.
I believe that is because this is the finale, or currently the finale of Barbie Prince of Dreamhouse Adventures, which stars America Young.
Right, because that's something we haven't really mentioned, is that the TV show that airs on Netflix alongside these last few movies are very much, they feel like the reason there was a hiatus was probably because the TV show took over that continuity.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting into continue the franchise territory, but there is a TV show called Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures, which is, there's 5 seasons of it, and the film is set after season 5.
Right. There you go. The tie-in merch for this film arbitrarily picks, what do you think? What one element from this film does it pick to base the toy line around? Take a guess.
The necklace.
No, it picks the horse. The horse that's in the movie. So the toys all seem to focus on the horse. You get Barbie in the different outfits, and she can ride the horse, and it prances and plays music. So, pretty boring one to go out on. Pretty standard one. None of the magic we've seen these toys, that we've seen they're capable of over some of these films. But yeah, do you have any other thoughts? I'm going to read out some IMDb reviews before, but I want to. That'll be the end of this of the last discussion we have. So, is there anything else?
The last discussion we ever have.
Is there anything else you wanted to discuss with this film? There's a pretty interesting sort of will they, won't they with Barbie and Ken in this. We mentioned in
I think that's part
Magic.
of Dreamhouse Adventures as well.
Yeah. So in Dolphin Magic, we find out that they're just friends. And in this movie, Ken is constantly saying he needs to tell Barbie something. Yeah. And he keeps getting interrupted before he can tell her. And, even though Rise of Skywalker burned me with this technique, and I was very worried, I was still very interested to see how a movie like this would handle a character confessing their love for another character. It doesn't almost feels like that's inappropropriate for the tone.
I know what you mean, yeah. And especially
it's not child friendly.
Yeah. And then what happens?
And the way he does it is when they're finally alone at the end of the film, and he says, "Do you want to dance with me?" And that's it. And I thought it was very tasteful. Like, I thought that was a very, very appropriate way to do that.
But if you actually pay attention to the movie, and this is confirmed by the director, he was actually supposed to say that he's force sensitive. And you're actually stupid if you don't pick up on that.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know if we want to talk about
that film.
I don't know if there's anything else we want to talk about in this film. There's a ticking clock of like an online content producer who really wants Barbie to make her vlogs like not authentic. Lots of really interesting stuff that like I imagine little girls who are obsessed with like YouTube are probably understand. I don't know. I lived with a family many years ago, actually, when I was in my early 20s, and there was an American family I lived with, and one of them was a 12-year-old girl, and very annoying and very obsessed with YouTube, and would like get her little brothers to sit in front of the family computer and put the webcam on and be like, "Hey guys, welcome back to my channel." And I feel like that's big modern Barbie energy.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing how media has evolved like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, it's not like I looked upon her with scorn and then immediately went and created Cult Popture, where I was like, "Hey guys, welcome to my channel." All right, let's read out the final IMDb reviews of the episode. Diana Marinelli is absent, suspiciously absent.
Yeah, do you know where she's also absent from is replying to me on Messenger, because I tried to reach out to
Oh my god, we both messaged her.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, that must be terrifying.
That's so funny.
Two identical men messaging you, asking if you are the Diana. There might not be the same one. There were a few.
What did her profile picture look like?
Sort of maybe a girl in her like same age as us, maybe a bit younger.
Yeah, in front of water.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's very funny. So,
yeah. Uh-oh. All right, so this review is from.
I can't get over that. That's so funny, man. Because, like, what would we have done if she'd said yes? Like, I've just sent you the message. I realized I didn't have a follow-up.
Right.
I just would have been like, oh, cool.
I said, are you the one who's been reviewing Barbie films?
That's what I said.
I said, like, hey, weird question to get out of the blue, I'm sure.
My God, I said the exact same thing. Holy shit, that's so funny. It's probably not her, and there's a random girl who likes to stand in front of water somewhere on the other side of the world who received 2 messages.
Hasn't replied to me though.
Hasn't replied to either. That's so funny. We'll keep you guys
I followed her
updated.
on Twitter, but her she hasn't posted since 2014. Yeah. So this review is from ASDFGHJKL919378112. And it's made on the 7th of November, 2020. It says, the worst Barbie movie. A sentence we've heard a lot of this podcast. Here's how it goes. Starting off, reused storylines. We've seen the somewhat normal person switches lives with a princess to learn to be themselves literally 3 times now. The Princess and the Pauper was the first one, which was a phenomenal movie. All right, calm down, mate. Then we had The Princess and the Pop Star, which, to be honest, was not that bad. Sure, it was just a copy of The Princess and the Pauper, but the animation was okay, the characters were likable, and the music was great. And then you have this, stale characters, all of them nearly identical, which I'd argue is imperative to The Prince and the Pauper story structure. With bad characterization. Barbie and Amelia are the exact same character. Bland, boring, rich girls, mediocre songs, stale animation, and awful writing. Next up, the character designs and modelling. The costumes for the characters are atrocious. T-shirts with a ball gown skirt with stars all over it, tacky. The previous Barbie movies, she's worn beautiful dresses with somewhat accurate designs to the time period. In this one, they tried to fuse modern designs with royal designs, and they failed. The models of the props were awful, looking like cheap plastic with rough edges. Honestly, you can tell they went cheap with this. Now, I don't blame the crew for this. I would never. The real problem is clearly the companies running it. The sets. Now, I guess I get they were trying to be clever and make it look like a dollhouse. I didn't get that, actually. But they failed. But honestly, they failed. It just looked bad and tacky. The biggest issue is that they tried to be clever with this. We don't want Barbie to be the main character. She's much better when she's an actress playing someone else. A lot of
disagree.
There's a lot of ideas there that aren't conducive, but they're flowing on like they are conducive to each other. When they write Barbie as the main character, she just melds off into the background with all the other characters until they're a blob of fart jokes. Fashion, they've written that funny, clumsy and dumb moments. I do not remember a single fart joke in this entire 37 film series. There is nothing memorable about this movie, and I think the companies behind it need to go back to their roots, because if they continue down this road, they will have no fans left. Try telling that to Lillian and Ruth. You want animation to be enjoyable for both kids, parents, and adult fans. And honestly, I don't even think kids would enjoy this movie. 1 out of 10. I would give it 0 out of 10 if I could.
Wow.
All right, here's some other. I'm just going to read out the titles. Well, actually, they mostly are only titles, but just a warning: these are from the spoiler warned
Turn it
on
off.
the IMDb
right.
reviews.
The kids off to bed.
Estelle wrote outright duplicate. 2 out of 10. Duplicate. That is a spoiler. Spoiler, they're duplicates. Supat Sarah Mink wrote so disappointed. 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
And lastly, Ninja the Second, who I think we've read out a review from before, it's 3 out of 10, but the title they wrote for this review, I feel like, summarizes the previous 17 hours, summarizes the podcast in its entirety, and it reads thusly, "Can we just move on?"
Wow. That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. And that is all we have to say about Barbie Princess Adventure. Let's hear that theme song that we got one last time as we move into the final segments of the show.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Okay, before we get into our regular segments, Richard, I wanted to go through what I'm sure will actually take a long time and look at the ending quotes. So every Barbie movie ends, well, not every, most of them end with a small quote at the end of the credits that's attributed to Barbie. I thought we could review them very quickly and see what it is. So, Barbie and the Nutcracker from 2001, the quote is "anything is possible." True, but I guess you can get away with this for the first Barbie movie.
This is kind of Barbie's, modus operandi.
Barbie as Rapunzel, 2002, says, "Love and imagination can change the world." Yeah. I do not remember these movies enough to know if these are...
Yeah. Can you stop saying the year? I don't need to hear what year they came out.
Okay.
And it's going to speed things up.
All right. Barbie of Swan Lake, you're braver than you think. Do you reckon that's what the message of Swan Lake is necessarily?
Yeah.
Barbie as the Princess and the Pauper, live your dream.
Fuck yeah. Do
That's
it.
what we're doing.
Go get him, girl.
Barbie Fairytopia, what makes you different makes you special. That's a good one. That's the best one we've seen so far and does feel like it's clearly the message.
Aimed at little girls, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Fairytopia obviously is about her not having
wings, yeah. Barbie and the Magic of Pegasus, there is always hope. Even if your older sister you didn't know existed was turned into a Pegasus 18 years ago. The Barbie Diaries does not have a quote, which I think is appropriate because it's a very uninspiring movie.
Well, I think, that's breaking boundaries. They tried something different for that movie.
Barbie Mermaidia is trust your true self.
Yep.
Barbie and the 12 Dancing Princesses, there's a difference only you can make, which is an interesting quote to give the 12 Dancing Princesses.
Yeah, when there's
12 of
them,
but there's a difference only one of you can make. Barbie Fairytopia, the magic of the rainbow, together we are strong.
Yep. No,
that was very Avengers
These are
Endgame,
good.
so-
I think you wanted to come in here picking these apart, but these have all been very solid so far.
Oh, I'm just going for comprehensive coverage.
Yeah,
And also I
this
thought-
is something that if we had realized early on, we should have done these. This was stupid not to.
Well, I think though this is a good way to revisit the entire series before it leaves our mind. You know, Barbie as the island princess says, "There may be miracles awaiting. They may be closer than we know. When we have love to guide
Too
us."
long.
As
I don't
we
need
go.
to hear the end of it. Next one.
Barbie Mariposa, the most beautiful thing you can be is yourself. Oh.
Yeah, sweet.
And before Mariposa is quickly taken over by the other voice actress for Barbie in her sequel. Barbie and the Diamond Castle. Friendship is the true treasure.
No, being a lesbian is the true treasure.
Friendship in quotation marks is the true treasure. Barbie and A Christmas Carol. Keep the beauty of Christmas in your heart every day of the year. We talked about this when we covered it.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit irrational to keep the magic of Christmas
No,
in
I
your
think
heart
that
every day of the year.
the ideals that you should celebrate around Christmas, I think, are
I
important.
refuse.
I don't know.
I refuse.
Family, togetherness, you know.
Hate both of those things. Barbie Thumbelina. Even the smallest person can make a big difference.
You would have liked that one.
I did. Barbie and the Three Musketeers. True courage is pursuing your dream even when everyone else says it's impossible. Because a girl can't be a musketeer. It's so funny that it's musketeer is the vocation of that message.
Yeah.
It's not like a scientist. It's like a now antiquated role of protecting the king. You can do that. Barbie and a Mermaid Tale. What makes you different just might be your greatest strength. That's very similar to the Fairytopia one, which was what makes you different makes you special. So
they're good sentiments,
running out of
AJ.
ways to word the same message, maybe. Barbie, a fashion fairy tale. Magic happens when you believe in yourself. What do you think of that?
It does. When else would it happen?
Barbie, a fairy secret. Forgiveness lets you fly. Is this movie about forgiveness?
Fairy secret. Yes, yeah, because with Raquel.
Right,
And,
yeah,
and,
you're
and,
right.
they make up.
Yeah. Barbie, Princess Charm School, my least favourite quote, perhaps. There is a princess in every girl. I admire the sentiment, but I disagree with the monarchy.
There's a scientist in every girl.
Yeah, there's power in
There's
every
greatness.
girl. I guess.
Yeah.
Yes. Barbie, a perfect Christmas. Being together is what makes a perfect Christmas.
Yeah. Togetherness. I said that.
Barbie, a Mermaid Tale 2. It feels good to be part of something bigger than yourself.
Disagree.
Join a union. Rise up against the monarchy. Barbie, the Princess and the Pop Star. There's a star that's right inside you. So come on and let it out. Find out what you're about and just shout, "Here I am."
Sure. Okay.
Barbie and the Pink Shoes. Listen to the beat of your heart and keep on dancing. Yep, I remember that's what that film was.
It's about listening to the beat of your heart.
Listening to your heart. Mariposa and the Fairy Princess. The best way to make a friend is to be a friend. That's pretty cute.
That's great.
I could stand
I
by
love
that.
that.
Let's race through these because we're actually only at 26 to 37. Yeah. Barbie and her sisters in a ponytail. If you love something, set it free. Yep, that's what happens.
Yeah,
Barbie the Pearl Princess.
I don't know how I feel about that, but we are supposed to be racing through these, so continue.
Barbie the Pearl Princess. Always leave things better than you found them.
Yep, good advice.
Is what that movie's about. Barbie and the Secret Door. You never know what you can do unless you try. I reckon I could guess I couldn't do a few things. Like, I probably couldn't find a secret door and go to a magical land.
What? You're just moving into a new house. There's probably all kinds of doors you don't know about.
It's true. Barbie and Princess Power. The power to change the world has been inside you all along.
Yep, love it.
I guess, yeah, okay, yeah. Barbie and Rock and Royals. Rock your own story does not mean anything. Rock your own story. Barbie and her sisters in the Great Puppy Adventure does not have a quote. Barbie Spy Squad says, "This is our story. What's yours?"
Yeah.
Do you think that's That's the message of that film.
Well, as I am to understand, that one's reused, right?
It is reused. Barbie's Starlight Adventures quote is, "This is our story. What's yours?"
Yeah.
Barbie and her sisters in a puppy chase, the quote is, "This is our story. What's yours?"
Okay, and what about for Video Game Hero?
"This is our story. What's yours?"
Okay, what about Dolphin Magic?
"This is our story. What's yours?"
And-
Now let's reflect.
And what about Princess Adventure?
Life doesn't happen on camera. Life is what happens when the cameras are off, which is the
Okay.
message of Pixar's soul.
Yeah. Well, okay.
let's-
Yeah. So to me, this is our story. What's yours? Because that's like, I don't know. I think it's like I'm all right as someone who watched some of these movies at 1.5 speed. I'm fine with half-assing things further down the line. When you like, no one wants to come up with 37 different inspirational quotes, but and I think that's a good one. That it's just nice to have something at the end of your credits.
Yeah.
And this is an easy one to copy paste, and it's like it's not. Yeah, it's just fine, you know. There's nothing
Let's
great
reflect
about it.
how funny though of all the quotes. The one that's kind of specifically about like owning your own place is the one that's repeated. "This is our story. What's yours?" If a bunch of people say that, it kind of ceases to be true.
Yeah.
Richard, now it's time for our.
Wait, you steamrolled straight into this segment. And
Yeah.
I had something I wanted to share with you. And
Okay.
I will not let you do it again.
I didn't do it on purpose.
I have something I'm going to share with you. So get your Facebook messages ready. I'm going to send you a video, and I want you to insert the audio in, synced with your live reaction to watching it, because this is something I found and I thought was pretty cool. Sending to you now.
Alrighty.
I'm going to watch it too.
Richard and AJ, it's Kelly Sheridan
Oh
here.
my
Thanks so
God.
much for your cameo request. And holy cow, you two just watched all 37 Barbie movies? That is amazing. That is an accomplishment. And you're not even quarantined. It sounds like, from what I understood, that you're in New Zealand. So you can just go, like, walk around and go outside and, like, see friends and do stuff. And instead, you chose to watch all the Barbie movies, which I'm going to take as a huge, huge compliment, because honestly, I'm hard-pressed to think of better ways to spend your time. That's pretty cool. I'm stuck up here in Canada, where it's winter, and where COVID numbers are really high, so we can't really go and do much stuff. If I was in New Zealand, I think I'd be hiking up a mountain right now, or just hugging all the strangers. Actually, I don't know if I could do that. Anyway, congratulations, you two. Your podcast sounds rad. I hope you're having tons of fun. And, man, keep watching those Barbie. You know, why not? Just start right back from the beginning again and watch all 37. Who needs sleep? It's overrated. Have a great day, you two. Bye.
What the hell? That's awesome! I knew that she had cameo, but for some reason never occurred to me to sort. So did you get that one?
And I just found it. Yes, no, I did, and I sent her. They only allow you to send 200 characters,
right?
And so normally it's like, wish AJ a happy birthday. He's turning 28. This one was like, I have a podcast. So I had to put like the name as Richard and AJ in brackets Cult Popture podcast. I don't know if I can't remember if she says it in the video, but and then said like, we have a podcast where we watch different film franchises. We've just finished watching all 37 Barbie movies. Would love some encouragement from the girl herself. And so I've been holding on to that for a couple of weeks now.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah, well, because I didn't know how long it would take her to send it.
Wow.
So, and so I sent it. But maybe like 10 days. I've had that now, and So that was my.
Imagine if I now revealed a cameo from
Erica Lindbeck.
Erica Lynn. That would be so funny. I didn't even think to do that.
I checked. She doesn't have Cameo, but because also you can DM people on Cameo. You can pay to message people on Cameo. And if Erica Lindbeck had one, I would have reached out to her to get some confirmation on the potential upcoming Barbie movies, which still there's not a lot of information about. But there you go. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
That is what a great last second twist. I was not expecting a twist in the final moments.
I also I showed Lillian and Ruth that while they were here last night, and they thought it was pretty cool to hear the voice of Barbie talking about our podcast.
Even though
it's not the voice of Barbie they're used to.
Alrighty, Richard, continue the franchise. All roads lead here. This is a segment of our show. If you've never heard our show before, this is a segment where we continue the franchise. We talk about what we'd like to see the future of this franchise cover, and we also talk about like things that are coming out or already exist, which, similar to the Muppets, is quite a feat for Barbie. There's quite a lot of extra content already, but you have looked at what there is, and you're going to let us know what else exists in the Barbie sphere.
Yeah, so
that is relevant to this podcast.
So as we kind of mentioned, but didn't want to go too deep into it because the girls were here and they would have just gone over their heads. The Barbie Dolphin Magic is the first episode of Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures. And the last episode currently is Princess Adventure. So Dreamhouse Adventures...
It's a real Leroy and Stitch situation.
Yeah, Stitch 2, Stitch has a glitch kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Stitch the movie. Stitch the movie, yeah.
So Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures apparently was created, according to the CCO of Mattel. The series was in response to kids wanting to know more about the iconic character and her sisters.
Okay.
And then there's also Barbie... so there's two TV shows called... so there's Barbie Life in the Dream House, Barbie Dreamtopia, and Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures. So we've talked about Barbie Dreamhouse Adventures, so we can cross that one off. Barbie Dreamtopia is like a media franchise. So that has a TV show and a movie, which we haven't watched. The movie is 40 minutes long, so that's why we haven't counted that. If any Barbies... And also, like, Wikipedia has and the Barbie Wiki both have, like, very definitive lists of these other Barbie movies. But so Barbie Dreamtopia is... it's set... it's actually just about Chelsea Roberts, mainly. So she's the main character of it. Barbie obviously shows up, voiced by Erica Lindbeck. She finds herself touring her own make-believe land known as Dreamtopia with her elder sister Barbie. And then there's also Barbie Life in the Dream House. I reckon
Dreamtopia will be the series with which the Lost Birthday, the upcoming 38th film, will take place in then. If it's Barbie and Chelsea as the
for sure,
shared protagonists.
Okay, so Barbie Life in the Dream House. Barbie now voiced by someone called Kate Higgins, who I don't think we've seen before, but this is like a parody of like Real Housewives, and I've had two separate people tell me it's the funniest shit they've ever seen.
I think it's big on TikTok, much like us, by the way. We got a TikTok, and our first TikTok went gangbusters, so follow us on TikTok.
But yeah, when Craig was here last night with his girls, he was like, have you seen any of Life in the Dream House? And I was like, no. He's like, funniest shit you'll ever see. And then I was talking to, we've got an intern at work, and I mentioned that because someone was leaving work and they were like, are you guys going to their drinks? And I had to be like, well, I'm actually really excited to go home and watch the 37th Barbie movie, so I probably won't go. And then we got to talking to her about she loved the Barbie movies growing up, and I mentioned there being TV shows as well, and she was like, yes, Barbie Life in the Dream House, funny as shit. But I watched the trailer for it to get an idea. So this came out in 2012, so it's oldish now, but there's a joke in it where Barbie's walking through, giving a tour of her closet, and she says, she has all the costumes, the uniforms from all the jobs she's ever done. And someone looks at the astronaut one, says, you went to the moon? And Barbie goes, you haven't? Which is from The Simpsons.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I thought that was an interesting joke to highlight when it's so clearly lifted from the season 8 episode Homer's Enemy, where Frank Grimes says, you went to outer space, and Homer says, sure, you've never been? And it's incredible, and his delivery is incredible. One thing that I discovered, there's also like outside of other things that you might be like, oh, you guys didn't cover this properly. There is the two, which Lauren Bonner, I believe, mentioned a long time ago now.
My scene?
No, the 2D animated
yes.
Barbie and the Rockers Out of This World, and Barbie and the Sensations Rockin' Back to Earth. It's a sequel, but she has a different band.
They're there and back again, basically.
Yeah.
Out of this world and back to Earth.
Yeah, that's so funny, man. And then there's also My Scene Jammin' in Jamaica and My Scene Goes to Hollywood, the movie My Scene Goes to Hollywood, famously featuring a cameo from Harvey Weinstein.
Jamaican is under an hour, and My Scene is over an hour, but is not listed in these definitive.
Yeah,
lists.
And Lindsay Lohan plays herself in Goes to Hollywood as well.
And the two Space Rockers ones, those are only 30 minutes long, but they do look better than any of the movies we've watched.
Well, they're kind of like same Gem and the Holograms, or like the old school Josie.
It's from the 80s, so yeah.
But one thing that I discovered, and I told you not to look it up, it was more just that like I wanted to be able to, not like anything groundbreaking. I just wanted to be able to talk to you about this with me having all the knowledge and you having none of it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so? I guess made concurrently with Dreamhouse Adventures and like the canon that these last two films we've watched in, Barbie has a vlog, which I think we might have discovered on pod, or we might have not been recording at the time. But there's like 140 episodes, and they're all about 5 minutes, and we were like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
But holy shit, I watched some of them. They are incredible.
How so?
Like honestly, these are beautiful. Again, Craig mentioned them to me. He said like Barbie's got a vlog channel and it's very progressive. It's so good, man. Like honestly, I could just be.
How? What is good about it? I do not have a frame of reference for what you're even talking about.
So. Like
graphically, it's beautiful.
First of all, like the graphics improved. There's some that came out as recently as like last month, but it goes back like 3 years, and they're not amazing then. But it's essentially the same render of Barbie as we saw in Princess Adventure, which is like graphically looks great, and But in these vlogs, it's like they're not 100% scripted, or I think the script is only given to the actress like right beforehand, kind of thing. So it still feels really natural. There's like jump cuts in it, and it's done through mocap as well, so it's like super naturalistic movement. But the topics she goes over in these vlogs are like, there's one called like the sorry problem, and it's about how we're so conditioned, and especially girls are conditioned from a young age to be saying sorry to everything. And it's like, you bump into someone and you go sorry, even though you haven't done anything wrong, and it's talking about how like you actually don't owe the world that. And there's one where she talks about New Year's resolutions, and she says, I've always said that you can be anything, but that doesn't mean that you have to be everything. And there's society places a lot of expectations on people, and especially little girls, that they have to be all these different roles. And she's like, you don't actually have to do that. You can it's okay to just spend a day lounging around in your pajamas, and that doesn't make you any less of a person. You don't have to be good at all these things.
Wow.
And there's even one where she gets her best friend Nikki, who we met in Princess Adventure, to sit down and have a frank conversation about racism in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests last year.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, like this is how you would teach your kids about what was going on in the world at the time, it's also funny that it's like Barbie is somewhat responsible for a lot of the kind of toxic ideas, like from when she was her inception, right? And this is like you look at like the live action Dumbo remake and how it's like trying to undo the wrongs of the original Dumbo, but it feels so phony, whereas this feels like it's really on the ground. Well,
with
yeah,
the people.
it's like it's just, and I guess it's Barbie has evolved with feminism, and it's like she, the the character of Barbie and what Barbie needs to represent has changed. And so, and like, for one, like, and it was like watching these vlogs, realizing like, this is why I love the new Barbie so much, and this canon of Barbie, because like she feels a lot more like a real person, and it's like this, like Barbie is who you hope your daughter grows up to be, kind of thing, you know, and she's like, it's weird seeing that, like, as we talked about 17 hours ago, you know, who was just originally known as Huge Tits Barbie, this like is now like a feminist icon and a proper role model for women. Despite
and like
not being real.
like actual progressive as well, and not just
and like
know,
okay,
not
don't get me
pandering.
wrong, like Mattel's priority is to sell toys, but they're doing that in a more ethical way, you know?
They have a social responsibility that they understand, and they're not hamming it in, they're not phoning it in. They're becoming a trusted brand or a trusted storyteller,
Like it feels like the people writing them believe this, you know? And
well, they probably they will, right? Because
exactly.
Mattel might be a greedy corporation, but they'll hire actual feminists, you know. And even if things at the top, even if it's we want people to like us more, so they'll buy our toys. It's not, you know, you don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater when they go, okay, so let's hire authentic voices to talk about this.
Now, which leads us to the currently in development Barbie movie, which you may have heard about as a live action film, originally announced in 1986, where St. Petersburg Times reported that Canon Films planned to make a Barbie movie, but nothing came to fruition. But Jesus, what else did Canon Films make? Like the Rambo movies, and they were the ones that planned to make a Spider-Man movie. Anyway, so in the mid 2010s, this like really started to pick up steam. Diablo Cody was hired to like rewrite the scripts, and then it was later announced Sony would hire 3 different writers, and they would choose their favorite script. In 2015, the release date was set as June 2017, so obviously that hasn't happened. But not long after that, Amy Schumer was cast as Barbie.
I remember this.
And this was like a whole thing. You know, people obviously weren't too happy about that. It was reported that minor changes would be made in terms of the character in the story itself, centering on a Barbie who, after she is exiled from a world full of Barbies, enters the real world as a normal woman who is imperfect. Then Schumer dropped out.
That's so great. That's such a great idea that's the doing something in the movie that you can't do in the show.
Yeah, sure.
Or in this case, the 37 other movies.
Schumer dropped out, and then it was announced that Anne Hathaway would replace her.
She'd be a great Barbie.
And Alethea Jones, up and coming director, was would direct it. Alethea Jones made Lemonade Stand, Fun Mom Diner, and the TV series Queen America.
You're telling me that William Lau or Conrad Helton haven't earned enough Barbie clout? They haven't earned enough Barbie clout? They're the, what's the guy who, like, fucking directed Clone Wars? What's that guy's name?
Not Tartakovsky.
No.
The other one. The other one that people like.
And he does Mandalorian, and he's like...
Dave Filoni,
yeah, like surely Conrad Helton and William Lau are the Dave Filonis of Barbie.
2018, Diablo Cody announced she dropped out as writer. She said she spent too much time involved writing Tully to focus on Barbie. She doesn't feel she's the right person to write the script. The concept for the film, the one I just told you about, the imperfect, perfect whatever, that was apparently discarded in 2017. It was... Mattel Films revived their film production. I think that's why we got a 37th Barbie movie. And a Barbie film was considered one of their top priorities. It was later announced Warner Brothers would distribute, and that Margot Robbie was now in talks to play the lead character, and I believe is now confirmed to be playing her. And then in 2019, it was announced that Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach would write the
Oh my
script
God.
with
I
Greta
totally
Gerwig.
forgot.
With Greta Gerwig in talks to direct. As of 2020, there is no news on the movie from Margot Robbie or Warner Brothers due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Although I do believe in the last week I have seen just a quote from Margot Robbie that essentially says something like, "It's gonna be crazy." Something totally different, she called it.
Margot Robbie's a great cast for Barbie. I think Margot Robbie can play the Kelly Sheridan Barbie.
Well, yeah, she's obviously got the look, but she's also self-aware enough to have some fun with it. Okay, here's what I'm like. I'm actually now genuinely worried about, now that I've become so attached to this character. I'm worried about what they're going to do with it. I don't want a film that's going to badmouth Barbie, the way she is now. like I think that it's important that with all these vlogs and these TV shows out there that are actually genuinely teaching really good messages, to then have a film that comes out and be like, yeah, it's made by Mattel, but like, we know Barbie's not a good role model. And it's like, well, she is now,
Yeah, I imagine Mattel wouldn't be okay with them muddying the brand like that, though, because it's obviously a very carefully constructed one. So I don't know if that Amy Schumer plot would fly now that I know what I know about Barbie. It sounded very Lego Movie-esque.
Yeah.
Whereas this might be something a bit more genuine, a bit more sincere. And as we enter the 2020s, I actually think sincerity is in high demand in these trying times. I think people want sincerity more than they want. Maybe sincerity is the new funny.
Wow. But I like, there could be a video essay in like, hey, there's a Barbie movie coming out. Did you know that Barbie's like a genuinely good role model now?
Yeah,
and track
absolutely.
the evolution of Barbie and what we require from Barbie, and what we required of her in 1956.
Yeah, would you rather have a 18-hour podcast or a 7-minute video essay? What do you want?
I'll take the essay. Scrap this. I'm hitting stop. I'm deleting my record. Because, oh man, I need to pee. I've been sitting here for 18 hours.
All right, well, Richard, let's pitch our own Barbie sequels or Barbie continuations. Have you thought of one? Since your Prince and the Pauper redo.
Yes, I have. Okay, so the Great Muppet Caper. Yeah, you go first. So I have time to think of one.
All right, my continue the franchise is a doll.
I've had a month.
Created a doll.
I'm not like this is This is frankly unacceptable of me.
You should have just saved your idea till the end. I don't know why you didn't. My continue the franchise is a doll, Richard. I've created a Barbie doll. It's called Everything Barbie, and on the surface, it just looks like a regular Barbie doll, but it actually comes with 37 different gimmicks, including accessories, outfits, and mechanisms. So I'm going to read you the list of things that this Barbie can either do or comes with, right?
Okay.
So, and it's not...
Are they going to be in order?
No. Well, it starts in order, and then I sort of ordered it by what's, the funnier stuff is real. So it starts in order and then goes out of order. So Barbie's legs are literally a nutcracker, which can be used by operating her arms as levers. So now a nutcracker works. Mm-hmm. It's like sort of like
it cracks
scissors.
Nuts. Yeah,
it cracks nuts.
I'm anticipating this being quite long. You do not need to explain the mechanisms of a nutcracker to me.
Barbie's hair is actually retractable and extendable, meaning you can pull her hair out to the length 37 times the height of the doll.
Nice.
And like those
and it's actually
pencils.
load bearing as well. You can climb up it. You can use it as a grappling hook.
Those pencils where you hit the like eraser on the top and the little lead comes out. It's like that kind of situation.
Right. Yeah.
By folding different parts of the doll into itself, Barbie becomes a swan. Mm-hmm. A la Transformers becoming cars.
Or Swan.
You can actually peel off Barbie's skin, and underneath is an exact replica, but with the shedded skin, you can apply to 3 different dolls to create either a pauper, a pop star, or a vlogger.
Nice. Knock off those in one go. Good.
Yep. It comes with a diary which reveals such secrets as Barbie is a lesbian, and also none of this is real. Those are the real deep cuts. If you read through this tiny diary, you'll see You'll see entries regarding that. Folded up under Barbie's armpits are 2 separate pairs of fairy wings. If you fold out the regular fairy wings, Barbie's in-voice capability spits out catchphrases recorded by Kelly Sheridan, and if you fold out the butterfly fairy wings, she'll be voiced by Chiara Zani for the first few catchphrases before confusingly turning back to Kelly Sheridan. Sold with the toy set is also a 2-in-1 horse, which resembles Majesty from Ponytail, but you can also fold out wings, making it into a Pegasus. Barbie's dress folds downwards and can turn into several different mermaid tails, one for Mermaidia, Mermaid Tail 2, Pearl Princess, and Dolphin Magic. The accompanying manual explains that Barbie's parents are dead and that she's maybe a princess.
Speaking of which, sorry to bring it up, but was Princess Adventure the first time we saw Barbie's mum?
I think so.
Yeah, that was a cool reveal.
That was crazy. I thought they were dead.
Like they must just be characters in Dreamhouse Adventures, and they're like, well, fuck, we've got to put them in the movies now.
Yeah. Now, if you buy 12 of these dolls, Richard, they all connect to a frequency and can dance in unison, and they can also all sing Deck the Halls in 12-part harmony.
Nice.
If you locate a secret button on Barbie's scalp, the doll will play the famous Tarzan yell sound effect.
Yep.
The accompanying Ken doll can remove his thumbs. that's a Barbie deep cut right there. The puppies, you can also get the puppies. They're included in the series, but they are very easy to lose. Shake Barbie twice and she'll literally never stop spy somersaulting. Warning, you will need to buy a new toy if you do this. It also comes with a rockin' guitar toy. There's also an entire film set for Princess and the Pea, but you can basically make it into whatever movie you want. There is also a selection of animal sidekick accessories which all have Tim Curry's voice programmed in.
Nice.
Specifically Tim Curry.
Better get them in quick.
Yeah. The toy can also fly and lift objects 1,000 times its weight.
1,000 times. So it would be load bearing.
Its weight. Yeah. Comes with a secret door accessory, which literally leads to another dimension, but it's real hard to find in the packaging.
Nice.
Like, you open it up, you're like, where the fuck is it? Like, this manual says that it comes with it. There's an accompanying video game and an extremely buggy coding software. The doll can shrink. You put it in water and it shrinks to the size of a Twillabee. And you can also do this by wishing really hard and whispering that into Barbie's ear. And if it doesn't work, you just didn't wish hard enough. You can play with the doll on Christmas Eve. If you play with the doll on Christmas Eve, you will be visited by 3 spirits who existentially question your own life, worth, and place in the world. The doll also comes with a little mirror where if you look into it, you'll see a trapped princess, and it's actually a real trapped princess, like from another dimension.
It's Meghan Markle.
Yeah. Well, no, she's free now.
Yeah. It's Diana.
You can also,
that's where she went.
You can also launch the doll into outer space if you want. There's no reason you can't do that.
I mean, that's technically a feature of any doll.
Yeah, that's true. She wears pink shoes. Comes with pink shoes. And yeah, fuck it. You also get a bibble. You get a bibble with it. Bibble comes as one of the accessories.
a live action bibble.
And that's 37 features that the Everything Barbie comes with.
Thank you for that. My continue the franchise. I really liked the relationship between Barbie and Chelsea. And so I would like to see them lose a birthday. I realized I forgot to succinctly mention all the information we have about the potential next 2 films. There is Barbie and Chelsea: The Lost Birthday, which the Barbie Movies Wiki calls the 38th Barbie movie, saying it will be released in March 2021. That's like that information only exists on a like a Spanish poster for this. We did try reaching out to Mattel. We have not received a response. And then there's also Barbie Big City Big Dreams, which is a musical due to release on Netflix in fall 2021. This one was announced. This one's very interesting, actually. I don't think I read the synopsis when it came out. I will get to my continue the franchise shortly, but
okay.
So the plot description for the Barbie Big City Big Dreams Step Into Reading book is a step into reading leveled reader based on the Barbie Big City Big Dreams musical special premiering fall 2021 on Netflix. Barbie travels to New York City to attend a summer performing arts program and meets Barbie. Barbie Roberts from Brooklyn is captivating, eclectic, and has been blessed with Beyonce's voice and Michelle Obama's poise. The two become fast friends while competing to see
Does
which
she commit
Barbie
war crimes?
has what it takes to land the coveted spotlight solo. The book will be released on September 7th, 2021. So it stars Barbie Roberts from Malibu, California, and Barbie Roberts from Brooklyn, New York. Now, as for my...
That sounds very Prince and the Paupery.
Yeah. All right. I would like to see a feature-length Barbie and the Rockers movie.
Okay.
Now, the idea I genuinely had kicking around my head as I was watching this last movie is: did you ever play or were you aware of Simpsons Cartoon Studio?
No.
So it was a PC game where.
Oh, PC bloody gone mad. Now Barbie's telling you racism is wrong in her vlogs.
Racism is wrong. Just I want to make that clear. That's the official stance of Cult Popture. And this is one of the official stances we're not divided on. Because there are official stances we are divided on. We won't get into that. But what was I saying? Yeah, Simpsons Cartoon Studio. It's it's a PC game I had back in the day where you would choose a background and then you would choose a character, and so it would have different animations you could put on, and so you would essentially make a little Simpsons cartoon. It had a bunch of pre-chosen lines of dialogue, and so some of the obscure characters like Willie or something like that would only have one line of dialogue and two possible actions kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you'd move them around and you'd do frame by frame, and you'd onion skin different things.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very fun. And I think that would work really well with Barbie. Because I think it's a property that would lend itself really well to that, being able to change your outfit.
And honestly, it sounds like it already exists.
Yeah, it probably does. Or a Barbie Sims.
Mm.
I just want to see more Barbie video games.
There are so many already. There's the real.
There's a few based on the films, but if you go and look at the Barbie, at the bottom of Wikipedia, it says it has all the kind of related articles together in one thing. Under video games, it starts in the 80s and ends in 2001 with a Game Boy Advance game, which is called, where are we? Secret Agent Barbie. The first Barbie video game was called Barbie. It came in 1984. Players must talk to their boyfriend Ken. In addition, using a real voice auto soundtrack, in addition to driving a yellow convertible around town, trying out swimming outfits.
Nice.
Yeah. An incorrect combination of clothing will force Barbie to skip the date sequence. Anyway, but Secret Agent Barbie has been called the best Metal Gear knockoff that the GBA has at the moment. So I love the idea of a fashion Secret Agent Barbie in a Metal Gear game. But yeah, fuck it. Just make a bunch of Barbie video games. I just recently got a Nintendo Switch, a proper Nintendo Switch. I've had a Switch Lite for a wee while, but we have had one. But I got a Nintendo Switch, so now I might be a bit more of a gamer. Put Barbie in Smash. That's my continued franchise. Put Barbie in Smash.
Sweet. Alrighty, Richard, we've got our before we reveal to everyone what our next franchise is, which feels, it was always leading to that somehow. We do have to rank that franchise.
Yes.
And fun little thing here is Barbie is our 120th franchise, according to our Letterboxd list, which I'll leave a link to in the show notes with all the other links to things in the show notes. I have, just for you and me, Richard, I've made this, I've privatized this list so that people won't see it until the episode comes out.
We also have ranked every Barbie film as well separately, and those will be available. We've kept them private on Letterboxd, but if you want to see those, you can.
Yeah. Now, There's some things to consider when ranking Barbie. Our 119th franchise is Dungeons and Dragons, in case anyone was wondering. And there's a few things to consider when ranking Barbie. One of the things is like, this is not the worst thing we've watched for the podcast. But that doesn't mean it wasn't hard to watch. And so are we taking that into consideration? Because, you know, something like Dungeons and Dragons was the worst plot, but there were only 3 movies. Is the fact that there were 37 of these and we lost our mind 3/4 of the way through, does that mean it should be taken down lower, or are we ranking it purely on its quality in a vacuum as a franchise?
Like, where my head is at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm it's partly inspired to put this above the Nymphomaniac constant.
Really? The Nymphomaniac constant being our middle, well, not our middle film, but our it's 0% basically, because there's one really good one and one really bad one, and it seemed like the perfect Kinsey zero. And so that's at 50. That's at 52. So you think, man, fuck, that's very high, Richard.
Looking at what's around it, like, okay. Here's my thinking. It's been a long time since we've ranked a franchise. What was the last one we put on here? The Muppets, and that's currently sitting at 8. But looking at the ones below this, a lot of them have films that I genuinely enjoy. Whereas these ones, there's maybe 2 or 3 that I would actually genuinely recommend to people. Like, if people, or you know, outside of being like, I feel like watching a Barbie movie, what's a good one to watch, you know? And I could give you a few. Ones that I'm like, this is actually worth your time to seek out and see what you think. And that's not even necessarily a recommendation. So I will concede, I don't know what I was fucking thinking to put this above the Nymphomaniac constant.
I was going to say, like, below the Nymphomaniac constant, we've got the Pierce Brosnan GoldenEye movies. We've got Pirates of the Caribbean. Twilight. Like,
So like, because in my mind, I was like, I had a net positive time doing this.
Really?
Despite the time commitment and the quality of the films, in a year's time, I will look back on this month fondly. I can't say the same for Land Before Time, for example, or, you know, even some of the Godzilla movies. But because I think, I don't know, there's just something about these movies, and I think the fact that they're so positive, maybe, but then I guess you could say about Land Before Time. But then Land Before Time, you have Sarah in them. Like,
you have Stacy in the Barbie movies.
Okay, looking at the, like, similar franchises, you've got things like Pupstar, Air Buddies, Search for Santa Paws. These are all at the bottom of the 100.
Yeah. Air Bud is the highest rated at 94.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels mean to put her down so far.
It's not about that, though. It's about the franchise.
Yeah.
It's about the franchise.
Okay, like, if I were to say, AJ, you choose, where would you put it?
No, you've given me a lot to think about. I think I would maybe put it around Air Bud. I think, anyway.
Can we at least, no matter what,
considered,
can we put it above Sean Connery's Bond?
You know what? Let's put it above. Let's put it right there.
Yeah.
Sean Connery's Bond, suck a lemon, Sean Connery's Bond, because the 37 Barbie movies are better than any of your movies. All right, that puts Barbie at number 93 on our list.
And this is a private list now?
Yes, that is between Dr. No / the Sean Connery James Bond movies, and above Barbie is the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, which feels appropriate, sort of like an adult's answer to Barbie in a lot of ways. So there you go. Barbie is the 93rd best franchise we've ever watched. And Richard, Before we reveal this is actually a Patreon-decided vote for the next franchise we're going to watch, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us on this journey. If this is your first time flying with Cult Popture, then please consider subscribing. Please consider liking all the different places. You can like us on Facebook. You can follow us on Instagram and Twitter. You can subscribe to both the Cult Popture channel, which is video essays and that sort of thing, or Cult Popture 2, TOO exclamation mark, which is where we post things like video versions of this podcast where you might be listening to this right now, or other things that don't quite fit being on the video essay channel. You can also join our Discord, where you should join and you should talk about Barbie over there with people.
Like I genuinely, if the discussion for this is dead, that makes
I'm killing myself. We've also got a Patreon, patreon.com/cultpopture, which you can donate to if you want to support the cause that is watching 37 Barbie films, or you can email us at cultpopturemedia@gmail.com, and also follow us on TikTok. Look at us, a couple of TikTokers. So Richard, we let our patrons for $1 a month. You can suggest and vote on every second franchise for us to do. What have the patrons deemed? They don't know we're doing Barbie either. They think this is just going to be. They think the one that's coming out this week is going to be like,
The thing is, like, God, the amount of times what you guys have we do it for the fans, but my God, if you guys knew what was coming this episode, fuck, you'd have stopped listening. Anyway, the next franchise we're going to be covering, this was a very, very close race and a very hot debate over on the Patreon. Ben Close, I believe, suggested Dolittle, which has either 7 or 9 films. I cannot be bothered looking it up right now. And they're not very good. We've seen a few of them, and just like wanting to just scream to you guys, like,
please give us something good.
Please give us something
short
easy
and something good.
And then our boy,
out of the darkness,
not that being close isn't our boy, but our boy Dan Connell had the audacity, had the idea and the inspiration to suggest what he refers to as the Oldest Snow franchise. That is Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Get Him to the Greek. And that won. And so next fortnight, next fortnight, we're going to be watching 2 movies. 2 movies.
That's so much less than 37.
I probably won't watch them till 2 Fridays from now. And I love both of these movies. And this next episode could be under an hour. Do you know when the last time we did a two film franchise was? Outside of our when we did the Freaky Fan Fiasco and the Festive Fan one?
And I assume you're not counting Timothy Dalton either.
I'm not, no.
No, when was it?
I guess. What's one you can remember?
300.
Oh fuck, maybe it was 300 actually. Did we do it? No, it was after 300, I think. Yeah, it was Machete.
Ah, right. Which is part of the
Although,
largest...
I guess if you fold that into Spy Kids, then the last one we did was
Big Fat Liar.
Big Fat Liar.
Yeah.
April Fool's Day 2019.
Wow. Well, there you go, everybody. That is what's on the table. Astonishingly, there is still more of this podcast to go because we've got the post-credit scene, which is another Patreon commitment.
And we also now have to go back and record the intro to this episode to give you guys a little bit of context, which I'm sure you remember from fucking like a week ago when you probably started listening to this.
Time is a flat circle.
Also, we should say next week is going to be a very... If you're like, oh no, I need to finish this podcast,
you don't need to listen to next week,
which you have now. Next week we're going to be doing a greatest hits of Continue the Franchise, and I'll be your lone host for that episode, taking
a wee break. I mean, you'll still hear me on the episode, but
I'll be taking you through, and I'll be introducing those Continue the Franchises. So, oh my God, yeah. What else to say? Thank you for listening. If you're hearing this. Thank God.
I've got one thing to say before we close out to the post-credit sequence, Richard. This is our story. what's yours?
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie.
All right.
I haven't heard it as much as you, so that's all I remember.
Hi, everybody. we're back. We're back here, and this is the post-credits scene of the longest podcast we've ever recorded, and
will record. I'm sure.
Yeah, this is a segment where, for $5 or more on our Patreon, patreon.com/Cult Popture, you can submit a thing for us to talk about. It could be a question or a topic or whatever, and we sort of like to honor those who give us money, who donate by talking about what they want to talk about for a couple of minutes. And this question comes to us from, we haven't actually selected one.
Sarah Valling. I've highlighted one. Or do you want me to just read it up?
Okay. Yep.
This guy comes to us from Sarah Valling, who asked a bunch of questions in one go, which you're all more than welcome to do. If you're already a patron, it's very easy for you to do, but some of you might have to fork out a little bit more cash to be able to do that. Sarah Valling asks, what is a setting/building/house that, real or fictional, you would like to work at/live/go to? She gave some examples: High School Musical's East High School, Star Wars's Mos Eisley Cantina, the Grand Budapest Hotel's hotel, etc. I've got an answer for this.
Tell me.
Mine is the Oasis from Ready Player One.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Fuck, man, that looks fucking sick.
Yeah.
And so just a fully VR world where you can do anything, you can be anyone, you can do anyone, and you can be anything. And then if you read Ready Player 2, which is an inferior sequel to an admittedly not very good book, which I do love the first book, but the second one is the second one I think has the same flaws as the original, but I was more aware of them in the second one. But anyway, in the second book, the whole kind of plot is thrust forward by Wade Watts discovering the last invention of James Halliday, who essentially creates a device that, like the VR headset, but it goes one step further, and it essentially plugs into your brain, and it whatever you experience in the Oasis, you actually feel in real life, but you can't feel pain, but you actually feel like you're doing all these things. So you're essentially living real in the Oasis, and yeah, like that sounds crazy. And they also make a point out of spoilers for Ready Player 2.
Okay.
And this is kind of one of the things that a lot of people complained about. And it's very funny, how the character reacts. So he develops a crush on a girl, and then he reveals that it's revealed to him because he essentially stalks her because he has admin privileges in the Oasis. He's able to find out that she was designated male at birth, and is that's what the book refers to it as. Finds out that this woman is transgender, and then has a whole half a page being I don't have a problem with it because I've through the new because the whole thing with this new technology is you can record your experiences, and then other people will you can download them and feel them. And he's I've had orgies where I've been a girl and I've been a man and I've had sex with men as a man, and it's just listing off all this depraved sexual things he done. So it'd be it's fine that they're transgender, because and it's a very funny part of the book, and because also this new character, and she's got her own clan of Gunters, as they call them. Although I don't think they call that the second book. Best characters in the thing, and they disappear for 80% of the book. They're literally hey, go on a side quest. They're hey, go on a side quest for us, and then they just show up again at the end, and it's it feels he's Ernest Cline's going to write that side quest, and it's kind of funny if he doesn't, but also it's this is probably the best content you've got, right?
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
what's your what were you about to say?
What would be called what would you call that side quest? I guess you'd call it side quest or bonus level. Or something.
Yeah, Ready Player 3 ?
I picked Dragon Shores from Spyro 2, the place you go when you clock Spyro 2.
because you want a permanent super fireball.
Yeah, exactly.